This man was once recognized as the strongest player, but while raiding the Tower of Heaven, he was personally betrayed by his allies. At death's door, he exhausted the last of his strength to send his companions out. Then, while still fully conscious, he clearly sensed it. He had died. His name was Subaru, the guild master of the strongest guild, Blue Eyes. On this day, they joined forces with several famous guilds to raid the boss on the 8th floor of the Tower of Heaven. During the battle, the Blue Eyes Guild performed especially brilliantly. Years of climbing the tower side by side had made their coordination nearly flawless. But just then, the support unit in the rear was suddenly ambushed. Subaru instantly realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. He had long since been poisoned by hydrovenom, and the members of Blue Eyes were also tightly entangled by the hydro. In the end, they still managed to slay the hydra with all their strength. But in the very next second, the Blue Eyes Guild was ambushed by the other guilds and suffered heavy casualties. At that moment, Subaru was gasping for breath, and half the mask on his face had shattered. With his back against the wall, he had no idea how many blades and spears he had already taken, and his consciousness was fading little by little with the loss of blood. He looked around and saw only corpses strewn across the ground. For Subaru, who had always climbed the tower alone, these people were among the few he could call friends. But now he was poisoned, his body could no longer heal naturally, and his fatigue had soared to 95. The higher the fatigue, the more likely the body was to fail, and reduced resistance to poison was only one of the effects. More fatally, once his fatigue reached 100, he would die on the spot. In the next moment, Subaru fixed the people surrounding him with a cold, gleaming stare. To be precise, he was staring at the man at the very front. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Why are you doing this, you bastard?" The anger was almost spilling out of his voice. It was a gentle-looking man, Itsuki, the guild master of Blue Zone, and once a teammate of Blue Eyes. Then he walked up to Subaru and said in a low voice, "It's been 10 whole years, Subaru. I've been preparing for this day for all 10 years, so you should understand." As if he had waited far too long for this moment, Itsuki went on talking to himself. "This was the only way to defeat you, but those Blue Eyes friends of yours weren't easy to deal with either. They were even harder than I expected. You thought you gave me everything, but you had no idea how much torment that made me endure. So I chose the world, not you." But even in the end, he still did not reveal the real reason. He quickly suppressed his emotions, wearing a relieved smile on his face. "Sorry things turned out like this, but I've finally seen the finish line. And don't be too regretful. After you die, you'll be recorded in history as a hero. So even now, you still won't say why." Subaru let out a turbid breath, suppressed to the limit. He forced himself to stand, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Blue Eyes and Blue Zone had always been long-term allies, and Blue Zone was even the guild Itsuki founded after leaving Blue Eyes, with a name that was like its shadow. That was exactly why they had trusted him until the very end. Yet he had torn the alliance apart with his own hands. He was clearly poisoned by the Hydra and had dozens of bloody holes stabbed through his body, but in terms of presence, he absolutely could not lose. After all, he was already beyond saving. In that instant, Subaru caught the opening when Itsuki's legs trembled, seized that fleeting gap, and pulled a colorful fan-shaped item out of his bag. The instant Itsuki recognized that fan, his pupils suddenly widened, but it was already too late. At this moment, Aiolos had 4 uses remaining. Subaru gripped the handle tightly with one hand and began charging it. He clenched his teeth. If he had a choice, he too wanted to live on together with everyone. But besides him, there were exactly only 4 guild members still alive. "Blow them away, Aiolos." With that command, a violent gale rose from all directions and sent the 4 guild members flying off in different directions. For Subaru, this was a desperate gamble. He could not guarantee he could save his badly wounded companions, but aside from this, there was no other choice. "After them, don't let a single one leave alive," Itsuki roared in panic. At the same time, the players of the Martial Alliance also prepared to chase in the direction the lights had flown. But a voice forcefully halted their steps. "Before that, you'll have to play with me to the end. Who the final winner is hasn't been decided yet." At this moment, Subaru's fatigue was too high, and the duration of Lord of Lightning had been drastically shortened. But he seemed not to care at all, only igniting all his remaining strength. As Subaru let out a low shout of Lord of Lightning, descend, a bolt of lightning carrying black light fell from the sky and struck directly on top of his head. But the scale of the lightning was very small. When he used this move in the past, everything within sight would be swallowed by electric light. Subaru once again assumed a fighting stance while grabbing the spear embedded in his abdomen. He forcibly pulled out the spear that had pierced his muscles and torn his organs apart, pain enough to make anyone pass out instantly, along with gushing blood. At the same time, a fatigue warning popped up before his eyes. As for a weapon, this is enough. He suddenly raised the spear, its tip pointing straight at all his enemies, his voice as cold as a blade. Immediately after, Subaru took off and threw away the mask covering his face, revealing those eyes burning with fighting spirit. And so, using the spear that had once pierced his own body as his weapon, he began his final battle. Subaru burned away the last thread of his strength in a desperate fight, yet enemy players still kept pouring in like a tide. He would not lose to this pack of trash. What was truly fatal was his fatigue. For Subaru, whether he lived or died did not matter, as long as Itsuki died. But his fatigue had already reached 97, and he had to find a way to get close to Itsuki. Just then, an enemy player suddenly attacked from behind. Subaru did not dodge at all and took the blow head-on with his body. His fatigue jumped to 98 as a result. Immediately after, another enemy player thrust forward fiercely with a sword. He once again took the strike with his body, and seeing this, the other enemy swarmed forward, wanting to claim a share of the credit for killing him. The player who had struck him with the sword shouted excitedly that he had killed Subaru. But Subaru replied with an amused look in his eyes, "What are you talking about?" Before the words had even finished, black lightning erupted violently, and the surrounding enemies were struck down one after another. Subaru grabbed the sword stuck in his chest with difficulty, gritted his teeth against the pain, and slowly pulled it out inch by inch. During this time, no one dared approach rashly again. They surrounded him from a distance, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with both fear and excitement. This monster, is he finally going to die? Watching the scene, Itsuki coldly thought to himself, "Subaru, is your era really ending just like this?" At this moment, Subaru's fatigue finally neared its limit. It could be said that if he moved even slightly, his fatigue might surge to 100, and the next second would mean death. But the creed engraved into his very bones would not allow him to collapse like this. In the next instant, Subaru burned away the rest of his remaining strength and raised his spear, locking onto Itsuki. With all the strength in his body, he hurled it with savage force. And as Itsuki looked at the blessing of the Archangel in his hand, he could only sigh inwardly, what a pity. Subaru had given him that item before they raided the Hydra. When fatigue reached 100, it would immediately restore half of the user's fatigue. If Subaru had kept it for himself back then, he would be able to live now. The spear, carrying a shrill tearing sound through the air, shot straight toward Itsuki's face. But unfortunately, Subaru's fatigue had already reached 100, his consciousness was cut off in an instant, and he did not get to witness Itsuki's death with his own eyes. Yet even stranger was this, he had clearly died, and yet he could still think, only the five senses that had remained constantly tense all this time had completely disappeared. Subaru's thoughts drifted in the void for who knew how long when suddenly a sharp, foul stench rushed into his nose. His vision was still pitch black, but sensation was returning to his limbs. He abruptly pushed himself up, and the lid above his head fell to the ground with a clang. Only then did he see clearly. He was actually lying inside a garbage bin. He instinctively checked his status. After reviving from death in an unfamiliar environment, the first thing he had to do was confirm his status panel. He did not care at all about 61 points of fatigue. What was truly glaring were the shabby, laughable level and attributes. Every skill he had fought desperately to obtain was actually gone. Just then, a tearing headache exploded in his mind, and Subaru frowned in pain. But the memories that surfaced in the next second no longer belonged to Subaru, but to the original owner of this body. The original owner had lost both parents in childhood and was a beggar avoided by everyone on the streets. Not only could he never eat his fill, but because he had the same name as the Blue Eyes hero Subaru of the district, he was cursed and beaten every day. And what chilled him most was this, the 20 years since his death had actually already passed. The garbage bin lid lying on the ground reflected his face, black hair, gentle features, and still the youthful face of a young man. For a moment, he could not make sense of what had happened and could only force himself to climb out of the garbage bin. But because he had not yet adapted to this body, he fell down as soon as he crawled out. At that moment, a player kit lying on the ground came into view. Subaru reached out and picked up the player kit, thinking it had probably slipped out of the original owner's pocket before he was stuffed into the garbage bin. Although the style was completely different from the one he used in the past, with the support of the original owner's memories, he skillfully searched for information related to Blue Eyes. The moment he pressed confirm, a flood of news poured out. Subaru quickly skimmed through it all, yet among every report, he could not find any news of survival from the companions he had sent away. Just then, Subaru's gaze suddenly froze, staring fixedly at the image on the screen. Itsuki, that bastard, was actually still alive. In truth, Subaru's relationship with him had not been bad, it had even been very good. Teammates who climbed the tower risking their lives together could hardly avoid seeing each other as friends, or at least Subaru had always believed so. But back then, Itsuki had suddenly proposed leaving Blue Eyes without explaining the reason in a single word. Before leaving, Itsuki told Subaru not to worry, saying that even if he left, he would still become his shadow. A few years later, Itsuki founded the Blue Zone Guild. That was the name of the shadow he had spoken of. After sorting out his thoughts, Subaru wandered the streets aimlessly. He had thought that after 20 years, the Tower of Heaven would at least have been conquered up to the 10th floor, yet it was still stuck on the 9th. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, stunned by a piece of information on the player kit. He had not expected that today was actually the death anniversary of Blue Eye Subaru, and that people had even built a memorial hall to commemorate him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he followed the directions on the player kit and arrived at the Subaru Memorial Hall. The moment he saw it with his own eyes, Subaru was still shocked by its scale. It was almost like a small shrine. Outside the memorial hall hung a mask exactly like the one he had once worn, as large as a door. Subaru stepped inside the hall, and the first thing he saw was actually a screen playing footage of his battles. Naturally, that was where the crowd was the thickest. But he felt not the slightest pride. Instead, he could not understand what there was about him worth remembering. Now, between him and the Subaru in the footage, only the same name remained. He stared at the footage, and a question pierced his mind. Who built this place, and what did they intend to do with it? Thinking of those painful memories, the fire in Subaru's heart instantly flared up, and he suddenly lowered his head. But when the footage reached its end, a voice engraved into his very bones, one he would never forget for as long as he lived, entered his ears. There on the screen was Itsuki, wearing a hypocritical expression and speaking words in praise of Subaru. Subaru trembled with rage, and the fury in his chest was almost about to explode on the spot. He suddenly understood how that footage, and this memorial hall, had come to be. Because Itsuki had said back then, "Don't regret it, after you die, you will be recorded as a hero." Because Subaru was Blue Eyes itself, and Blue Zone had always been like Blue Eyes' Shadow Alliance. For Blue Zone, having lost Blue Eyes, to step into the sunlight, it had to borrow Blue Eyes' name and halo. And to achieve that, the simplest method was to shape Subaru into a hero admired by all, making use of the privilege only the dead can enjoy. Just then, someone suddenly bumped into Subaru's back, directly interrupting his thoughts. Subaru turned around and discovered that the one who had hit him was actually a child. The child had lost his footing and fallen to the ground. He immediately crouched down to help the child up, nervously asking if he was hurt. But in the next second, his whole body froze in place, shock almost written across his face. Because the child was wearing a mask identical to Blue Eyes Subaru's. Hearing the commotion, the child's parents immediately rushed over and repeatedly asked Subaru whether he was all right. Subaru explained that he was fine, that he had only been lightly bumped. But the scene before him made him freeze once again. The child's parents were also wearing identical masks. Subaru suddenly turned around and swept his gaze across the surroundings. He could hardly believe it and even raised a hand to rub his eyes hard. But when he looked up again, he drew in a sharp breath. In the memorial hall, aside from himself, almost everyone was wearing a mask identical to Blue Eye Subaru's. The hall was filled with photos, objects, and footage related to Subaru, but he only gave them a rough glance before looking away. As he walked deeper into the memorial hall, one thing caught his eye more than any exhibit. He saw his memorial portrait piled high with flowers. There were actually this many people who remembered him. But on second thought, was this a carefully staged performance? A show put on to steal Blue Eye's achievements? Just then, from within the layers of bouquets, Subaru sensed a familiar magic power. Focusing his eyes, he saw that hidden among the chrysanthemums was a transparent ice flower so unreal it hardly seemed real. He immediately pushed through the crowd and rushed forward. The visitors lined up around him were shoved aside and cursed loudly, but he no longer cared. Very quickly, Subaru rushed to the pile of flowers and reached out impatiently. The moment his fingertips touched the flower, a bone-piercing chill crawled up along his skin. The instant he grasped it, his whole body went rigid. This was a chrysanthemum carved from ice. His pupils contracted sharply, because he knew all too well, this was absolutely Shu's handiwork. A figure stood atop the clock tower overlooking the memorial hall. The old man looked down at the memorial hall, as if confirming that this year too would pass without incident. Behind him, the woman in a robe immediately chimed in. Exactly. If we'd been any later, by now we probably would have already started fighting with those people from Blue Zone. But did you really have to send that kind of thing? Wouldn't an ordinary chrysanthemum have been enough? The old man slowly removed his hat, the corner of his mouth lifting as he chuckled softly. Maybe if that guy comes back alive, he'll see the flower I left behind. In the next second, the old man's aged face cracked apart like splitting skin, revealing the face of a young man. He was none other than Asajiri Shu, the Blue Eyes member rumored to have died many years ago. The woman could not help asking, "You still think Subaru is alive?" Asajiri Shu replied calmly. After all, he had never seen the body with his own eyes. Every year on this day, he came here. The woman could only remind him. The problem is, we still haven't found that guy, and Itsuki may discover our location even faster. but Asajiri Shu acted as if he had not heard and walked straight past her. Watching his resolute back, the woman suddenly shouted, "If that guy were really still alive, we wouldn't be hiding like this now." In her heart, she sighed. It seemed that this year too, she had failed to talk that guy out of it. Soon, the sky darkened into sunset. Subaru had already spent several hours searching around the memorial hall, but he still never managed to see Asajiri Shu. He could only temporarily give up the search and turn back to the original owner's dormitory. After returning to the dormitory and calming his emotions, Subaru reorganized the current situation. He had never stopped searching for information related to the Blue Eyes Guild, but the result was still a complete blank. But the fact that Asajiri Shu was still alive was already beyond doubt. He had never expected that guy to be able to hide his whereabouts, and for a full 20 years at that. Most likely, it was because Itsuki would never possibly let go of anyone who knew the truth. It was just that he still could not be sure whether Asajiri Shu was the only one who survived, nor could he confirm whether the 4 people he had blown away with Iolos back then had truly been all 4 of them, or only some of them. But there was one thing he was certain of: besides taking revenge on Itsuki and the allied guilds, he now had one more reason he absolutely had to keep climbing upward. Those people who had been like family to him were all dead, yet in this world full of damned people, he alone had been reborn. That loneliness, along with the anger that felt like it would burn through his chest, was gradually being suppressed by a new thought. What he did now was not important. What mattered was, they were still alive somewhere. As long as they were still alive, there would definitely be a day when they met again. 2 days later, the day the beginner tutorial began finally arrived. It was a giant white stage, so wide it looked like several sports fields forcibly stitched together. Hyuga, the examiner of the beginner tutorial, stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the participant lying on the ground. At his feet lay the corpses of 2 lowest-ranked goblins, yet the participant was still panting heavily. Looking at such a pathetic sight, Hyuga frowned and asked whether he wanted to challenge the next stage. A message popped up before the participant's eyes: "Challenge the next stage? Each stage will add 1 goblin, and clearing a higher stage will grant the corresponding bonus reward." The participant's face turned pale. He was already barely holding on against just 2, so there was no way he could win. He gave up on challenging the next stage, and his figure instantly turned white and disappeared on the spot. Hyuga could not tolerate trash who could not even get through the tutorial continuing onward, and he thought of one contestant who had taken part in several rounds of trials before. Isaac, Reinhardt's son, possessed talent that surpassed even his bloodline, and only stopped challenging after defeating more than 20 goblins in total. Hyuga could not help sneering. This year's tutorial is too easy. Kids these days are truly pathetic. But when he caught sight of the next contestant's name, he still paused slightly in surprise. It was a name known by everyone, one that even Hyuga himself had once idolized. Faced with this contestant, his first reaction was not anticipation, but weariness. He sighed inwardly. This child would probably suffer endlessly because of that name. Everywhere he went, he would be compared to Subaru. Even the weapon in his hand was the sword Subaru commonly used. Of course, that was only if he passed the trial first. Immediately after, a message popped up before Subaru's eyes: 2 goblins are being generated. Please defeat the goblins. The goblins held poison-coated spikes in their hands, letting out shrill cries like monkeys. At the same moment the goblins assumed their attacking stances, Hyuga announced the start. But in that very instant, Subaru had already shot forward through the air, and with a flash of cold light as the blade cut through the air, 2 heads fell at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the goblins' heads were tumbling in midair. Hyuga could not believe his own eyes and stared in shock, his eyes wide. He immediately turned his head to look at the boy who shared Subaru's name. During the 2 days before the tutorial began, Subaru had constantly been adapting to this body. Judging only by the attributes, the original owner really did have talent. He had just never truly brought it out before. After the first stage goblins breathed their last, the message "Challenge the next stage" popped up before Subaru's eyes, and as though he had been waiting for exactly this, he selected continue without the slightest hesitation. Before long, Hyuga was completely nailed in place by the scene before him. A goblin's head rolled weakly to his feet. He had originally still been counting the number of corpses, but soon gave up trying. By rights, the goblin corpses should only disappear once Subaru's battle ended. But the battle never ended, and the corpses kept piling higher and higher until there was almost nowhere left to step in the trial arena. Hyuga stared fixedly at Subaru's every movement, afraid of missing even a single instant. This was absolutely the most terrifyingly gifted boy he had ever seen in his life. He was not just swinging his sword casually. He was seeing through the situation 2 steps, 3 steps ahead in advance. This was already beyond something that could be summed up as merely good at fighting. Even Hyuga himself could not achieve that level of bodily control. He was not like Isaac, able to use magic, and his physical abilities did not appear especially exaggerated either. Yet even when facing 50 goblins, he still fought with an overwhelming presence. Hugo felt its scalp go numb and nearly lost his voice. Could this kid really be Subaru reincarnated? How exactly was he moving like this? Before long, Subaru dealt with the last goblin as well. A new message also appeared before his eyes. Stage 49 has ended. Challenge the final boss? Clearing a higher stage will grant the corresponding additional reward. Stage 50 was the final stage of the beginner tutorial, but Subaru did not hesitate for even a second and directly chose to continue the challenge. In the next second, a terrifying pressure instantly weighed down his entire body. The floor not far away exploded and split apart. A giant hand suddenly burst out from deep underground. When he saw the boss clearly, Hugo was struck dumb on the spot. What appeared before Subaru was actually a pig-headed monster 2 meters tall with a bloated body. At this moment, a prompt appeared. The Goblin King has detected all casualties prior to the 49th stage and has been completely enraged. Hugo hurriedly shouted at Subaru, "It's still not too late to give up now. I know you're strong, but the final boss isn't something you can defeat. With your current attributes, you simply can't deal effective damage. It's even questionable whether you can stab your blade into that thing's body at all." Subaru of course knew that this Goblin King was absolutely not the kind of existence the beginner tutorial was meant to defeat, but he had already thought of a way to deal with it. In the next second, Subaru actually let go of the sword in his hand on his own initiative. Hugo's mind went blank as he watched. "Kid, you've really gone insane? I thought something was off about you from the start." But before he could finish scolding him, the Goblin King's roar shook the trial arena, and its giant body charged fiercely towards Subaru with crushing wind pressure. Just then, a poison needle shot through the air with a whoosh and accurately stabbed into the Goblin King's thigh. The Goblin King's entire body stiffened, and it halted in panic, staring fixedly at Subaru, while Subaru bent over and searched through the pile of goblin corpses. In the next second, he was gripping several poison needles in his hand, his tone calm yet full of pressure. "Let's make a bet on what happens next. Whether you catch me first, or whether you turn into a pincushion first." As the words fell, Subaru violently threw 2 goblin poison needles. The poison needles tore through the air like sharp arrows and accurately buried themselves in the Goblin King's 2 eyes. The Goblin King covered its eyes with both hands and let out a scream as if being torn apart. It swung its giant hammer around wildly, but all of it was futile. A Goblin King with a crippled leg and blinded eyes had no chance of catching Subaru, who could control the distance with perfect precision. Subaru skillfully widened the gap again and once more slipped the poison needles he had picked up from the corpse pile between his fingers. He could not help recalling the days when he had practiced throwing knives with bitter effort. When he had first started, the throwing knives he cast had almost always missed the target. Back then, Reina happened to pass by and saw him practicing knife throwing. By coincidence, she was an expert in throwing concealed weapons, and on the spot she insisted on teaching him the technique. Then she took her stance and casually picked up a pen. In the next second, she threw it, and it pierced straight through the bullseye. Looking at that scene, she said calmly, "As long as you grasp the center of gravity, any weapon can be used like a throwing knife." At this moment, the poison needles were stabbing one by one into the Goblin King's body. Just as he had envisioned from the start, Subaru was gradually sending the poison needles into every vital corner of the Goblin King's body. The power of hidden weapons is proportional to rotational force. The longer the hesitation, the lower the accuracy. This was Yuling's theory, and it was precisely through her that Subaru had truly touched the threshold of knife throwing. Seeing this, Hyuga finally let out a breath of relief. Goblin corpses and poison needles would not disappear before the tutorial ended. He had never expected someone to make use of the system rules to this extent. It's not just the swordsmanship to slaughter goblins, but also this method of throwing hidden weapons with such precision. This guy is a genius, but is the word genius really enough? No matter how strong the Goblin King's vitality was, hundreds of poison needles had already been driven into its body. A single needle might not be fatal, but with that much poison flooding into its system, the result was different. Subaru bent down and picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground at the very beginning. He strode forward and, aiming at the neck of the dying Goblin King, drove the sword through it viciously in one thrust. Already on the verge of death from poison, the Goblin King died on the spot the instant its neck was pierced through. After the Goblin King completely collapsed, a message appeared before Subaru's eyes. The Goblin King has been defeated. He finally let out a breath. They seriously throw something like this into a beginner tutorial and expect people to kill it? If I hadn't borrowed the goblin's poison, it wouldn't have been so easy to butcher it. Immediately after, several reward messages popped up one after another. In this tutorial, a total of 2,425 achievement points have been obtained, and the tutorial shop has been unlocked. The shop will only display goods corresponding to the participants' point total. Subaru then opened the tutorial shop. This was the first time he had ever seen this interface. After all, the highest tutorial record had only reached stage 28, and what he was now looking at was a shop page no one had ever seen before. When he flipped to the page with items costing over 1,000 points, he could not help softly exclaiming on the spot. He had never expected even something like this to be sold here. This was an unnamed demonic blade, crafted by the demonic swordsmith Kindre, but left unnamed because it was a failure. It consumed the user's stamina and mental energy in exchange for greater sharpness and enhanced physical abilities. But the problem was that it devoured stamina. On top of that, Subaru still had to use lightning skills, so what he truly needed was not a demonic sword, but a holy sword. The second thing that caught his eye was the holy sword Miranda, forged from mithril, with more than enough strength and sharpness, and even its added effects suited Subaru well. But for this holy sword named Miranda, Subaru found himself strangely unable to feel interested, perhaps because the equipment he had once used had simply been too powerful. How to spend these points was a brand new starting point, and he had to be cautious. At that moment, a skill entry caught Subaru's eye. The farther back he flipped, the more expensive the skills became. But when he turned to the next page, the first thing that appeared was actually a skill rated F rank. Subaru had never seen a skill like this before, and thought that perhaps it might suppress the side effects brought by the demonic blade or his lightning skill. Since he saw a possibility, he purchased it without hesitation. In the end, he bought the unnamed demonic blade and the Wedge of Greed. This skill had extremely high compatibility with the demonic sword. Rather than letting the skill sit unused, it was better to make it show its value from the very start. Sensing that Subaru had already finished choosing his rewards, Hugo walked up behind him. From Hugo's point of view, the skill and item Subaru had chosen were both hard to understand, and he could not help asking, why choose that kind of skill? Not only might it prove useless, but its efficiency was not high either. But Subaru frowned and shot back, why should I tell you? Hugo's temper flared at his blunt tone, and he demanded to know what he meant by that. But very soon he suppressed his emotions again. Standing in Subaru's shoes, such wariness was normal too. Staring at Hugo, Subaru suddenly recalled how, when he had first confirmed that the man was the examiner, he had almost failed to control his expression. Because the first time he had met Hugo, the other man had still been an apprentice knight of the Knights Guild. During that meeting between the Night Nation and Blue Eyes, the youthful Hugo had once walked up to Subaru with a flushed face and asked for his autograph. He had stiffly held out the paper, his stare so direct that the pressure from it had been absurdly strong. Subaru had never imagined that the sniveling brat from back then would now sit in the position of examiner for the beginner tutorial, while he himself had become a novice who had just stepped into the tower. Helpless, he interrupted Hugo's lecture and said he would explain nothing, only asking that Hugo absolutely keep the tutorial results secret. But Hugo directly put on the airs of an elder and continued lecturing. Since you insist on acting like this, you obviously lack proper upbringing, so I'll teach you properly from the beginning. Subaru turned his head and walked away. Seeing this, Hugo immediately changed tack and extended an olive branch, asking whether he was interested in joining the Knights Guild. Without even turning his head, Subaru merely tossed out, not interested. Then, a message popped up before his eyes. Proceed to the second floor? Seeing that he was really about to leave, Hugo immediately hurried after him to try to stop him. But Subaru had already confirmed the transfer, and his figure began to fade away on the spot. Hugo could only stand where he was and sigh helplessly, thinking that he had overestimated this young man. Soon, Subaru was teleported to the second floor. At the starting point of a new tower floor, a village would inevitably form, and the second floor was an especially populous world. Stepping into the noisy marketplace, Subaru stood quietly in place, watching the streets full of people coming and going. Reaching the second floor carried extraordinary meaning for players. It not only meant passing the beginner tutorial, it also meant truly taking the first step into battle as a player. But for Subaru, that meaning weighed on him like shackles. Because he had already walked this path once, and this time he had to do better. For the sake of the teammates who might still be waiting for him, and also to avenge the cruel end everyone had suffered. After that, Subaru went to the central district and rented a private training room. This was also a place many novice hunters often came to. The owner asked casually, "What floor did you come from?" Subaru said he had just come up from the first floor. The owner suggested that he use training room number 1, which had complete basic facilities like straw dummies and practice mannequins. But Subaru felt number 1 was too basic and not suitable for him, so he directly chose number 5. The owner got a little annoyed when he heard that. "I kindly advised you to choose number 1, and you don't even appreciate it." But Subaru insisted on number 5, so in the end the owner still gave it to him, while reminding him that there would be no refund if he left halfway through. Subaru told him not to worry, though in a moment, the owner might need to pay a little more attention to that room. The higher the room number here, the greater the difficulty, and some hunters had even died in their own training rooms. After arriving at training room number 5, Subaru slowly pushed open the door. The moment he entered, he immediately began training. He had no intention of wasting even a second here. Then, he slowly drew the demonic sword from his waist. In an instant, a powerful curse swept through his entire body. He could feel how terrifying the sword was. If he did not want to be devoured by it, then he could only keep growing stronger. In the next moment, the sword's corrosion suddenly intensified, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not expected this body to reach its limit so quickly. But all of this was within his expectations. This body had been weak to begin with. A system prompt sounded. Wedge of Greed is resisting the demonic sword. Partial resistance successful. In the next second, he easily lifted the sword in his hand. It was precisely because he had set his sights on this skill that he had dared choose this demonic sword. Now, his attributes were rising even further. Subaru let out a low laugh. The skill had indeed suppressed the corrosion, and now the real training could begin. Immediately after, his figure shot out violently. To him, the traps in the room were almost no different from decoration. 10 minutes later, the drowsy owner seemed to catch sight of a figure passing by. The owner rubbed his eyes. Impossible, right? It had not even been 10 minutes yet. Filled with doubt, he walked to the door of room number 5. After knocking for quite a while without getting a response, he pushed the door open directly. But the sight inside made him suck in a sharp breath on the spot. Training room number 5 had long since been reduced to a wreck, and every trap had been torn apart. After one night, Subaru had finally managed to sleep soundly, but his body still ached with heavy soreness. Not long after, he walked into a tavern, and the moment he sat down, the burden on his body really did ease quite a bit. Thanks to Wedge of Greed, he had successfully drawn out the power of the demonic sword. Ordinarily, with his current attributes, it should have been impossible for him to bear the demonic sword at all. But the synergy between Wedge of Greed and the demonic sword no longer needed any further proof. That also meant it would most likely be able to work together with his lightning power as well. From now on, the only things holding him back were skills and level. But the Subaru of the past had usually had only 50 credit points on him all year round. Just as Subaru was inwardly mocking his former self for being a pauper, he noticed that someone downstairs seemed to be live streaming. If someone tipped in the stream, the broadcaster could carry out whatever task the donor specified. That person suddenly poured coffee over his own head. "Thank you so much for the donation, boss." Subaru felt a little awkward watching it. For money, there was no need to go this far. But the moment money was mentioned, a glint still flashed in his eyes. He had spent a day figuring out the current state of things. This was the age of live streaming. Maybe he too could earn some money through donations, or at least secure a stable income to grow stronger. Just then, someone behind him called his name. "So you made it up here." As the man walked over, he released a wave of pressure. "I really didn't expect to run into you here. Do you live nearby too?" The moment the other party appeared, Subaru's expression changed immediately, and his body even instinctively stepped back. Apparently, the original owner had had an extremely bad relationship with this person. Seeing that he did not respond, the man's tone turned colder. "A friend is standing in front of you talking to you, and you plan to keep pretending to be deaf?" Subaru knew this feeling very well. It was not disgust, but fear. He raised his head. "I only just got here. What do you want with me?" But when he spoke, his fingers were still trembling slightly. The man sat down beside him as if nothing was wrong. "What a surprise. Even trash like you managed to pass the hunter exam. I thought the goblins would have torn you apart long ago." The moment he heard that, Subaru's temper flared, and he also remembered who this person was. His name was Isaac, and he had always bullied the former Subaru. The reason was simple, because he had the same name as the Subaru from 20 years ago. No matter how the original owner begged, Isaac had never once stopped. And because of that, the original owner had feared him down to his bones. Subaru cursed in his heart, idiot, to be bullied like that and never fight back. But right now he had no time to waste on Isaac. After downing a cup of coffee, he stood up to leave. Isaac gave a chuckle and smoothly told Subaru to buy him another cup. Subaru stood up directly. "If you want a drink, pay for it yourself. Your hands aren't broken, and your legs aren't crippled." Those words completely set Isaac off. "How dare you talk to me like that? Who possessed you?" He ordered Subaru to sit down. Subaru could not even be bothered to look at him and kept turning to leave. It was not that he did not want to avenge the original owner. He simply had more important things to do right now. But at that moment, Isaac grabbed his arm. With a threatening smile, he stared at Subaru. "In such a hurry to leave? Want to see what happens to trash that tries to run?" Subaru's eyes instantly turned cold. "I advise you to let go. It's for your own good. Otherwise, ending up with a broken arm or a shattered leg would be perfectly normal." The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the coffee shop looked over. Isaac's face turned ashen. "Don't get too full of yourself." He also knew he could not make a scene in front of so many people, or he would be the one at a disadvantage. He gave 2 dry laughs. Looks like your temper has grown lately. You can't even take a joke anymore. Fine, go do whatever you need to do. Hurry up and leave. But then he revealed a vicious look in his eyes. Just don't let me catch you with an opportunity, or I'll kill you. After throwing out that line, Isaac left while pretending nothing had happened. What he did not know was that this threat had already started the countdown on his own life. There were mainly 2 paths for a hunter's growth. The first was trials, obtaining rich rewards through the tower's trials. The second was hunting, going outside the safe zone to kill monsters, or clearing the special dungeons on each floor to grind experience. But if you died there, then you were truly dead. And Subaru chose to grow through hunting. Today he had just dealt with a goblin and earned a few gold coins, which already counted as a decent bit of income. Back then, he had climbed upward step by step precisely through hunting. At that moment, he opened his communicator and came across a live stream. Having nothing better to do, he clicked in to take a look. To his surprise, the audience count was as high as 80,000. Even Subaru was stunned, just from the barrage of donations alone, who knew how much money this person had made. More ironically, the other party was actually streaming with the mask and name Subaru used in the past. In just a few short minutes, that person earned 20,000 credit points. The viewers threw gifts like they had gone mad. Subaru was so angry that even his fingers trembled. He might hunt for a whole year and still not earn as much as someone else made in a single stream. He knew he could not keep walking the old path. He had to go with the trend and start streaming, because only then could he really build up money. What was more, they were all imitating him. So if he, the real one, imitated himself, what kind of effect would that have? Thinking of that, Subaru slowly stood up. Then it's settled. Tonight I'll go activate streaming access. But the most urgent thing right now is to clear out all the monsters on this floor first. Very soon, 4 or 5 goblins appeared in front of him, every one of them hideous. But there was not the slightest fluctuation in Subaru's gaze. After the demonic sword's corrosion had been suppressed, the power inside his body began to flow smoothly. He was in a terrible mood right now, so these things were perfect targets to vent on. He planted 1 foot straight on a goblin's face. He moved as fast as a shadow, too lazy to bother with the little underlings, heading straight for the goblin leader. In the blink of an eye, he had already leapt above it. With a single flash of blade light, the goblin's head flew off on the spot. System prompt: the hidden orc nest has been cleared. That night, Subaru returned to his residence and took out that mask. He had never expected that there would come a day when he would wear it again. Next, he would start streaming in the way he was best at. A thought crossed his mind. What would it become when Subaru imitated Subaru? After all, Subaru was now the key to traffic, but the real Subaru was him. Wika from a certain streaming guild was staring at the screen. The partner beside her looked speechless. Why do you only watch Subaru streams? There are quite a few decent newcomers too. If the guild still can't find someone who can carry the traffic, just wait until you go bankrupt. Wika told him to shut up. The reason she kept watching Subaru streams was because she wanted to find the real Subaru among countless imitators. Very soon, her eyes lit up, another Subaru had gone live. But when she clicked in, she discovered that she was the only viewer in the stream. Her partner completely broke down. Why do you always stare at streams with 0 viewers? Wika said in a low voice. Every time I see a newcomer start streaming in this mask, I can't help but hope. Meanwhile, Subaru started his stream and entered the 2nd floor trial at the same time. Clear the dungeon monsters and find the exit. From time to time, he glanced at the viewer count. But after more than 10 minutes had passed, only 2 people had entered. From the way he was operating, the viewers could already tell. It looked like his first time climbing the tower. Subaru nodded. Yes, it really is my first time. That only made them more worried. If it was his first time, he might not even know the way. As he walked, a shadow appeared ahead of Subaru. A bat monster tried to ambush him while he was reading the chat. Without even lifting his head, Subaru grabbed it directly by the skull. He exerted force with his right arm and smashed it viciously into the ground. It's my first time streaming, and you still dare come disturb me? Looking for death. After the bat monster was smashed to death, he immediately gained 1 credit point. Only then did he reply to the chat. It's my first time in here, but there won't be any problem. Very soon, he stepped into the entrance of the 2nd floor trial. At this moment, the audience in his stream had risen to 3. Someone said he was too reckless. Very few people started streaming as early as the 2nd floor. Subaru said plainly that he was short on money and credit points and hoped everyone would support him. The viewers advised him not to be too greedy and said it would be safer to form a party. He thanked them for the suggestion, but refused directly. Forming a party would only slow down his monster-killing speed. Seeing how fearless he was, someone laughed. People who love money die most easily buried in money. Others supported him. After all, anyone who borrowed Subaru's name could become popular quickly. With a whoosh, Subaru's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. While running, he drew the blade at his waist. With one slash, the small monster in front of him was decapitated on the spot. This scene left the viewers dumbfounded. They had not even seen the path of his blade clearly. Very soon, a large swarm of bats surged out in front of him. But those bats could not even get close to him. With one horizontal sweep of his sword, more than 10 were cut down on the spot. At the same time, the viewer count rose to over 10. As he killed them, he also gained several achievement points. Not only that, he even casually taught them, "Focus and listen to the sound, and you'll be able to judge which direction they're lunging from." In just a few minutes, the bat monsters in this area had been wiped out by him. The viewers exploded at once. "You lied to us. You're not a beginner at all. You're a hardcore player, aren't you?" Subaru was still seriously reviewing whether there had been any flaws in what he had just explained. But a whole pile of people in the chat simply could not understand, and some said this was the instinct of a high-level player. Subaru continued walking deeper, wanting to save up as many achievement points as possible before leaving. Very soon, someone noticed that something was off. He had almost been walking in a straight line the whole time. Subaru explained, "It's my first time in here, and my first time streaming too, so I'm not very familiar." As he walked, he felt the density of the monsters ahead was wrong. He looked up and saw the wall covered with a dense mass of bats. In the next second, all those bats opened their eyes at the same time. The chat instantly flooded. "This guy's done for." One wealthy viewer even directly posted a task: defeat all the bats for a reward of 100 points. The moment Subaru saw that task, his eyes lit up. He had spent all day yesterday for only a few dozen points, and now a single reward was 100. Some people started mocking him. "Don't fall for it. It's bait. It's not worth dying for 100 points. But Subaru's next sentence directly set the stream ablaze. "Thanks for the extra 100 points. Inside the guild, a huge hand slammed hard onto the table. Wika's partner was on the verge of collapse. He had just taken a liking to a new streamer who had made it safely all the way to the 6th floor, only to suddenly quit, making all the donation money from before go completely to waste. Only then did he realize that Wika was still beside him, and he quickly apologized. "I was too loud just now. Sorry for disturbing you." But Wika had no time to pay attention to him. She was stunned by what she saw on the screen. She was a die-hard Subaru fan, so familiar with his movements, rhythm, and habits that it was almost frightening. The moment her partner leaned closer, she blurted out, "Subaru seems to have come back." Her partner sucked in a breath. How many monsters has this guy killed exactly? At this moment, Subaru's stream had already reached 15 viewers. Under his slaughter, the bat monsters had almost been completely wiped out. He remembered Shu's question from his previous life. Even if you change the path of your sword midway, your breathing and line of sight never waver. It looks as if from the start you only ever swung one strike. Are you calculating the flow of your opponent's movements and planning your response in advance? But Subaru had never understood any of that, nor did he ever think so much. He was simply fighting in his own way. If you can't even do this, that would be the strange part. Shu had refuted him directly. Ordinary people can't do it. Shu had even complained about him before. The key to communication is looking the other person in the eye and saying things clearly. So Subaru explained his combat logic to the chat. When one-eyed bats attack, they always charge headfirst, and the more there are, the more openings they create. As he spoke, he slashed out once as a live demonstration. Like this, and it solved. He explained it seriously and demonstrated it cleanly, but he had no idea whether the viewers could understand. As expected, the stream completely exploded. This explanation was basically no explanation at all. "I'm on the 4th floor, and I'm getting taught by a 2nd floor beginner. It feels like you're teaching me that, as long as you move your legs, you can walk." Subaru sheathed his blade and only felt that communicating with them was far too exhausting. Someone reminded him not to forget to claim the points. If the chat had not reminded him, he really might have forgotten. He picked up his phone and prepared to claim the points. But once he opened the phone, he did not know what to tap, and awkwardly paused for a second. The viewers got anxious. "Hurry up and claim them." Subaru felt a little embarrassed. "It's my first time streaming, so I'm not very good at claiming points." The whole chat immediately lost it. He really was a newcomer. Following the chat's step-by-step instructions, he finally managed to claim them successfully. After finishing that, he continued toward the next area, which was also the final section of this floor. At this point, he had 150 points in hand and 37 achievement points. A sudden scream rang out inside the streaming guild building. Wika used only one word to describe this new streamer: insane. "This person is definitely Subaru reincarnated. We have to pull him into the guild." Her partner looked speechless. "Wika's acting up again. If someone were really that strong, why would he ever look at us?" The moment Subaru was mentioned, she always lost control. Wika already looked as if she had fallen into it completely. "My head feels dizzy. Is this what youth feels like? Her partner suddenly shouted, "No way. You can't seriously be thinking of trying to recruit that guy, can you?" Wika said outright that yes, she was going to recruit him. You don't agree? Her partner explained. He is a little special, but he's just a newcomer who's only just started and has no viewers. He doesn't meet our recruitment standards. Of course Wika understood the rules, but she still intended to recruit him. She trusted her own judgment. She had never misjudged someone. She did not say it out loud, but she was almost certain. This person was the genuine Subaru. Only his appearance and form had changed, but that oppressive presence and that combat rhythm were almost exactly the same. At that moment, Subaru arrived before a massive door. This should be the end of the dungeon. Once he crossed it, he could go to the next floor. With a slight push of his hand, the great door opened. Inside, sure enough, there was a big one. As the door opened, a werewolf was sitting inside. It was Greg the Wolf Warrior, an extremely terrifying opponent, especially because of his one-hit kill attack power. The live stream immediately warned Subaru. This guy was absurdly strong, and some people had been stuck here 8 times before finally clearing it. The system also issued a notification. As long as you earn the Wolf Warrior's approval, you may pass through the gate and enter the trial. The Wolf Warrior was not a monster created to be hunted. They assessed a hunter's strength, confirmed whether the challenger had passed the initial dungeon, and as gatekeepers decided whether that person could continue onward. Very soon, Subaru received a donation task: defeat the Wolf Warrior for a reward of 3,000 credit points. He froze on the spot. 3,000 credit points was something he would not even have dared imagine. Who exactly had placed that order? And by now, the viewers in his stream had already risen to 20. The chat was almost unanimous in urging him to retreat and stop challenging the Wolf Warrior. Because the Wolf Warrior was monstrously strong, and up to now, no one had ever defeated him. The Wolf Warrior curled his lips into a smile. So you're today's challenger? He seemed a little curious. Did you come here alone? Subaru looked up at him, his tone direct. Are you blind? Is there anyone else around? The Wolf Warrior burst out laughing. Interesting. I can smell the aura of a great powerhouse on you. Someone in the chat scoffed. He said I smelled like the descendant of a goblin king too. But Subaru knew he was not wrong. The Wolf Warrior could distinguish a certain special scent. It was not body odor, but a person's true nature and underlying essence. The Wolf Warrior said, "You already qualify to pass through here." After saying that, he shifted aside and gave way to the path. Someone in the chat was shocked. There's actually a mode like this? First time I've seen it. Even Subaru had never encountered a situation like this in his previous life. But since I'm here, then my target is you. The Wolf Warrior paused. Shouldn't your target be the door behind me? Subaru said, I want both. But someone in my stream spent 3,000 credit points and asked me to kill you. The Wolf Warrior nodded, as expected of a man carrying the soul of a great powerhouse. At the same time, in the streaming guild building, Wika and her partner had gone to see their superior. Sitting across from them was John Tail, head of Azure Sky Entertainment's department. This new streamer you're talking about, how many viewers does he have now? Her partner looked a little awkward. Around 20. But Wika said with great certainty, it's already 30 now. She felt absolutely no shame over that number. The supervisor frowned. You came running to me over 20 or 30 viewers? You think I didn't notice you gambling during work hours? I told you to find someone with potential, and you bring me someone with only 20 viewers? Wika corrected him directly. 30. The supervisor was speechless. Don't get hung up on meaningless details like that. Wika twisted the knife further. I just sneaked another look, and now it's already over 40. The growth rate is pretty fast. That sentence made the supervisor flare up. Did you even hear a word I said just now? Meanwhile, Subaru and the Wolf Warrior were also preparing to fight. The Wolf Warrior's aura erupted. You want my life? Keep dreaming. Subaru slowly drew his blade. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know in a moment. The system panel prompted. The unnamed demonic blade is consuming the user's stamina and all attributes, and increasing power according to the amount consumed. Subaru's stamina dropped frantically, but his expression did not change. He remained calm. Because the Wedge of Greed was resisting the backlash of the unnamed demonic blade. Before long, the negative effects were forcibly suppressed, and the attributes shifted into enhancement instead. The Wolf Warrior's body suddenly moved. With one step, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, his claws were already slashing toward Subaru's face. Subaru instantly drew and blocked, and as claw and blade collided, sparks flew. The Wolf Warrior suddenly withdrew his claws and gathered strength again. His claws launched into rapid consecutive strikes, whipping back and forth. At this speed, an ordinary hunter could not possibly keep up. Unfortunately, Subaru was not an ordinary hunter. The Wolf Warrior seized an opening and struck straight for Subaru's vital point. Subaru had already judged it. Meeting him head-on really was a bit disadvantageous. The Wolf Warrior laughed loudly. Now that's what a warrior should be. Subaru's figure slid off to the side, narrowly avoiding the swing. The wolf warrior said coldly, "As you are now, you're still not my match. You want to kill me? Too arrogant." But at this moment, Subaru's charge-up was already complete. In the next instant, he brought his sword down and collided head-on with the wolf warrior, and the cave exploded with a harsh metallic screech. The live stream watched while shaking their heads. If all he can do is defend, there's no way he can beat the wolf warrior. The wolf warrior is ridiculously strong. This newbie has no chance. Reality is just that cruel. After that exchange, Subaru had been blasted into the wall by the wolf warrior, yet he had not suffered too serious an injury. Sometimes, technique is more effective than brute force. The wolf warrior said smugly, "You are not truly strong, but you have pleased me. I am willing to call you a warrior." In the next second, he spread his claws, and killing intent descended. "It's time to end this. When you come again next time, I'll wait for you to defeat me." When that claw came down, the wall behind Subaru was smashed to pieces on the spot. Unfortunately, Subaru dodged that attack with only the smallest movement. He replied coldly, "That line was supposed to be mine. And your attacks are too easy to read. As long as someone's just a little faster than you, they can dodge them." In the next second, Subaru reversed his sword and ripped open a blood-soaked wound on the wolf warrior's chest so deep that bone could be seen. The wolf warrior let out a cry of pain. Subaru did not let the opportunity pass and directly leapt up in pursuit. He swung his sword, pouring strength into his arm and pressing it to the absolute limit. One sword strike fell. Even if the wolf warrior was strong, he could not block this full power blow. Subaru's eyes were so cold they seemed hardened, and the long sword slowly slid back into its sheath. 3,000 credit points, secured. Before dying, the wolf warrior said in a low voice, "Excellent, you really are a warrior." The moment he defeated the wolf warrior, Subaru's level and every attribute rose across the board, and he obtained 500 achievement points. But he also paid a price. His injuries were not light. The live stream exploded completely. He really did it. The wolf warrior has never been killed before, and he actually died in this guy's hands. Subaru let out a long breath. With this body, fighting to this extent really was exhausting. At the same time, the viewers had risen to 56, and the popularity was still climbing. With the task completed, he received 3,000 credit points. He had not expected that in just one day. He would earn more credit points than he used to make in an entire month. He would use every bit of these assets to grow stronger. After the wolf warrior fell, the door behind him opened automatically. At that moment, a new notification popped up on the panel. Even the viewers in the stream were dumbfounded. The system had actually offered two paths. On the left was the elemental trial, and on the right was the laws of nature, for a total of 13 choices combined. More than 50 viewers were stunned on the spot, and some checked the records. Ordinarily, at most only 16 would ever appear. Subaru chose to challenge the trial of thunder, because in his previous life, that was the path he had taken. And it was exactly what the chat wanted to say. This path was the most valuable, but also the hardest. Subaru confirmed at once, Trial of Thunder. If he shrank back here, then he might as well change his name entirely. In the next second, his figure vanished from the second floor. The people in the guild building saw this scene as well. Everyone grew excited. After killing the wolf warrior, he still dared choose the Trial of Thunder. Wika immediately pressed the point to the supervisor. "Have you ever seen someone hit 60 viewers on the first day of streaming? And people usually only get 2 or 3 tasks at most, but he triggered 13. Don't you think that's the mark of a genius?" The supervisor had no choice but to admit it. Defeating the wolf warrior was already astonishing. He had never been beaten. But even so, the supervisor still felt Subaru was only a second-floor newcomer, and rashly charging into the Trial of Thunder carried enormous risk. Seeing his hesitation, Wika simply proposed a bet. "If he fails to learn thunder magic, my partner and I will work for you for 5 years without pay. But if he learns it, you sign him on the spot, and you're not allowed to go back on it." In the next second, her partner directly kicked Wika flying. "You're a gambler yourself, don't drag me into it. I don't even know this guy." The supervisor smiled. "Even if he passes the preliminaries, do you really think he has a chance?" Up to now, the only hunter who had ever learned thunder magic was Subaru himself. Wika used provocation to force the issue. "Just say it, do you dare bet or not?" Of course the supervisor dared. With a 99% chance of winning, why would he not bet? The one suffering most was the partner, whose mouth Wika covered with one hand as she forcibly staked 5 years of his salary too. At this moment, the thunder judgment was about to begin. Subaru's figure was teleported onto a battlefield. He was just about to sweep his eyes over his surroundings when human voices suddenly rang in his ears. He turned his head, and a burly man rushed over and grabbed him tightly. As the burly man tackled Subaru to the ground, a huge explosion sounded behind them. When Subaru looked up, he saw a white-skinned bald giant, absurdly huge. The man beside him roared, "What are you standing around for? Do you want to die?" Very soon, Subaru received the system task. Please defeat the Titan fragment. He could not understand it either. Why would this thing spawn here? At the same time, the giant overhead raised the massive hammer in its hand and smashed it viciously toward him. Subaru was still in shock and reacted half a beat too slowly. Even the live stream was confused. What's going on? Isn't this the Trial of Thunder? That monster should be in the Titan chapter instead. Subaru was equally surprised. Boss-class monsters were supposed to appear only in the latter half of the trial. So how had he run into one on the second floor? The giant did not care whether he was dazed or not. Its weapon came crashing down directly. But at the very instant it fell, Subaru had already left his original spot. Judging from the rhythm of that strike just now, it did not seem as strong as he remembered. If this thing was only at that level, Subaru was confident he could clear it. The man behind him was still shouting for him to run. "I didn't save you just now so you could go get yourself killed." Subaru slowly drew the blade at his waist. This had to be ended quickly, so he would not be held back by other people. At the same time, the unnamed demonic blade began devouring his stamina, raising all attributes according to the amount consumed, while the wedge of greed forcibly suppressed the backlash of the demonic sword. In the next second, the boss happened to close in right before him, and Subaru's attack was already prepared. His figure flashed and shot straight forward, pushing his speed to the limit. The white giant's expression froze. It had not expected Subaru to be able to jump that high. Subaru landed behind it and seized its head in one grip. The blade stabbed directly into the back of its neck. That was its weak point, and damage there was doubled. Just as he had judged, with a single strike, he pierced straight through the white giant's throat. "That shouting of yours just now was too noisy. I prefer quiet." With a flick of Subaru's wrist, blood flew from the blade. Hopefully it could keep silent for the rest of its life. Then he suddenly exerted force and dragged the giant backward to the ground. The white giant's consciousness began to blur. That was the sign of impending death. It crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. The so-called white giant had been instantly killed by Subaru in a single blade strike. This scene stunned both the man beside him and the livestream. There was definitely something wrong with this guy. After the kill was completed, the system prompted, "Titan fragment has been defeated. Stage 4 cleared." The livestream grew even more confused. This was only the 4th stage? Immediately after, Subaru leveled up. Strength and agility each increased by 2, while HP and mana also rose significantly. His achievement points also neared 400. Killing that giant had not been for nothing. Besides that, he also obtained the giant's heart and thunder armor. The big guy beside him looked like his jaw was about to drop, and the live stream exploded the same way. The system actually handed out all the rewards for this stage in one go? That generous? The big man jogged over. You actually killed the white giant?" Looking at his expression, the chat burst into laughter. "If you people were natives, you'd probably be scared stupid too." Subaru nodded. "Killing it wasn't hard. So, I'm your savior, specially sent here to kill giants." The chat laughed even harder. That explanation sounded exactly like serious Chunyuni nonsense. After that, the big man brought Subaru back to the village to rest. The village was not large, but it was peaceful for the moment. At least no white monsters were attacking. Subaru found a place to stay at random and began checking the system storage. The viewers were unbearably curious and kept urging him to open the storage so they could see the loot. Subaru was curious too, so he reached into the storage interface. System prompt, giant heart accessory ×1 obtained. It could increase HP and recovery ability, and its appearance was a finely crafted ring. Accessories were already rare to begin with, and this kind of vitality boost was practically perfect. But what Subaru wanted most was that armor. Its properties were too crucial. In addition to defense +5, it allowed the use of Thunderstrike and granted immunity to status ailments, but it could only be used 3 times. The chat was completely stunned. Thunder armor could actually drop? Not to mention that the giant heart was a permanent item, with a value high enough that it could practically be priced however one wanted. In the next moment, Subaru put on the thunder armor, and the aura around his whole body changed. Someone in the chat posted a task. "If you learn lightning, I'll pay 5,000 credit points. Thank you for your support, ma'am. I wish you smooth days every day." Another followed up, "I'll add another 5,000 too, as long as you obtain thunder magic." A third person raised the offer again. "I'll add 3,000 more, same condition." Most exaggerated of all, one woman directly threw out a 7,000 credit point task. Subaru's straight back unconsciously bent a little. "Thank you all for your support. I will definitely obtain thunder, and I also hope you'll continue supporting me in the future." It seemed that no matter the era, it was always the same. There were always people waiting for thunder to appear again. That was normal. Thunder magic had once been usable by Subaru alone. If he could learn it, then on this point alone, he could make a killing in the streaming world. At that moment, there was a knock at his door. The visitors were a handsome blonde man and a scar-faced man. The scar-faced man spoke first. "Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Sir Peleus, captain of the village night order." Subaru went out with them and learned the basic situation regarding the white giants. The attacks had been growing more frequent lately, and several nearby villages had already been tormented to the breaking point, so the night order remained on full-time standby, on alert 24 hours a day. To protect the villagers, they had already asked everyone to reduce unnecessary outings. Peleus smiled. In such a tense period, it truly was rare to encounter an outsider as absurdly strong as Subaru. He spoke solemnly. "I heard that while I was away, you protected the village. Please allow me to thank you on behalf of the villagers." Subaru told him there was no need to be so polite. "I only did what anyone would have done." Subaru knew of Peleus too. He was the symbol of the village, a knight who dared face giants head-on. Peleus said that during a scouting mission, they had discovered the giant leader, and this time they had decided to settle things once and for all. Then the two men bowed to Subaru, hoping he would lend them his aid, even if it meant dying for it. In truth, they did not need to say that. Subaru had to kill the giants anyway if he wanted to clear the mission. Even the chat sighed, "Peleus, don't die. He's one of the rare good people. Hope Subaru can save him." Of course Subaru saw those comments. They were all spoiling things, because the story had already been written. If Subaru remembered correctly, Peleus was supposed to die in the next stage. Subaru slowly extended his hand, and the gesture left Peleus both surprised and delighted. Subaru told him to raise his head. "I'll help you. Let's make a promise. Until all the giants are dead, none of us dies." Peleus thanked him repeatedly. "With you joining us, the plan will definitely go much more smoothly." System prompt, Stage 5 begins. Mission name, Survival. Very soon, their large force set out, and by rough estimate, the marching party was close to 100 men. But at this moment, Subaru's gaze was stuck to the live stream. At first he could still make out the comments, but once the viewer count rose, the chat turned into a runaway scroll wheel, and there was no way to communicate anymore. Suddenly, Peleus in front raised his hand, signaling the whole team to stop. The scar-faced man pointed at the giant ahead. "It's been wandering around here all day, like it's not afraid of us noticing at all." The thing before them was the giant leader, and one look at its size told them it would be difficult to handle. Peleus began assigning roles. He would draw its attention, and Subaru would be arranged to launch a sneak attack from behind. But Subaru directly placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to wait. Subaru told Peleus to stay alert. "Something's wrong. This feels like a trap." That leader in front of them was clearly bait. There were absolutely not just 10 giants nearby. The moment he finished speaking, violent tremors came from underground. Everyone's faces changed instantly. They were surrounded. Subaru also fully confirmed it. The leader up ahead was the trap meant to lure them in. In the next moment, the leader suddenly opened its eyes wide, its enormous eyeballs locking onto them. Immediately after, giants began appearing one after another beside it, bursting up from underground. From the very beginning, they had never been able to get close to the leader. The moment anyone approached, the giant horde would reveal itself. And there were absurdly too many of them, far beyond what their force could withstand head-on. Peleus's face went deathly pale. He had thought this was an opportunity, but instead he had dragged everyone into a dead end. After the white giants appeared, they began tearing through the soldiers in a slaughter. Some tried to fight, but more had already had all courage sucked out of them by fear. The man who had just been shouting was torn apart alive by a white giant on the spot. That sight crushed everyone's hearts. The giant split its mouth in a grotesque grin. "And lowly humans like you wanted to ambush us? Ridiculous." Peleus roared, "Everyone, retreat to the foot of the mountain." The team immediately collapsed into flight, with no one caring about anything else. Life was what mattered most. The white giants let out a unified roar at the sky. They were excited. They could finally toy with humans again. Before long, the team suffered more casualties. Someone wanted to run back and save a companion, but 2 others held him back desperately. "Calm down. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." During that delay alone, the white giants were already right in front of them. Peleus shouted, "All of you, go. We'll hold them here. This is an order, full retreat." He forced them to think of the people waiting for them at home, to think of this village. "This isn't the end. We'll regroup and come back again." Those words pulled a little reason back into them, and they fled down the mountain in panic. On the mountain, only the scar-faced man and Peleus remained, but Peleus insisted that the scar-faced man leave. The team would still have to rely on him in the future. Just then, Subaru slowly walked toward them. Peleus froze. He shouted to Subaru, "Brother, you go too. Go back, rebuild order, and face the giants again later. I'll hold them here." But Subaru drew his sword. "That line just now was mine. You and the Scarface go. Leave this place to me." Subaru pressed again. "I finished speaking. So why are you still not running?" Peleus could not understand at all. Subaru simply made it brutally clear. If you stay here, I can't fight freely. You're in the way. If you don't leave, then we'll die here together. Peleus was too loyal to abandon an outsider and escape alone. Subaru's voice turned even colder. Don't make me say it a third time. If you stay, you'll only get me killed too. At last, Peleus gritted his teeth and turned to run. I'll gather the remaining men. You absolutely have to hold on until I come back. That was exactly what Subaru wanted. Once Peleus left, he could avoid the death trap originally waiting for him, and Subaru could also kill without restraint. As he ran, Peleus kept looking back. Brother, I owe you my life. Hold on for me. I'll definitely come back and save you. And the giant horde also began pressing forward, lines of golden light rising across their bodies. Subaru charged straight at them, activating two major skills at once. When one giant was about to catch up to Peleus, Subaru accelerated once more. Your opponent is me. Without my permission, you're not allowed to leave. In the next second, he directly cut off that giant's leg, making sure it could never catch up again. Subaru began continuously weakening their speed, severing the legs of the foremost giants one by one. The advance of the giant horde was forcibly pinned down by him. The white giants had never expected that one tiny human could deal this kind of damage. In only a short while, he had already killed 2 giants and gained 20 achievement points. Even though this was only a trial, he still was not quite used to this feeling of being left alone. He began remembering the tacit coordination he once had while fighting side by side with his teammates. Meanwhile, Peleus was racing madly back toward the village, preparing to gather reinforcements. As he ran, he suddenly stopped. There were no pursuers behind him. Could it be that all those white giants had been held back by Subaru alone? Unwillingness surged up in him, and he gritted his teeth and sped up. He had to bring people back to save Subaru as quickly as possible, at the very least to help him hold on until he arrived. What he did not know was that, although it looked as if Subaru had been trapped in a siege, in reality it was Subaru alone who had surrounded all of them. The chat felt Subaru was completely insane. They had never seen a fight like this before. It was practically suicidal. What was more, there was no way the combat power of Peleus's village could arrive in time to support him. But now, aside from Subaru, even Peleus and his subordinates, who had originally been fated to die, might survive under Subaru's influence. Very soon, 2 white giants threw punches at Subaru. Subaru assumed an attacking stance. The moment the fists fell, he sidestepped and at the same time slashed open the chest of one of them. Immediately after, he made a huge lateral step and severed the other one's leg. If he wanted to win easily, he had to limit their movement first. With Subaru's damage output now, killing one with a single sword strike was no longer difficult. The real problem was, how long could he rely on the sword? So his first objective was to lock onto the leader. Only once the leader fell would this truly be over. Subaru stepped onto a giant's shoulder and swept his gaze around, searching for the leader's position. With a casual slash, he split open the head of the giant beneath him and gained another 10 points. He was moving faster and faster now, and no longer had time to deal with the lesser mobs. He had to find the leader as soon as possible. At that moment, one giant was rather cunning and opened its huge mouth, waiting for Subaru to jump in. But what it got instead was Subaru planting a foot on its face. Subaru repeatedly stepped on the giants' faces, borrowing force to shift and leap continuously. That posture of daring to charge, daring to fight, daring to wager his life made even the people in the live stream suck in cold breaths. The streamer is too ruthless. One wrong step and he'd die. Aerial combat is Subaru's trademark, and now here comes another one. System prompt. Wedge of Greed is resisting the backlash of the unnamed demonic blade. Users' HP and mental power are recovering. Subaru was delighted. His stamina consumption had not changed, but his recovery had finally begun catching up. Equipment really could change the course of battle. He had not yet reached his limit. He had to kill the leader before he did. Very soon, Subaru locked onto the leader's position ahead. If he got just a little closer, he would be able to kill it. But at that moment, the leader revealed a chilling smile. That smile made Subaru's heart tense. In the next second, the leader began its counterattack. If he could not finish it in one burst, then the one who would die would be Subaru. Its attack rapidly finished charging. If that weapon struck him, Subaru would be turned straight into minced flesh. For the first time, Subaru felt uncertain, and inwardly suppressed his panic in a low voice. It has to work. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers without hesitation. System prompt. One usage of Thunder Magic Release has been successfully consumed. Immediately after, golden light crawled over his body. There's only one chance, so let thunder ring across the battlefield. In the next second, countless bolts of lightning burst out from Subaru's body. The white giants felt their eyes stabbed with pain, and the peals of thunder shook their eardrums to the point of splitting. Even the leader was the same, the pain in both ears almost driving it mad. It cursed furiously, damned human. But just then, Subaru had already arrived above its head. To be safe, He let the unnamed demonic blade continue devouring his stamina, pushing its power to the maximum. He converted every bit of the remaining stamina in his body into strength and poured it all into the edge of the sword. With a wet sound, he dealt the leader a heavy, crippling blow in one slash. The leader's life force rapidly declined. 2 more strikes would finish it. The leader had never imagined that it would die at the hands of a weak human. Subaru seized the opening and stabbed 3 more times in succession. With a heavy thud, the giant leader finally collapsed. System prompt: Stage 5 survival mode cleared. Extraordinary achievement attained. Subaru leveled up, and his strength and agility increased accordingly. Besides that, vitality +2 and mana +1. The live stream went wild. They were seeing someone clear this floor for the first time. If the streamer had not started broadcasting from the 2nd floor, they might never have seen it in their entire lives. Some people also felt a chill. This might not be good news. He had defeated something that was never supposed to be defeated. If this were a manga protagonist, this would be where a cool final shot should close the scene, but reality was not like that. Lightning still flickered across the sky, but it was only ordinary storm weather. The giants ahead recovered from the lightning shock. What Subaru had to face next was their counterattack. Subaru lowered his head to look at the demonic blade in his hand. Wedge of Greed had not been able to completely suppress the weakening effect of the unnamed demonic blade. He leapt down from the leader's head, since this was a dead end, then he would just keep killing. Even if he cleared this stage, the monsters would not disappear. The monsters had to wait until the trial itself ended before they would vanish. He had used this mechanic before, but he had not expected the backlash to fall onto himself this time. The corners of his mouth kept bleeding, and the power inside his body felt as if it were running dry. The white giants also saw through his weakness, and cruel smiles appeared on their faces. But dramatically enough, the sky, which had been gloomy just moments ago, suddenly gained several thicker bolts of lightning. In the next second, all the lightning struck toward the same direction. Subaru suddenly felt his entire body filled to the brim with power. Every one of those bolts had struck him. At that moment, he seemed like a god of thunder descending. Even just standing there, the pressure exploding from him was almost no less than the state he had just been in while consuming his skill. While Subaru was locked in fierce battle with the white giants, in that hut in the forest, a woman sat at the doorway, staring at a live stream. Her face had been dark the whole time, yet another little brat was cashing in on Subaru's fame. Suddenly, Shu also walked out of the hut. With confusion in his voice, he asked, "Why are you sitting out here?" The woman said flatly, "The sunlight is good today. Only like this does it count as truly enjoying time." Shu lowered his voice. "This all needs to end." The woman said, "Yes, within a year at most." Shu instantly got angry. "What do you mean, at most a year? What exactly are you talking about? Why do you always act like this whenever things get serious?" The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt, so he simply walked over to her side to see what she was staring at. The woman explained that she was watching a new streamer who called himself Subaru. Hearing Subaru's name, Shu's heart jolted. "Boss, came back?" The woman told him not to get excited. This was obviously not that Subaru. It was just a streamer borrowing Subaru's name while challenging a trial. The woman added, "You understand it too, don't you? If Subaru had really survived that crisis, then Itsuki would have disappeared long ago. How could he have hidden for so many years? Whether she wanted to admit it or not, she had to. Subaru had most likely died. Exactly when are you going to accept that?" Shu turned away directly, unwilling to continue. "That's enough for today. Don't talk to me about this again." No matter what, he refused to believe Subaru was dead. The woman shouted, suppressing her anger, "How long are you going to keep hiding in that child's shadow? It's time to move on." Shu turned back and shot a question at her. "What about you? Have you really let go?" He snatched the phone from her hand. "If you really had, then you wouldn't be checking Subaru streams every day." He held the phone up in front of her, and the woman still tried to explain, "I'm just passing the time." But in the next second, her whole body froze. "That's impossible." Shu also could not help glancing at it. "You still like watching streams even now? Let me see what kind of person this is." With that one look, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The second one had appeared. At the same time, the thunder art inside Subaru continued to surge outward. None of the white giants could get close to him. Not only that, their bodies were also being continuously scorched by the thunder art. Gradually, the thunder art inside Subaru settled down. This meant he had completely mastered it. The live stream lost control completely. A second Subaru is going to be born today? Only then did they realize, to obtain the thunder skill, he had to kill that enormous leader. Listening to the discussion in the chat, Subaru's eyes grew more wary. This was not a place where they should be learning this. The system panel prompted, "The lightning skill requires HP and MP to activate. It can be upgraded by collecting thunder fragments." But for Subaru, being able to stay alive now was already lucky enough, and the timing of the trial being interrupted was just right as well. Immediately after, the system popped up 2 notifications in succession. He had received 5,000 and 7,000 credit points. Those points were all donations from viewers based on completed tasks. At this moment, the total number of points in his possession had already exceeded 20,000. He had heard that one should put on a thank you performance after receiving tips, so he chose to continue the trial. Ahead, the giant horde surged toward Subaru like a flood. Subaru's gaze turned cold and hard. Today, he would let them witness that thing. In the next second, he directly spent 20,000 credit points to raise the level of Wedge of Greed. The instant the upgrade was complete, he clearly felt it. The backlash was being reversed, and was even beginning to turn into a buff. He almost wanted that power to fill his entire body on the spot. And at this moment, he had already compressed all the lightning into his right hand. He could have stopped here, but he wanted to indulge himself once. In the next moment, Subaru suddenly stepped forward and faced the giants head-on, without the slightest intention of retreating. The giants ahead showed smug smiles, but they did not know. They had already entered the countdown to their deaths. Immediately after, Subaru poured all the lightning into the sword body. System prompt: lightning has been infused into the unnamed demonic blade. Subaru laughed aloud. The timing's perfect. Now let's see whether you can withstand this slash. As the blade light fell, a scarlet sharp radiance burst outward ahead. That one strike directly cut all the frontline giants in half at the waist before they could even try to block. And that slash still did not stop. It kept pushing forward. Sword energy could not turn, but this strike had been a horizontal sweep. The giants in front had nowhere to run. 10 seconds later, the red glow around Subaru slowly dispersed. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, he had gone too hard just now and drained all his strength. He should have saved a little energy to pull back, but now he might not even be able to walk. But fortunately, after that strike, the giants had all become corpses. Subaru drove the longsword fiercely into the ground and only then barely managed to support himself in a kneeling posture without collapsing. At the same time, a patch of shadow appeared behind him. It was the scar-faced man and the others, who had returned after leaving. They had indeed kept their promise and come back to save him. When Peleus saw the scene before him, he froze, his eyes full of disbelief. In the next second, he rushed in front of Subaru. "Benefactor, are you alright?" Hearing the voice, Subaru turned back. "That's good, they really came." The moment those words fell, his mind spun with dizziness. His vision quickly blurred. He was about to lose consciousness. But Peleus really is an idiot. He actually turned back. If I hadn't killed all these giants, wouldn't they all have died here? Meanwhile, inside the guild building, 2 people stared nervously at Wika. After seeing Subaru clear the stage, Wika said nothing, sat on the sofa, and covered her face with both hands. Her partner asked the supervisor, was he really worth going this far for? "Don't ask me. I don't understand women's hearts." Wika's body trembled slightly as she said in a low voice, "It's over. I think I've fallen in love." A few years ago, when she had still been a little girl, she had felt this once before. The moment she thought of the message she had just sent Subaru, she began to get nervous. Was it too cold? Did it sound too official? Should she have added some more human-sounding words so the chance of a reply would be higher? Her partner was speechless. That message just now was official business. Do you actually like him or what? Just say it clearly. The boss was equally speechless. You kept insisting on recruiting him into the guild. Don't tell me it was because you want to pursue him? Wika explained with a red face. I can't control it. Before becoming his manager, I was already his die-hard fan. And I already told you, signing him would absolutely not be a loss. I can guarantee that. Think about it. The power of thunder that only Subaru could control is now in his hands, which means he might be the second Subaru. Her partner could not care less about any of that. As long as his salary was safe, that was enough for him. The boss also nodded in satisfaction. No wonder no one else could learn it. He has to be watched closely. Her partner's phone suddenly rang, and Wika's heart leaped. Had Subaru replied? And indeed that was the case. Subaru had read their message. But in the next second, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Read, but no reply. Wika froze completely, as if she had stopped breathing. He actually died standing up. First time I've seen that. Should we buy her a coffin? Probably not. At the same time, in any sports room, a player who specialized in analyzing hunter combat was streaming. He had secured his position by defeating countless rivals through sharp insight and hardcore commentary. His name was Hawkeyes. Hawkeyes had watched footage of many competitors and given sharp analyses, including Amon, a dark horse who had burst onto the scene and torn through the tower at astonishing speed, even being called the second Subaru. Even Itsuki, the former member of Blue Eyes, was on his list. Now he fights as Earth's representative player, so the pressure on his shoulders must be immense. Today we'll break down his skills. Of course, the legendary Subaru, who transcends eras, won't be absent either. No matter what anyone says, lightning belongs to that man. But when you think of a name no hunter could ever catch up to, who comes to mind? At this moment, the one occupying everyone's mind is probably only him, Subaru. Today, Hawkeyes was preparing to use Hawkeye's lock-on to dig deep into the hottest current player, Subaru. Someone in the chat questioned whether he was just chasing hype, that newbie has only just reached the second floor. But Hawkeye said that beginners deserved a chance too, and people should not kill them with criticism right away. Being a streamer was hard. He clicked into Subaru's page, pulled up the stream footage, and blurted out, "This is insane. What on earth is happening right now?" After watching all the footage, sweat had formed on his forehead. That concentration was terrifying. He had just learned the skill, yet he could already use it to this extent. It did not seem human at all. Even more outrageous was that he could tell Subaru was controlling the skill by injecting only exactly the amount of energy needed, not wasting even a trace of power. To do that required ultimate microcontrol and judgment, and throughout the entire battle, he had not made a single mistake. In the end, he gave his evaluation. This guy will definitely become a major figure. From now on, I'll be keeping my eyes on him. Everyone was waiting for this newcomer to grow. Once he reached the 10th floor, maybe he could even form a party, and among everyone in the livestream, fewer than 10 people could actually understand that battle. Just then, one comment entered Hawkeye's site. No final review this time? He had almost forgotten. When he evaluated hunters, he always did a final review, meaning he judged their upper limit. But this time, he gave a completely different conclusion. Based on the control he had shown so far, this newcomer had already surpassed Subaru at his peak. Elsewhere, Subaru abruptly opened his eyes in the middle of unconsciousness. He sat up at once, not expecting that he had actually fallen into deep sleep. Fortunately, a system prompt appeared. Stage 6 has begun, and fatigue has been restored. Pause the trial? There were two necessary conditions for pausing a trial. First, the previous stage had to be completed while the next stage had not yet begun. Second, fatigue had to be fully restored. After that, Subaru reopened his live stream on his phone. But he had not expected that the stream would already have over 700 viewers. He had no idea when it had grown to so many. Facing the camera, Subaru spoke. "Sorry, I need to rest for a day. Next stream, see you the day after tomorrow." Immediately after, the viewers received a prompt. Subaru has ended the live stream. As a blue light descended, Subaru's body vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he had arrived in a vast white area. This was the judgment waiting room. Directly in front of him stood a door in silence. But Subaru did not hurry over. Instead, he first opened his back-end messages and saw a cooperation invitation sent by a streaming guild. Subaru slowly removed his mask, thinking it was just junk mail. But in the next second, he froze. It seemed to be from the biggest entertainment company of all. 2 hours later, Subaru arrived at this cafe. He casually found a seat and sat down, then began looking into the company's background. It was a massive entertainment company whose executives invested money to push streamers into rapid growth. He had never expected the world to become like this. Even a company like this had appeared, and on such an absurd scale. Another pop-up appeared on his phone, the content chaotic like spam flooding in. Hawkeye's next target was the newcomer Subaru, and rumor had it that his control had already surpassed the original. Looks like that guy Hawkeye's is mixed up with Azure Sky too. He had always been blunt and never pulled punches. But from Subaru's perspective, Hawkeye's really did have a sharp eye for people. He had actually locked onto him at first glance. Just then, another set of footsteps entered the cafe. The newcomer had also seen Hawkeye's buzz, and felt even more irritated, muttering a few curses under his breath. Because Hawkeye's had commented on him, in terms of control alone, he might already have surpassed Subaru at his peak. That line made the man extremely uncomfortable. Give me a break. He's just a newbie who barely made it to the second floor. After reading that sentence, he was both furious and disdainful, even feeling that Hawkeye's had gone blind. Once he cleared the second floor, he would go dig Hawkeye's eyes out. Immediately after, he spat a mouthful of phlegm viciously onto the floor. For him, today had already been bad enough. But after entering, he found out it could get even worse, because he saw an old acquaintance. At this moment, Subaru had not noticed his arrival, and even if he had, he would not have cared. But that man felt like he was cursed, running into Subaru wherever he went, opening his phone and seeing Subaru again, irritated to the point of exploding. So the more he looked at Subaru, the more unpleasant he found him, and he wanted to use him as an outlet. There happened to be an empty seat next to Subaru, so he walked straight over. This guy did not behave himself at all. With one shove of his elbow, he spilled coffee directly all over Subaru. Subaru immediately stood up. "What's your problem? Are you blind?" He looked closely and saw that it was Isaac. This guy was back to picking a fight again? But Subaru did not have time to waste on him now. "Well, if it isn't adorable Subaru. I keep running into you lately. Looks like this floor is truly pathetically small." Subaru merely glanced at him once, then continued fiddling with his phone, preparing to leave. As he stood up to go, Isaac said in a mocking tone, "Want me to buy you a new cup? You're always broke anyway, so you should be grateful to me, right?" Subaru ignored him directly. That instantly made fury flare in Isaac's eyes. In his mind, Subaru was just a nobody, yet that nobody dared look down on him. When Subaru reached the door, Isaac called out to stop him. "Did I say you could leave?" Subaru turned and stared at him. "Do you need something else? If not, don't waste my time." That sentence lit Isaac up completely, and he grabbed Subaru by the collar. "Don't get too cocky. Wipe that smug look off your face. Otherwise I'll beat you so hard your teeth scatter all over the floor, just like I used to crush you before." Subaru quietly said, "Sorry." At the same time, he placed a hand on Isaac's wrist. With a flex of his arm, he flung Isaac's hand away. "I don't have time to play with you. If you want trouble, go find someone else." Isaac's heart jolted. Had this guy's grip always been this absurdly strong? His hand was still trembling from the force. Subaru stopped bothering with him and turned to leave. "As for hurting your hand just now, let's call that compensation for my coffee." That line twisted Isaac's expression with rage. "When did you get this arrogant? Get back here." The only reply he got was the sound of Subaru closing the door. Isaac let out a long breath. He had originally wanted to climb the tower quietly this time, but now he was truly enraged. "Looks like if I don't beat the hell out of you, you won't know who I am. Not just you, but that new streamer too. You two Subarus are seriously going to piss me to death." After leaving the cafe, Subaru suddenly remembered something. He still had not replied to that entertainment company. Thinking of it, he immediately sent a reply to the guild. "We'll be meeting very soon." Not long after, Subaru headed for the dungeon and arrived at the room where the exiled lizard boss was hiding. His wedge of greed was still resisting the backlash of the unnamed demonic blade, and his body was also adapting to that impact little by little. Above his head, a little flame suddenly appeared. The flame rapidly swelled, and it was actually the exiled lizard boss itself. Other hunters called it the demon lizard. The demon lizard looked as if it had smelled something delicious, saliva dripping continuously from the corners of its mouth. To avoid an accident like last time, once he truly mastered lightning, he had to run a test, and he would use this exiled lizard as the trial target. Facing this lizard, Subaru decided to use 90% of his power and see whether he could kill it in one blow. In the next second, his feet burst with force, and golden lightning exploded beneath them. Immediately after, he leapt up and met the demon lizard head-on. For Subaru, killing it was not difficult. He had killed this kind of monster too many times before. The demon lizard opened its huge mouth, and fire magic began gathering inside. In the next second, a massive fireball blasted straight toward him. But there was not the slightest retreat in Subaru's eyes. He pressed the power of lightning into the sword, making every slash deadlier. System prompt: lightning has been infused into the unnamed demonic blade. In the next second, Subaru cleaved apart its fire attack with one strike. System prompt: wedge of greed is resisting lightning backlash, resistance failed, skill level is rising. And at this moment, Subaru had already arrived directly above the demon lizard. He poured all the power in his body into his arm. This strike would be fatal. In an instant, the demon lizard's body was split cleanly in two by the lightning slash. After successfully killing the exiled lizard, his level and all his attributes rose, and his mana also recovered. Just as he finished dealing with the loot and was preparing to leave, a figure appeared in front of him. Subaru's eyes instantly turned cold. This person carried killing intent. The man slowly approached and stopped in front of him. "So late, and you're still hanging around here, planning to go out hunting?" The one blocking Subaru's way was Isaac. Subaru only felt that this guy was stubborn to a frightening degree, actually following him all the way here just to make trouble. Isaac had originally wondered whether he should just let it go, but the more he thought about it, the more suffocated with anger he felt, and in the end he still came after Subaru. Isaac spoke. "How about we settle this today?" Subaru sneered inwardly. "Settle it? How exactly did you plan to settle it?" At the same time, elsewhere, Hawkeyes walked into a shop. As soon as he entered, someone raised a hand to signal to him. That person was the guild president. Hawkeyes had been called here this time precisely to get a clear reading on Subaru. Hawkeyes laughed. "Long time no see. How have your stream numbers been lately?" Hawkeye said things had been average recently, and almost all his viewers were familiar old faces, so the numbers had not risen much. The president took a sip of tea. In truth, that was the most stable state, and stable things did not fall easily. Hawkeyes urged him to get to the point. He was busy, not here to drink tea with the president. The president asked directly, "That Subaru you commented on yesterday, were you serious about all that?" Hawkeyes was a little surprised. "You came to ask about that newcomer? Then I'll say the same thing again. Purely in terms of talent, he's stronger than Subaru at his peak. But whether he can truly climb to another height, that's hard to say. You know what I mean, right?" The president nodded. Looks like there really is a need to recruit him into the streaming guild. The moment he said that, even Hawkeye's could not help being startled. Boss really does have a vicious eye. If you ask me, before he completely blows up, hurry and poach him over. Let him name his conditions. The president agreed as well. Hearing Hawkeye's put it that way, he could no longer stay calm. And the president's first step was this: once Subaru joined the guild, he would arrange for him to collaborate with Hawkeye's. Only by pushing up his fame and popularity could the guild reap greater profits. Meanwhile, in the forest, Isaac was still roaring. Now it's just the two of us. Don't even think about running away today. Subaru nodded. Yes, it's just the two of us. So what exactly do you want? What Isaac wanted to tell Subaru was his purpose in coming here: to smash to pieces that smug, out-of-control look on Subaru's face. He pressed closer, continuing to sneer. A guy like you who climbed this far on luck. Don't tell me you actually think you've become Subaru. You want to learn lightning like that streamer too? Then he tensed his fingers and cursed through gritted teeth. That bastard Subaru. If he's dead, then he should stay in his grave and rot obediently. People like you really disgust me. Subaru did not understand why this guy hated Subaru to such an extent. More ironically, even Subaru himself had never imagined that he would arrive in an era filled everywhere with fake Subarus. At that moment Subaru spoke. I want to ask you something. Why do you hate me? Just because my name is Subaru? If it's only because of the name, then why do you hate it so much? Clearly a lot of people like that name. After hearing Subaru's question, Isaac's expression visibly faltered. Then he asked coldly, do you know who my father is? He is Reinhardt, a high-level player on the 9th floor. Hearing that name, Subaru's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart thudded hard. He knew that man all too well. Back then he had been on the 9th floor, and he had even crossed swords with Reinhardt, a swordsman known for his one-hit kill. What shocked everyone even more was this: at the time, Subaru defeated him with a single strike. As a powerhouse of the 9th floor, how could he possibly accept being defeated in one strike? From start to finish, it had taken only 3 seconds. The moment Subaru spoke that name aloud, Isaac completely exploded. You don't have the right to say my father's name directly. Only then did Subaru finally understand. So the reason you hate me is because of that one-hit kill, swordsman. But have you ever thought about it? How much pain I suffered because of that? Under your torment, I almost died once. 2 fireballs instantly condensed in Isaac's hands. Shut your mouth. Say one more word and I'll kill you. The flames spread continuously, completely sealing off Subaru's retreat behind him. Subaru sighed inwardly. There was no avoiding it now. And he could feel it. Isaac was serious. He truly wanted to kill. Sure enough, Isaac roared. I'll bury you in the sea of fire. The lizardman's lair will be your grave. I'm sick to death of the name Subaru, and of that blue-eyed squad of his too. A bunch of trash who all died with him in the end anyway. The moment he heard that, Subaru's chest tightened instantly. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting his teammates, not allowed. In Isaac's eyes, the deaths of the Blue Eyes members were deserved. At that thought, he even felt a little exhilarated. Those people must be paying for themselves somewhere in some corner of hell. In the next moment, he threw out a fireball. Your name is Subaru too, so go die together with him. With a boom, the flames surged skyward with terrifying force. After using his strongest blow, Isaac let out a long breath. He covered his face, as though regretting it. He had been wrong, he had underestimated himself, and had actually wiped Subaru out with one move. But when he lowered his hand, satisfaction appeared on his face instead. Now that I've dealt with you, next I'll go find that masked brat. Yet Subaru's voice suddenly exploded in his mind. By mask, do you mean this one? There in the depths of the smoke, Subaru's figure stood straight and upright. And at this moment, he had already put on the mask, becoming the true Subaru. Isaac could not believe it. You actually blocked my attack with your bare hands? That figure before the sea of fire looked like a god of slaughter descending. Instinctively, he felt something was wrong. The person in front of him was absolutely not the Subaru he had known before. But in the instant he lost focus, lightning gathered beneath Subaru's feet. In the blink of an eye, Subaru vanished from where he stood. In the next second, he appeared in front of Isaac at the limit of speed. And then Subaru slammed a fist brutally into his abdomen. The force of that punch made Isaac's pupils widen. How could he be this strong? After taking that punch, Isaac dropped heavily to his knees. In the next instant, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Subaru looked down at him from above. When someone destroys them, I lose control. Isaac still could not believe it. How are you here? He refused to accept that Subaru had become this strong. At that moment, Subaru slowly removed the mask. That blow just now was only a surprise test. Who do you think is standing in front of you? The crying Subaru you used to bully? That streamer Subaru wearing a mask? Or Blue Eyes Subaru? A sneer squeezed out from the corner of Isaac's mouth. Cut the crap. Are you trying to say you're that streamer Subaru? Even now, he still looked down on Subaru. Don't joke around. Lightning isn't anything special. If trash like you can learn it, then I can learn it too. In the next second, flames silently condensed in his hand. "You don't really think that with this little bit of skill, you can beat me, do you?" Subaru only found his stubbornness laughable. The facts were right in front of him, and he was still denying them. As he spoke, the flames in Isaac's palm grew denser and denser. He was going to grab Subaru in one move and crush him to death completely. But what he had not expected was this. In barely a second, his hand flew into the air. Subaru's lightning flash had directly severed his arm. The moment he saw that, Isaac turned ice-cold all over, his soul itself trembling. In truth, from the moment he insulted Subaru's companions, he had already been doomed to die. The fact that Subaru had been willing to listen to his nonsense this long was already the last mercy. He could not understand the meaning in Subaru's words. He could not understand the meaning in Subaru's words. He chewed over them again and again, and finally forced out a terrifying guess. The person before him was absolutely not the Subaru from before. From when exactly had this guy become someone else? He could not find the answer. But at least now Isaac understood one thing. The one standing before him was Blue Eyes Subaru. But why exactly? Why would someone who should have died appear inside another person's body? In the next second, Subaru brought down his blade. After listening to the last few words from Isaac that could barely count as decent, he cleanly ended his life. Game time is over. After doing all of that, Subaru turned and slowly walked away. What he had done to Isaac today already counted as service beyond what was required. Not just anyone was worthy of treatment like this. After Isaac fell, Subaru said quietly to himself, "Let this life count as payment for borrowing this body." 2 hours later, in a restaurant, the staff were all staring at Subaru with looks of disbelief. What exactly is this guy doing? Dressed like this, he looks like some crazed Subaru fan. Subaru had one principle. Streamer Subaru could not show his face, and under no circumstances could his opponents be allowed to know what he looked like. That was a huge advantage. A moment later, a woman also walked into the restaurant. "Sorry to keep you waiting." She was visibly nervous. "I'm the one who contacted you. I'm Wika from the Streaming Guild, and also your future manager." Subaru immediately stood up to greet her. "I'm the new streamer Subaru." Wika was obviously very happy after seeing him. She leaned in to look Subaru over, and grew even more excited inside. Too similar. Practically identical. Looks like he really survived from 20 years ago, and he's covering his face with a mask for a reason. If he doesn't say it, I won't expose it. Subaru asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" She quickly replied, No, nothing. Let's continue discussing business." The president had warned her before. Whether she could win his trust on the first meeting was crucial, and no matter what she did, she absolutely could not seem unreliable. But she felt she had already messed up the moment they met. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, her fingers almost clawing her hair into a mess. To keep things from getting awkward, Wika hurriedly changed the subject. "Were you a Subaru fan before too?" Subaru nodded. "Yes, I'm a die-hard fan, but I'm not the real one, so you can relax." But it was as if she had not heard him. "I'm a die-hard Subaru fan too. And now, I'm your fan too." Then Subaru heard her pour out a huge stream of words in one breath. "I've been watching ever since your job hunting stream started. I may even have been your first viewer. The first time you soloed the one-eyed bats, clearing Greg's trial. That match where you chose a fair duel instead of taking the easy route. My palms were sweating when you faced the Titan fragment, but you instantly beat the giant with your movement. That moment was so satisfying." Subaru felt his scalp go numb. She was not just a viewer, she was more like an extremely high-intensity stalker, remembering things more clearly than he did himself. Subaru forced a dry laugh. "So when I still had 0 viewers, you were already in my stream staring at me? Honestly, that's a little weird." "I think it's weird too, but maybe that's fate. So I ran straight to company headquarters and begged them to sign you." That part just now had been a fan confession. Now she switched into a professional tone. She had to gain Subaru's trust first. She had already prepared the contract, and she knew he was very busy, so she went straight to the point. Commercial advertisements, event streams, highlight clips, everything the Subaru brand could be expanded into, the company would help Subaru develop. Subaru asked directly, "Then what do I need to do?" She answered, "Just keep streaming as usual. You don't need to worry about anything else." Subaru found that absurd. Were guilds all this indulgent towards streamers? But after thinking about it, it made sense. He had mastered thunder magic, so naturally his treatment would be different. And it was not just their department. Even the company's upper management thought very highly of him. Subaru asked one more thing. Were all managers like her? Wika was a little embarrassed. "The others are more professional than I am, and more reliable too. Of course, I'm not saying I'm unprofessional." That was not actually what Subaru meant. He just felt that Wika's aura did not resemble that of an ordinary hunter. Could the overall level of hunters now really be so high that even someone like this was working as a manager? That also meant that from now on, the opponent Subaru would face would only grow stronger. He had no time to rest and had to keep accelerating. Wika, meanwhile, was still blaming herself. Had she made him think she was unreliable? What if Subaru refused? If it came to that, would she have to force the contract through on sheer willpower? At that moment, Subaru slowly extended his hand. I can tell that you're trustworthy. I agree to join you. I look forward to working together. Wika nearly burst into tears on the spot. This was the first time she had been trusted so quickly. After the signing was finished, Subaru started streaming again the very next day, preparing to enter the trial. But not long after, he discovered that the stream already had 700 viewers. Subaru froze. He had only just gone live, so how had so many people suddenly appeared? Was the guild promoting him? The truth was exactly what he suspected. Wika had frantically mobilized her friends and relatives to share the stream, and had even pulled internal company staff into helping promote it. Subaru let out a light laugh. Choosing their guild really had been the right decision. Then let the game begin. The legendary stage was about to begin. The legendary stage was about to begin. At that moment, a suppressed and restless sigh came from inside a tent. More than a dozen figures had already gathered there. These people were the Scar-Faced Man, Peleus, and the others, all assembled here to discuss how to subjugate the giants. Peleus asked the Scar-Faced Man whether their benefactor had arrived yet. The Scar-Faced Man said not yet. Very soon, someone voiced out. Was it really wise to place their hopes on someone who was not even a knight? They all felt that Subaru could not possibly kill the giants. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, they might very well be getting deceived. Peleus roared, "All of you, shut up. What right do you have to question our benefactor?" Just then, a familiar voice sounded. "Sir Peleus." Looking up, they saw Subaru standing right outside the tent. Peleus immediately went up to him. "Have your injuries recovered?" Subaru said there was no serious problem anymore, and that he did not need support and could move normally. Someone stared at Subaru with a complicated expression. A new fan entered the live stream and commented, "So he's the one who defeated the giant leader? Honestly, he doesn't look strong at all, and that mask is way too suspicious." Subaru moved slightly and replied to him, "Sounds like you still don't believe I did it. Or maybe you just don't want to believe it." This function had been taught to him by Wika. By adopting a preset posture, he could adjust the control frequency so that only the live stream audience could hear him. He had not expected such a function to be quite useful in this kind of boring situation. Someone in the chat sent a message, "Don't get so full of yourself." After that, someone reached out, wanting to introduce himself to Subaru. The old man called himself Dale. "Pleased to meet you." Subaru responded politely and said that he had been defending the village at the time, and after that everyone had been crushed to death. And what crushed them was that thing. Hearing that thing, was there really something even more dangerous than giants? As you know, true giants are giants who once fought the gods. After they were sealed, they disappeared. And the giants seen now are mostly remnants, formed from the will and traces left behind by the original giants. But the giant that appeared after Subaru defeated the leader was different. That thing was closer to the giants of legend. The live stream began discussing it. What they're talking about can't be the monster from the 8th floor, can it? Inside the tent, everyone sank into oppression and fear, because they had absolutely no way of dealing with the newly appeared giant. Subaru said those were all minor issues. If a new enemy had appeared, then they would just kill it. Hearing that, everyone seemed to swallow a pill of reassurance, but a hater in the live stream spoke up again. "You sure are confident. When the time comes, you won't even know how you died." Sir Peleus gave a loud shout. "Then let me tell you." An ancient legend had been passed down to this day. Atop that 1,000-year mountain peak that pierced the clouds, there was said to be a fragment of lightning hidden there, and Peleus believed that only one person could find it. That person was Subaru. A village burst into raging flames, and the villagers fled in all directions for their lives. Only because before them, a group of giants was advancing. Behind the giants stood an even larger long-haired giant, declaring that he would avenge his son. After that, he grabbed one of the village soldiers. With the slightest squeeze of his fingers, he crushed the soldier to death. He swore that he would use human blood to let his son rest in peace. Not far away, Subaru stared fixedly at that figure. This thing really was different from the giants before. It was far stronger. The livestream viewers were frightened. Why is this guy so huge? Subaru pulled on the reins, his mind racing. How was he supposed to deal with it? Someone in the stream urged him to stop doing the mission. If he kept going, he would definitely die, because that giant was not something he could handle at all. He remembered Peleus's words. The giant will probably reach here in about 3 days. If by then you still haven't found Thunder, I hope you'll evacuate. That is the only way out. To ensure your safety, you must obey. Very soon, Subaru arrived at 1,000-Year Mountain. To kill the giant, lightning was indispensable. Perhaps that was the true core of this trial. Subaru was not considered top tier in strength right now, but he still firmly believed, in this tower, there is no trial I can't overcome. The moment he said it, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, how did I accidentally say one of my old catchphrases again? Sure enough, someone in the chat immediately found it familiar. They had definitely heard that line somewhere before, and it sounded very familiar. Fortunately, they did not grasp the key point. Very soon, a string of mission prompts popped up before Subaru, and people also began donating. At this moment, Subaru stood at the foot of Thousand Year Mountain. According to Peleus, the lightning fragment was hidden here. But now the problem came. How exactly was he supposed to obtain the lightning fragment? He touched the rock face of the mountain and found that its hardness far exceeded that of ordinary stone. Peleus had said before, the lightning fragment existed only in legend. It might be a power, an item, or even a person. In reality, no one knew for sure. Unfortunately, aside from knowing the mountain's location and the content of the legend, they knew nothing else. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the person who had once wielded lightning had wiped out the giants in one stroke. At the same time, Wika received a call from the guild president. She excitedly said that she had already signed the contract. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. Well done. The president told her to keep up the good work and said he would assign her some targets afterward. After hanging up, Wika happily flopped onto the bed, ready to watch Subaru's stream. Watching Subaru's streams was her favorite thing. Very soon, she opened the stream. But in the next second, she heard Subaru say, "In this tower, there is no trial I cannot overcome." Wika's heart suddenly sank. She immediately sat upright. This guy, he didn't accidentally say what was on his mind, did he? That was something that person had said 20 years ago. Now he had repeated it in front of so many people. It was too dangerous. Wouldn't this cause trouble? Meanwhile, at the foot of Thousand Year Mountain, Subaru was charged with thunder from head to toe, preparing to try the method he had just thought of. He slammed a fist into the mountain wall. Then he suddenly drew back his fist to gather strength. He poured all the power in his body into his fist and struck the mountain again, with thunder crackling nonstop in his ears. A moment later, some tiny fragments fell from the rock layers. Subaru gave a low laugh. Found it, lightning fragments. He had done this because he felt a powerful force of lightning pulling him. And the result was exactly as he had guessed. Inside the mountain, a door was hidden. The power he had sensed was behind that door. Subaru did not hesitate and stepped forward immediately. Even the livestream audience was stunned by this. They were seeing it for the first time too. Very soon, Subaru arrived beneath the stone door. He slowly pressed his hand against it. The instant his fingers touched the stone door, he felt a current respond. System prompt: lightning is being generated. At the same time, his wedge of greed was resisting the thunder recoil. At this moment, Subaru directly condensed lightning in his palm. What he wanted had to be inside that door. That earlier pulling sensation had been as if it were calling out to him. Since that was the case, then his most direct answer was to blast the door open with even stronger lightning. The thunder around Subaru surged violently and slammed into the crack of the door. Under the erosion of lightning, the stone door trembled violently. Very soon, Subaru saw a gap tear open in the seam. Sure enough, the door had been forced open by him. This trial was hidden deep. If thunder hadn't been pulling me, I would never have guessed the door was inside the mountain. Subaru lifted his foot and walked in. He would follow the path he had once walked and walked it once more through the echo of thunder. And after he stepped through the stone door, it closed again. Unless he completed the stage inside, he would absolutely not get out. At the same time, Peleus was still discussing countermeasures with several senior officers. One old man asked, "Do you really believe that person can obtain the power of thunder?" Peleus did not waver at all. He definitely can. If even he can't do it, then no one in this world can. The old man was surprised. Peleus trusted an outsider this much. Peleus explained, "He has already proven himself with his strength, so I have no reason to doubt him." But at that moment, the old man heard another voice come from the corner. "Even if he masters thunder, it won't change anything. We're all going to die." Everyone turned and saw an officer trembling in the corner. He had seen the power of that giant with his own eyes, so he was convinced no one could win. Peleus comforted him. "Don't think too much. We won't give up that easily. Believe in that man. He will definitely create a miracle." The officer completely broke down. "Easy for you to say. You have no idea how terrifying that giant is." At this moment, his fingers had already rubbed themselves raw and bloody, but he did not feel it at all. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly came from outside the tent. A violent tremor followed, making even the cups on the table shake. Very soon, a soldier rushed into the tent. Bad news, the giants had attacked. At that moment, no one in the tent could remain seated, and their faces were full of shock. Meanwhile, inside the cave. After entering the cave, Subaru raised his vigilance to the maximum. He did not know what the thing pulling him wanted him to do. He walked inside the cave for a long time, yet saw nothing. A fan in the livestream said, "It's not that there's nothing there, it's that lightning is too fast, so you can't see it." That was true. Before a discharge, lightning was only dispersed electric charge, and ordinary people could not see it at all. Even Subaru could not see it. The speed of the charge exceeded what the naked eye could catch. So Subaru slowly closed his eyes. 3 days later, Subaru felt an even stronger lightning force calling to him from deep inside the cave. He abruptly opened his eyes, and a guess rose in his mind. He bent down and picked up a stone. Immediately after, he threw the stone forward at high speed. Sure enough, just as he had expected, invisible lightning filled the air, and the farther one went inside, the stronger the reaction became. Very soon, under the compounding speed, that stone was ground directly into powder. When the livestream viewers saw this, they were all stunned. Cold sweat seeped from Subaru's forehead. The danger level exceeds expectations. Looks like this stage is testing endurance. If I can't withstand it, I'll die here. Very soon, people in the livestream began encouraging him, and someone posted a 100-point task. You have to reach the top here. Otherwise, you may lose the thunder skill you just learned. More and more viewers began supporting him, and the total mission reward points quickly piled up to 3,000. Subaru made up his mind and stepped forward, and in an instant, streaks of lightning flashed all over his body. He first thanked everyone for the rewards, then said that he would definitely complete the mission. Meanwhile, Shu was watching Subaru's stream. From the very moment Subaru went live, he had quietly slipped into the stream. Just then, the door was pushed open by a woman. Reina suddenly walked in, startling Shu so badly that he immediately closed the stream. Reina looked puzzled. Why are you hiding your phone? Don't tell me you were looking at something dirty. Shu said he was not hiding it. He had just happened to turn off the screen, and his eyes were tired too. Reina did not press much further, and even started saying weird things like quiet people grow their hair faster. Reina had been troubled lately. Ever since Shu said that line, she had been holding herself back from watching Subaru streams, and it was driving her crazy. Shu had no mood to chat with her. He only wanted to hurry back and continue watching the stream, so he asked how long she planned to stay. Reina grew even more confused. Shu had never driven her away before. Can I relax on your sofa for a bit? What was that reaction just now supposed to mean? Shu deliberately raised his voice, trying to drive her away. Reina, what are we eating tonight? Grilled fish? Or grilled meat? He was shouting like ultrasonic waves. Reina's eardrums were about to burst, but Shu kept going. Relax as much as you want. The sofa's all yours. His fingers were pressing down on the phone's volume button for dear life, afraid even the slightest bit of stream audio might leak out for her to hear. Reina felt that she was far too abnormal today, and there had to be something wrong. So she turned to leave. I'm done with you. Do whatever you want. Seeing her leave, Shu finally let out a breath of relief. He even added a fake polite line. You can stay and have some bread if you want. If you want to lie down, go ahead. But Reina could no longer be bothered with him. Reina slammed the door shut. Shu thought to himself how close that had been. He had almost been caught red-handed, so he quickly resumed watching the stream. If Reina discovered he was watching Subaru's stream, she would definitely make a huge scene, and he did not even dare imagine that kind of argument. Shu looked somewhat lonely. Even if their positions were reversed, Subaru would not have forgotten them. And the more he watched, the more he felt that this person was becoming more and more like the boss, to the frightening point that even his way of speaking and personality felt similar. There was only one difference. Desperately scrambling for points was nothing like the boss's style. The boss had never risked his life for money. At that thought, Shu gave a low laugh. Who exactly are you? Anyway, you really are too much like him. Fully focused, he failed to notice that a hand had already landed on his shoulder. He slowly turned around, never expecting Reina to suddenly double back and catch him completely off guard. Reina was staring at him with a dark expression. I knew something was wrong with you. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? If you think you can fool me, try waiting another 100 years. At the same time, every step Subaru took caused thunder to strike him on the spot. At the moment the lightning hit him, he suddenly saw a system window, progress 2.3%. This feeling was too familiar. He had handled lightning so many times that he had lost count. He took another step. Ironically, this thing was even friendly, actually displaying the goal to him directly. The livestream viewers were totally confused. Why isn't he running? Subaru said quietly that from this point on, he might not be able to keep chatting with them anymore. He advanced toward the front step by step. His reaching the end had always been inevitable. The lightning damage was indeed severe, even his palms had been burned black, but it still was not enough to stop him. At that moment, Hawkeye's was also staring at Subaru's stream. From the very second Subaru went live, Hawkeye's had not looked away once. The president had long since told Hawkeye's they had gone to great lengths to invite Subaru to collaborate with him. This was no small matter. After all, the last time President John personally stepped in to handle something had been a very, very long time ago. And John had repeatedly brought it up with Hawkeye's before too. The commercial operation of streaming could only be done halfway by one person alone. Hawkeye's had smiled at the time. Popularity would only drive certain categories of players, and players of similar types. After circling around so much, what John had really wanted to say came down to one sentence: Subaru was not really a streamer, he was a genuine hunter. Though he was a novice streamer, he was broadcasting in the style of an observer's perspective. So John believed this was an opportunity. They absolutely had to seize this comet, ride its momentum skyward, and become a star that rose alongside him. That line had indeed left Hawkeye stunned. But in the next second, golden light lit up in his eyes. The boss is right, this really is an opportunity. More than anyone else, he longed to become a star. Hawkeye wanted to hang in the galaxy above the 9 heavens like a star. From the day he entered the world of streaming, that had been his one and only dream. He instinctively reached out a hand, as if trying to confirm whether he too could stand at that kind of height. But in the next second, he suddenly came back to himself. What kind of nonsense was he thinking during work? He immediately stood up and fixed his eyes on Subaru's stream again. It would have been better if he had not looked, because the instant he did, his expression changed. Had this guy gone insane? Who gave him this much nerve? At this moment, under the crushing pressure of the lightning, Subaru had already advanced a considerable distance. During that time, his skin had been burned away piece by the lightning. His arms too were charred black. Yet even injured to this extent, Subaru still did not make a single sound. He slowly lifted his foot, preparing to take another step. The instant his foot came down heavily, countless bolts of lightning surged up from the ground and shot directly into his body. Subaru mobilized all the power in his body to resist by force. This impact was fiercer and deeper than the last wave. After a while, he finally endured it and began gasping for breath. He discovered that the stronger the lightning, the deeper it penetrated his body. Now Subaru felt it was almost enough. There was already a dangerously large amount of lightning inside his body. And he could sense that the lightning had begun to surge into the central meridians within him and every tiny branch channel. System progress bar, 20.7%. When the progress reached 1/5, his meridians were forcibly evolved by the lightning, in other words, marrow cleansing. Every time lightning passed through his meridians, part of it would remain behind, sink into his body, and become his magic power. But some of it would also escape, so he had to hold it tightly and make it completely his own power. The 2 central meridians ran through the front and back of the body. The fine channels spread across every corner of the body, and when the fine channels were opened, it meant thunder had reached every part of the body. And with this body, Subaru directly skipped the process of purifying the fine channels. He had taken a shortcut, no longer going the long way around as he once had. At this moment, blood seeped from the corner of Subaru's mouth, and he could clearly feel it. His injuries were severe. Normally he would use magic to accomplish all of this. Borrowing lightning was indeed faster, but the pain was nearly indescribable. Along the path he walked, trails of blood dragged behind him. But Subaru never looked back, only moved forward relentlessly, because he knew that before reaching the end, he could not stop. Just then, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. Elsewhere, Wika was leaning against a wall, watching the stream. Her eyes were full of worry. Just from the footage alone, she could tell how cruel this stage was. Even Wika could see that Subaru was forcibly opening his fine blood vessels. It was the first time she had ever seen someone do it this way, while moving his body, without relying on his own magic or inner force, instead prying them open by force through external power. That level of pain absolutely exceeded imagination. An ordinary person would not even be able to sit upright, and would have passed out long ago. Death in the tower would not carry over into reality, but pain was absolutely real. Wika's hands were trembling as she watched. Why was he pushing himself this far? She did not understand, but all she wanted was for Subaru to come back safely, and for his mind not to be damaged. Subaru kept receiving system prompts. Progress has reached 50, fine channels evolving, thunder power surging inside the body, mana +1. And at that very moment, a trace of sadness suddenly rose in his heart, and he thought of the arrogant self he once had been. He suddenly realized that he was almost like the murderer who had killed them with his own hands. Back when they challenged the 8th floor, he had told his teammates there was no trial he could not overcome. He had even assured them not to worry, that as long as he was there, they would definitely be safe, because the final winner would inevitably be him. And after hearing that, the team members had shown him complete, unreserved trust. Rina and Shu in front had believed him most deeply of all. They were the ones who understood him best. But if not for his arrogance, they would never have been wiped out. If he had not said those careless words back then, if his conceit had not pushed everyone forward, they would not have died. The source of the sin is me. We were never supposed to die. And Itsuki, one day, I'll flay him alive with my own hands. The moment Itsuki's face surfaced in his mind, another surge of power erupted inside Subaru, forcing him to continue forward. It's all my fault. I don't deserve to be captain. In the next second, Subaru's body crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, he was covered in wounds, his consciousness beginning to blur, and he could pass out at any time. But when he opened his eyes again, the scene before him had changed. Subaru froze. Where was this? And he seemed to have become Subaru again. He turned his head and saw a group of people camping behind him. Those people were all the Blue Eyes members from back then. Subaru suddenly shoved aside the grass and rushed over. He treated all of this as a dream. They had to still be alive. They had to still be safe and sound. Very soon, he approached the two figures at the very back. With tears in his eyes, he wanted to greet them. "How are you here? I have nightmares every day. I'm scared half to death." But the two of them turned around and said coldly, "Subaru, you were the one who drove us into a dead end." Their appearance made Subaru jolt in shock. "What happened to you?" Not just them, even the girl beside them slowly spoke. "You said so many beautiful heroic words. But why didn't you protect us? Look how miserably we died." Seeing Chino's expression, Subaru's pupils contracted violently. Flames rose from all of them as they closed in on him step by step. Subaru wanted to explain, but his throat seemed locked shut, unable to force out even half a word. At this moment, they were like evil spirits come to claim his life. Looking at their burning bodies, Subaru felt as if his heart were being torn apart. "Don't go, please don't go. Stay, okay?" He rushed forward and tried to grab them, but no matter whom he reached for, he could not hold on to anyone. Subaru dropped helplessly to his knees, his voice breaking from screaming, "Don't go. Stay. It was all my fault." With a boom, a burst of light exploded in his mind. Only then did he understand. This was the kind of illusion commonly seen when the fine channels opened, and just now he had almost suffered deviation. The system showed that progress had reached 97. Fine channel evolution in progress. Thunder has taken residence in the body, mana +1. The moment Subaru crossed through that trial, he actually felt a little like saying thank you to its designer. "Whoever designed this terrible trial, thank you for reminding me why I'm still alive. Itsuki, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I'll kill you." Elsewhere, the people below were resisting the white-haired giant. This was no longer merely a matter of defense, but of the life and death of the entire city. A gigantic figure stood before them. The moment everyone saw it clearly, their whole bodies turned cold. This was absolutely not something they could deal with. Even if all of them attacked together, they probably would only amount to food. One soldier's voice trembled. "This has to be a joke, right? So that masked guy really did run away after all?" Pelias said in a deep voice, "Our benefactor will definitely come back. There's no need for panic." Fury surged inside him. "You handed the fate of the village to a stranger whose name you don't even know, and now you still dare doubt him?" Pelias only felt ashamed. "With the likes of you, you still call yourselves knights? You're nothing but a pack of cowards afraid of dying." Someone behind him patted his shoulder. "You're right, they are a pack of cowards afraid of dying." Dale said to the crowd, before blaming others, "Remember this first, protecting the village is our responsibility." After saying that, he slowly drew his longsword. "Knights are not those who are protected. Knights are those who protect others. Anyone with courage, charge with me." In the next moment, Dale rushed out. Though aged, every step he took was as heavy as iron. Following behind him were Pelias and a group of fearless knights. Dale shouted loudly, "Today, let us die in the posture of true knights." Meanwhile, Subaru's progress had already reached 99 and was about to end. But at the same time, his body was also nearing its limit, and he was not sure whether he could endure the final 1%. In front of him floated a round bead. He did not know what it was, but judging from the progress, it was the final 1%. Very soon, Subaru's fatigue soared to 97. Once fatigue reached 100, he would die. His mask was nearly shattered, and lines of blood kept seeping from the corners of his eyes. Only one final step remained now. He absolutely could not fall here. The system issued a red warning: you must recover your stamina. Continuing to move is extremely dangerous. But Subaru ignored the warning directly and lifted his foot again, taking another step. Elsewhere, Dale stamped heavily on the ground with one foot. Today, this old knight would stand at the very front. Even if he died, he would die usefully. With that thought, strength surged into his arm. He brought his sword down across the giant's arm, and a huge spray of blood burst out on the spot. The giant screamed. As if from the moment it had been born until now, it had never suffered such a heavy wound. Immediately afterward, its attack lunged straight at Dale, but Dale calmly dodged aside. The giant's body was too large, and its movements were slow instead. Pelias charged in with sword in hand. "Dale, hold on. I'm coming to support you." With a furious roar, he poured all his strength into his blade. "Leave the rest to me." He stepped onto the monster's knee in one stride. Borrowing that force, he leapt up and charged straight for the monster's head. That was its only weak point. At this moment, Pelias looked like a knight beneath moonlight. His sword came down, hacking viciously into the monster's skull. With a flash of blade light, the monster's head fell on the spot. Its enormous body slowly collapsed. No one had expected Peleus to be this strong. With a thunderous crash, Peleus landed back on the ground as well. The knights behind him were overjoyed. As expected of Sir Peleus and Sir Dale, we finally brought it down. As they shouted, several of them rushed over and stabbed the giant's corpse wildly. Filthy monster, just die properly for me. Peleus looked at Dale. Thanks for the reminder. The most dangerous one is dead, so we can finally catch our breath. But Dale only said one word, no. His expression was grave. That's not the monster I was talking about. At this moment, a few soldiers were still mocking. So giants are only this much after all. In the next second, their smiles froze. A giant foot came down directly on one man's head. The next moment, that man's body was crushed into fragments. Peleus and Dale finally saw the newcomer clearly, and Dale spoke with extreme urgency. That's the monster I meant. Peleus's expression changed sharply. This is on a completely different level. We can't possibly beat it. Everyone, retreat. At the same time, Subaru's progress had already reached the point. Dragging his heavy steps, he finally stood before the sphere of light. The instant he grabbed the sphere, the progress jumped to 100%. I'll finish everything, then go to hell and apologize to you. I'll bring Itsuki's head and offer it as your memorial. Gradually, several bolts of lightning gathered around him, converging toward the orb. In the next second, enormous lightning directly enveloped him, even he had not expected this. After being pierced through by the lightning strike, Subaru still did not fall. It was finally over, evolution complete. But at that very moment, Subaru's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt something was wrong inside his body. When he sensed carefully, countless bolts of lightning were crashing wildly through him, as if trying to tear him apart. System notification. Fine channel evolution complete. Magic amplification rate increased by 20%. All skill activation speed increased by 20%. All attributes +2. For a moment, Subaru could not say a word. Even at the very end, it still had to hit him with one more of those. At the very least, it should have let him explain to the livestream how strong that final strike had been. With a thud, Subaru collapsed heavily to the ground, his head tilting to one side as he fell into deep sleep. System prompt, Stage 6, Legend, cleared. The final battle between Subaru and the white-haired giant had finally begun. But Subaru, as he was now, could not win in a head-on fight. Yet the lightning spear he had condensed could directly blow the opponent's body apart. The problem was that the backlash from this move was far too severe. He had only one chance. If he missed, he would die. Just moments ago, Subaru had barely cleared the 6th stage, but the price was that his body had also been beaten to the brink of collapse. When the chairman saw this scene, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. No matter how reckless someone was, they should still know what limits meant. John tapped the tabletop with his fingertip. Looks like he's not suited for live streaming. At that moment, Hawkeye suddenly called in. John said he was watching Subaru's live stream, and Hawkeye's instantly exploded with emotion. That guy's completely insane, right? John told him to calm down first and explain things clearly so everyone could understand. Hawkeyes laughed loudly. He's really going to become a star streamer. John frowned. You really think so? I think he looks more like a player than a streamer. But John had no idea what Hawkeyes really meant. The core thing the audience wanted from this live stream was a Subaru who was closer to his real self. Because the real Subaru had never been a streamer in the first place. From beginning to end, he had always been a thorough player. In other words, they were about to witness with their own eyes the return of the real Subaru. Only then did John finally understand what Hawkeyes was talking about. The live stream was still ongoing. No one knew how much time had passed when a hand pressed against the ground and slowly dragged the body upright. Everyone in the live stream froze. They had never expected that he was actually still alive. Subaru's vision was blurry, and he immediately summoned the status window to check his fatigue value. He saw that his fatigue value was 81, still 19 points away from 100. It was much lower than before. It seemed that improving his attributes really was useful. On top of that, that unexpected lightning strike had nearly killed him outright. But the result did not seem to be the worst possible. Because he had completed the challenge, all the points the audience had donated earlier had also gone into his pocket. But with his current strength, he was no match for the monster in a direct confrontation. To bring down the giant, only one key thing remained, the lightning in his hand. System prompt, this is an ancient spear carved from lightning. Throwing it once can unleash terrifying power, but you only have one chance. The live stream instantly erupted. A weapon of this level actually appearing here was unbelievable. Even if it was a one-time use item, it should not have appeared on the 8th floor, much less been dropped here this early. Subaru immediately put it into his backpack. He said to the live stream, high-level items can change form under specific conditions. The others were even more confused. How do you know that? Have you studied high-level content before? Subaru did not respond. He only told them to keep up. He was going to kill that monster and use lightning to blow its body apart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pelias stared in shock at the massive shadow ahead. In front of them, when I was also staring back at them, just a single eye was absurdly huge, making it easy to imagine how enormous the body must be. The giant suddenly raised its head, its figure like a small mountain. With a furious roar, the system prompted, "The enormous seed has devoured the giant's record." At the same time, a soldier named EP below actually ran wildly toward the giant, and Pelias was stunned on the spot. "What are you doing?" EP looked at him in despair. "Didn't I tell you? You know nothing." Then he dropped straight down at the giant's feet. He truly had nowhere left to go and could only kneel at its feet to beg for his life. But the giant glared at him viciously. "You killed my son. How could I possibly spare you?" Nightdale could not bear to watch. "Get up! Do you even know what you're doing?" But he did not notice that a gigantic foot was descending toward them. By the time Dale realized it, it was already too late. In that instant, he even regretted saving the soldier. Pelias roared, "Run! Run now! Why are you still standing there?" But just as the words left his mouth, Dale and that soldier were crushed on the spot, reduced to a mass of flesh and blood. Pelias's body trembled, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Under this kind of pressure, he absolutely could not break. He looked around and found that every escape route had been cut off. The wall outside the village was made of giants so tall their tops could not be seen, and there were absurdly many of them. But the people in the village were old, weak, and wounded, with no fighting strength at all. What Pelias least wanted to see was a slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. He clenched his teeth and whispered in his heart, "I'm sorry." Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hairy monster, I know who killed your son." Those words really made the hairy giant stop moving. It slowly bent down. "Knight, tell me, who killed my son?" And at that moment, Pelias stood before it, so insignificant he did not even count as an ant. Under that pressure, Pelias trembled all over, yet still drew his sword with a shaking hand. Then the tip of the sword pointed west. Pelias slowed his speech, trying his best to steady his voice. "The human who killed your son went that way, on that hill. Go kill him now." As for why he went there, it was to gather strength so he could come back and destroy you and your kind. He prayed like mad in his heart. "Take the bait, hurry and go, spare the women and children in the village." The giant looked in the direction the sword pointed. The next second, it whipped its head back, its face full of rage. "You're lying. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? So the one who killed my son isn't here? Or did you just casually point your broken sword in some random direction?" That roar nearly suffocated Pelias with fear. Just as the giant was about to strike, violent thunder exploded from the mountaintop. The giant froze for a moment, then turned to look. There really was someone over there. Pelias was so shocked he lost his voice. My benefactor really succeeded. I knew he could create a miracle. On the hill, wind surged and clouds churned as lightning crisscrossed. That lightning was exactly what Subaru had detonated on the mountaintop, for one purpose only, to draw the hairy giant over. It had to be said that Pelias had made an extremely correct choice. He had bought time by delaying the hairy giant. System prompt, Stage 7, Thunder, is about to begin. This may also be the final stage. Standing atop the hill, Subaru stared at the town ahead. As long as he killed them, this mission would be over. Someone in the livestream warned him, that giant seemed many times bigger than before. Subaru's heart sank. If it really was bigger than before, then this was not normal second-floor content. His fans told him to run immediately. A giant monster like this could not be killed. He replied with only one sentence, "It's fine, I still have a chance." He immediately took out every item from storage, with no need to think too much. He only needed to land one hit. There was no way he could win head-on now, so he had to finish charging before the opponent arrived. The next moment, Subaru directly activated the lightning spear. At once, a black spear appeared in his hand. It was a weapon formed from lightning. The price immediately appeared as well. His fatigue value began rising like crazy. Sure enough, just as he had expected, his skill level was too low to sustain a legendary item. His fatigue value kept surging upward, and the spear's activation reached 50%. Even so, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Someone in the live stream could not bear to watch anymore. "Ever since you learned lightning magic, why do you keep suffering like this?" At this moment, Subaru stared fixedly at the massive figure ahead. At the same time, that monster also raised its eyes and met his gaze. Subaru waved the spear and struck his most provocative pose. "I killed your son. If you've got the ability, come and take revenge on me." At this point, the activation rate was only 78. Those words completely ignited the hairy giant. "Today, I'll make you pay for my son's life." It looked toward the lightning, its voice carrying suppressed grief. "My son, you must have suffered a great deal. Next, your father will avenge you. I'll make them pay twice over." Then its footsteps grew faster and faster. In almost the blink of an eye, it charged 100 meters forward, its face filled with overwhelming hatred. The white-haired giant roared in a voice that was nearly out of control. It was too fast. In at most 2 or 3 steps it could pounce right in front of Subaru, yet the lightning spear had still not fully formed. On the mountaintop, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky and poured into the tip of Subaru's spear. The outcome between him and the white-haired giant might have been 50-50, but the viewers felt he could not possibly hit, and even if he did, he could not kill it. What they did not know was that there were only 2 possible outcomes, hit or miss. There was no third option. The first step was to lock his gaze onto the target and never let it shift away. His squad members had taught him that long ago. No matter what the target is, your eyes can't leave it. Throw the spear only at the end. Forget the throwing motion. Forget the perfect arc. Throw away every distracting thought, and only then can you read his movements in advance. As for all that, you actually don't need it. Trajectory, calculations, all of it can go to hell. You're not like other people, because you're Subaru. After being praised like that, Subaru had actually felt a little awkward. At this moment, the lightning spear's activation rate had already reached 95. After waiting just a little longer, it would all be over. And Subaru's eyes were still locked firmly on the white-haired giant. The white-haired giant was getting closer and closer, yet Subaru still had not thrown the spear. The live stream was going crazy. What are you doing? Why haven't you fired yet? If you hesitate any longer, you'll die. Subaru knew he could not rush. The moment he rushed, everything would collapse. And the white-haired giant before him seemed completely unafraid of lightning, climbing upward even faster. The next second, its huge foot slammed heavily onto the rock wall. With a push from its legs, the entire body of the white-haired giant launched into the air. When it leaped into midair, Subaru's eyes were still locked tightly onto it. The opportunity had come. At that moment, the final thread of lightning power fell from the sky and completely poured into the spear. The next moment, the system prompted, the spear's activation rate has reached 100. This means you can counterattack. Subaru adjusted into the most stable posture for exerting force, preparing to throw the spear. He had only one chance. If he failed, he would certainly die. The white-haired giant's face twisted grotesquely, its enormous hand already reaching for him. And Subaru was ready as well. This strike had to decide the battle, and he absolutely could not give the enemy any chance to counterattack. So at that moment, without half a second of hesitation, he hurled the spear in his hand. A thunderous explosion rang out, and a gigantic fiery mushroom cloud erupted in midair above the mountaintop. The white-haired giant's eyes were full of fear, and even scalding tears overflowed from them. It could not believe that this spear's power was actually this terrifying. Subaru slowly walked to the spot where the white-haired giant had just been. In the end, I'm the one who won. The live stream completely lost control. He landed every hit. That's way too strong. After watching this stream, my whole life was worth it. System prompt, Thunder Stage 7 has been cleared. All of his attributes increased across the board, and he obtained a rare item, the Heart of Thunder. So this is the Heart of Thunder. It's my first time seeing it too. Just then, the Heart of Thunder burst with blinding light. The intense radiance forced his eyes shut. But when he opened them again, he found that he was already somewhere else. In the sky ahead hung a gigantic shadow of a giant, too enormous to describe. He was chilled by shock. This pressure was far too intense. Even stranger, he could not make a sound. He could not move his body either. Could this be the pressure of a giant? The system panel began frantically prompting, many question marks are watching you. The flood of information left him completely stunned. Who exactly are these beings? These giants brought me here. Are they trying to tell me something? He vaguely felt that the source of all the clues lay within this Heart of Thunder. By the time he returned to the village again, it was already dawn. System prompt, the main storyline Thunder is about to begin. You may use the Heart of Thunder to search for clues in the village. Quite a few people were still staying in the live stream. Wasn't it over? Why is he still here? He looked up at the sunrise and then realized he had blacked out once again. He slowly got to his feet, suppressing his questions for now. Whatever had just happened could wait. He had to go back first. He had almost forgotten the most practical matter of all. He had not claimed his points yet, and there would definitely be a lot after this run. Sure enough, the next second, when he claimed them, he found that there were tens of thousands of points, bringing his total held points to over 40,000. The fans wanted to see the Heart of Thunder. He only said that he was too tired and needed to rest first. Next time we meet, I'll show it to you. Then he directly ended the live stream. After ending the stream, Subaru walked into a tavern. Sitting across from him was Wika. She could not stop talking and had already been going on for half an hour. She was very satisfied with his performance in yesterday's stream. The viewer count had even exceeded 3,000, though he really had not noticed. After all of his attention yesterday had been on the trial, and he had no time at all to care about the numbers. She also said that the timing of his sign-off had been perfect. In a way, his fatigue had actually helped him. That made Subaru feel the idea was familiar. It was like stopping right at the point the audience most wanted to know about, making them have to come back for the next episode. But Subaru's next words instantly froze Wika's expression. I was already planning to watch the rewards with the audience in the next stream, so this also counts as a little performance. Wika smiled faintly. Looks like you really do understand a little now. Then Wika said that today she had brought him a gift, and that this gift was very powerful. Her tone was calm, but extremely certain. You absolutely won't be able to refuse this gift. She told Subaru to search on his phone for a stream called Hawkeye's. You should have heard of him. He's the hottest commentary streamer right now. Subaru nodded. He had indeed watched Hawkeye's comment on him before. Soon he opened Hawkeye's live stream. The online viewer count was over 9,000. Hawkeye said that everyone could probably guess today's topic immediately. Of course the fans understood. Today's subject could not avoid revolving around Subaru. Then Hawkeye's revealed the topic, a second Subaru? Or will he become the original? I'll explain it step by step. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes passed. Subaru kept watching, listening as Hawkeye said on stream. In other words, while dealing with the trial, this guy also added an extra layer of ordeal for himself. Wika looked at him with a slight blush. Every time they met, she always felt as if it were a date, especially in a tavern with this kind of atmosphere. At the end, Hawkeyes gave his conclusion. He said there was no need for too much explanation. One sentence was enough to sum it up. Even Subaru could not help becoming curious. How was this guy going to evaluate him in a single sentence? Then Hawkeye slowly said, the result needs no further explanation. He is Subaru himself. He actually guessed it directly. Subaru looked at Wika again. Could it be that she thought the same thing? But what he did not know was that Wika had actually known long ago. She had confirmed it on the very day she watched his stream. She had just never said it. At that moment Wika leaned a little closer and laughed softly. Can I ask you a question? Subaru gestured for her to go ahead. As she spoke, she grew shy. I know it's strange for a manager to ask this, but I still want to know, do you have a girlfriend? To keep the atmosphere from getting too stiff, she added another question. Also, why do you want to do live streaming? Sure enough, the moment those two questions came out, the air between them immediately changed. After a long silence, Wika was the first to break the awkwardness. It's okay if you don't want to say. Subaru nodded. A girlfriend? No. As for doing live streams, for money. Wika became even more embarrassed on the spot. Are you sure it's just for money? In her impression, Subaru was not someone obsessed with money. Subaru's tone was firm. It's for money. No other reason. Wika was completely stunned. Money is important, sure, but not everything is for money, right? But hearing that he did not have a girlfriend still made her visibly happy, and she quickly apologized. My mind wasn't clear today. I asked two strange questions. She immediately pulled the topic back to business. Then let's talk seriously. As she took out the contract, she said, the person you just watched belongs to the company and is a reliable streamer who has been signed for many years. His strengths are analysis and content. He has a strong fan base and is also good at discovering newcomers. There's one more thing. The live stream revenue from Hawkeye's previous streams, as well as all future related content, will be split 50-50 with you. As for the reason for the split, it's because derivative content will later be made using his material, such as advertisements, donations, archives, and so on. Hearing this news, Subaru was visibly relieved. This was a very large income. Ever since I met you, one good thing after another has happened. Wika felt warmth rise in her heart. You really think so? Really. And this time it truly is an unexpected bonus. In the end, Subaru agreed to Wika's proposal and signed the partnership. After finishing everything, he returned home. Whenever he met people offline, perhaps he did not need to wear this mask at all. And about money, perhaps he should not emphasize it so deliberately either. But the more new relationships he built, the harder it became to control how much of his true self he needed to hide. That irritated him. And right now, the most important thing was to raise his skills a bit further. What surprised him was that upgrading the Wedge of Greed to rank C actually cost 80,000 credits, while he only had a balance of 120,000. This cut almost reached the bone. But he still gritted his teeth and upgraded it, because his collaboration with Hawkeye's would begin the day after tomorrow, and he should be able to earn a large sum. He reached his hand into the system storage. Once I continue streaming, you should hear news of me again. Shoo, I really miss you all. On the other side, Wika was hugging a pillow and lying face down on her bed. At this moment, her face was burning red and impossible to hide. Today she had asked him in person, and he had also said it clearly. He did not have a girlfriend. That sentence made her so happy that she kept punching her pillow. Especially that line, ever since I met you. Good things have just kept happening. To Wika, that one sentence was almost a direct hit. She could no longer control her infatuation with Subaru at all. If I saw him in real life, he would only be even more dazzling. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Nox Bella. There was a fitness fanatic here, listening to Hawkeye's live stream. He had just happened to hear Hawkeye say that line, "He is Subaru." The fitness fanatic turned back to the man behind him and said, "I really hate that blonde guy, especially the way he throws out comments so casually. Who exactly is he?" The person behind him answered, "A streamer who calls himself Hawkeyes, with an average audience of around 8,000. Hearing the word streamer, the man became even more disdainful. He had also tried being a streamer before, and he was Amon of Blue Zone. But compared with Hawkeyes, the person behind him hoped more that Amon would pay attention to the Subaru mentioned in the stream. Amon sneered, "You mean that fake who claims to have learned lightning magic?" A few minutes later, after watching Subaru's video, cold sweat broke out across his back. This is way too absurd. He's already getting close to the real Subaru. Sometimes a person's attitude can reverse that quickly. When the other side shows something you cannot deny, your heart begins to waver. That was exactly how Amon felt now. Once, he had heard the blue-eyed spear knight say one thing: in battle, the most important thing is to never let your eyes leave the target. The person behind him was shocked. You even remember a casual remark like that? It turned out that Amon had always been absorbing everything about them, including their breathing, even every detail. In Amon's eyes, every member of Blue Eyes was a top-tier player. But everyone had overlooked one fact: Blue Eyes was not just Subaru. Every other member was also absurdly strong. And their deaths had always been shrouded in suspicion, and Amon desperately wanted to know the truth from a year ago. After that, Amon turned off the livestream screen. He told the person behind him not to show him this kind of thing again in the future. The more he watched, the angrier he got, especially because of that blonde guy. But the other person said this was a direct order from the chairman. Amon's heart jolted. The reason was simple. Lightning was the symbol of Blue Eyes, and Blue Eyes was the predecessor of Blue Zone, so lightning was extremely important to Blue Zone. At that moment, someone pushed a cart up. According to current intelligence, this streamer is extremely obsessed with money. The next second, that person suddenly pulled back the cart's covering. Amon could hardly believe it on the spot. The cart was loaded with an entire cart full of gold. The funds are ready. No matter what method you use, bring that man back. The value of the gold before his eyes was already astonishing enough. But even more astonishing was this: that streamer really was a money-loving person, something completely beyond Amon's understanding. The scene shifted, and the village that had been attacked by the giants had already become ruins. But everyone was repairing the village, too busy to stop. The giants had fallen, and though they were exhausted, at least they had kept their lives. Soon, Peleus noticed Subaru walking over. He was instantly overjoyed. "Benefactor, what brings you here?" Subaru slowly walked closer. Peleus asked how he was feeling now. Earlier he had fainted outside the village and frightened everyone badly. Subaru said his head was still spinning and that he wanted to rest a little more. It just so happened that he also had some things to ask Peleus, so the two agreed to meet at the inn. After saying that, Peleus was about to go back to continue working. Subaru smiled lightly to himself. Peleus really was a good kid. Soon, Subaru arrived at the inn first. He said to the livestream, "Now, let's see what exactly the rewards are." The first item was the Heart of Thunder, the only growth type item, and it had no level requirement, with plus 30% lightning resistance and plus 20% lightning attack. He could not help muttering under his breath, "This is way too overpowered, the bonuses are actually this high." For a lightning user, these attributes were almost perfect. This thing was absurdly strong. If used properly, it would make him even stronger. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. Peleus had arrived, and he told him to come in. The first thing that entered his sight was a basket of fruit. Subaru was a little confused. "Why bring fruit too?" Peleus laughed loudly. "Did you sleep well last night?" The livestream audience could not take it anymore. Why does this scene feel kind of sweet? After Peleus sat down, Subaru quietly listened to him speak. Unexpectedly, that legend Peleus had mentioned before was actually real. Peleus said that when he saw that light bloom, he knew Subaru had saved the entire village. At this moment, Subaru opened the mouth of the bag on his shoulder. This dropped from the giant. He handed the Heart of Thunder to Peleus to look at. "Do you know where it came from? If you do, could you tell me what exactly it is? I feel like it's very special." Peleus looked shocked. "I don't know. I truly have no clue." Subaru was stunned. "That was your reaction just now, and now you're telling me you don't know?" Peleus gave an awkward smile. "Sorry, I only know the ancient legends. I'm not even sure whether they're true, much less what happened afterward." Subaru said, "It's fine. Just tell me everything you remember." And there were a total of 2 legends that Peleus knew. The first legend said that lightning had once been used to kill giants. Now that had become reality, and the one who had done it was Subaru. The second legend said that gods and giants had fought over lightning. They went through countless battles, apparently for something like the Heart of Thunder in his hand. Subaru did not understand. Why would such a small Heart of Thunder cause the gods and giants to go to war? Peleus told him not to be nervous and said this was practically a myth among myths. Gods and giants fought for control over thunder, and in the end, the giants lost. So this gem had been deliberately left behind by someone. Subaru wanted to know who, but there might be no answer. The legends did not mention it either. But the reason was clear, so that humans could use lightning, and also so that humans would have a reason they must use it. That reason was to fight against gods and giants. They were far beyond anything mortals could contend with, beings that were almost untouchable. The Heart of Thunder had been created so that humans could contend with them, and even win. After hearing Peleus's explanation, Subaru finally understood the origin of the Heart of Thunder. System prompt: leap through all forgotten human stories. You have cleared all thunder trials. Subaru's thunder level jumped directly from level 1 to level 3. The next second, his body began to glow with golden light. This was the sign that he was about to head to the 3rd floor. Under Peleus's shocked gaze, he vanished directly. As a native inhabitant, Peleus simply could not understand what had happened. 10 minutes later, Subaru arrived at the 3rd floor, Ortanaru. A golden teleportation circle lit up on the circular central platform. With a whoosh, his figure landed in the middle of the array in an instant. The people around him looked speechless. Another Subaru roleplayer. When was this trend ever going to stop? System prompt: someone in the live stream donated 1,000 points and asked how the 3rd floor felt. That sentence pulled his memories back a long way. If he had to say how it felt, then yes, he definitely felt something. If he remembered correctly, this was where he had first met her. Back then, when he first came to the 3rd floor, a girl had spoken to him. Her name was Reina, and she used to look especially hard to approach. She said she had gotten separated from her companion and asked whether he had seen him. About this tall, about this strongly built. He thought about it carefully. He really did seem to have seen someone like that. So he pointed in a direction. He went that way. Go look over there. Reina walked in the direction he pointed with a smile on her face. But the next second, she froze. The second after that, she froze again. Because there were 2 paths ahead, and she had no idea which one to take. Only then did he realize that she had no sense of direction. So he suggested, let's go together. I'm heading that way anyway. Reina was delighted. You're way too nice. But now all he had left was regret. If he had not gone with her that day, maybe she would not have died. Returning to the present, he gave his answer. How do I feel right now? Terrible. And it feels like I've lost something very important. The live stream was still jeering. It's because you left Peleus, that's why. He pressed the button to end the stream. As I am now, I should go collaborate with Mr. Hawkeyes. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a restaurant. The person he had come to meet was the chairman of the live stream guild. It was Subaru's first time meeting him. The man told him that Hawkeyes was also on the way and would arrive soon. Moving between floors, unlike climbing trials, took a very long time. Then the man reached out and shook his hand. So this is Wika's boss. He seems alright. If Wika had been there, she definitely would have complained. The chairman really talks too much. Subaru shook his hand politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've also heard quite a lot about you from Wika. John sat down and gave a low laugh. Usually I let Wika relay things, but today I wanted to meet you in person. Hawkeye's giving such high praise to the same player twice. I'm curious. Subaru paused. Twice? What do you mean? John said. The first one goes without saying. Of course it was Subaru of Blue Eyes. Those words made his heart tighten. Hawkeyes had actually focused on him twice. This man really did have something. The chairman asked whether he had any interest in the Blue Eyes Guild. From Subaru's eyes, the chairman had already seen that he was very interested in Blue Eyes. And the reason the chairman had come to see him today was to talk about exactly this. The chairman held his phone out in front of Subaru. 5 days later, the 3rd floor would hold a championship grand prize. The moment he saw this news, a suffocating killing intent burst out from Subaru. Lightning spilled uncontrollably from his fingertips. Meanwhile, Reina discovered that Subaru's stream had actually ended. As she walked, she said, I wonder if things are done on Shu's side. A few minutes later, Reina appeared in a forest. Strangely, the withered grassland was covered in a layer of frost and snow. As she continued forward, the area covered by frost and snow grew larger and larger. Reina looked toward Shu ahead. Are you done over here? Shu nodded. Actually, it ended a long time ago. He was just thinking about one thing. Whether to let these people go, or kill them. Looking around, there were more than a dozen dead servants standing before them. Reina could not be bothered to struggle with it. Just kill them. We already know who sent them anyway. But Shu did not want to act directly. After all, these were more than a dozen lives. If they really were sent by Atsuki, he would not send such small fry. But even if we let them go, that's trouble too. Reina let out a long sigh. Why are you hesitating so much? Once our location is exposed, we're dead for sure. After saying that, Reina stepped forward and slowly released her power. At that moment, the ice on the ground condensed into blade after blade of ice. As her power surged, a dense mass of ice blades appeared behind her. Rina gave a light push with her finger, and all the ice blades shot toward the ice statues in front. She understood very clearly, if she did not kill them, they might turn around and get her killed instead, so she chose to kill. Shu wanted to persuade her to stop and not be so impulsive. But Rina would not listen at all and still did things her own way. This is not something we can afford to get wrong. Soon, one ice statue after another was pierced through by the blades. They shattered and collapsed like clods of dirt. Rina killed every single one of them, leaving none alive. After finishing all this, only a clean open patch of ground remained here. All that was left was to wait for the sun to come out and melt all the ice. Whether they were Atsuki's people or not, if they were allowed to leave, they would know one thing: they were still alive. Could Shu guarantee that everyone would keep their mouth shut? That was why Reina could not stand Shu. Your indecisiveness won't save you. You have to be colder, harsher. After dealing with this side of things, Shu remembered something and pulled a phone from his waist. He held the screen out to Reina. This is a message I just received today. The moment she saw the contents, Reina flew into a rage. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Her eyes turned cold enough to pierce bone. Those bastards, I'm definitely going to kill them. Shu was equally furious. Because that pair of shoes was their younger brother's keepsake, yet now someone was using it as a gimmick. This was almost enough to conclude. This message was a trap. Not a very clever one, but enough to lure them in. Reina's gaze turned savage. Looks like that bastard Atsuki has already realized. We must still be alive somewhere in this world. Shu told her that she absolutely had to stay steady. That doesn't mean there's nothing we can do. We have to get the item back. Shu was not good at covert action, but Reina was exactly good at that. Burning with anger, Reina turned and started to leave. You talk too much. Even if you didn't say it, I'd still do it. But Shu grabbed her arm and told her to wait first. I'm not telling you to charge in recklessly. I'm saying we need to make a complete plan first. The safest method was to wait until the winner was decided and then steal it. That would be the most secure. Back on Subaru's side, the chairman laughed softly. This is a relic of a Blue Eyes member. These shoes are the prize that Blue Zone is providing for this tournament. He wanted to know whether Subaru was interested. Of course I'm interested. The chill in his voice could no longer be suppressed. But the chairman was immersed in his joy and did not hear the coldness in it at all. That's great. I really didn't expect you to be this interested. The plan depends entirely on your wishes. Then he told Subaru, considering that you stream under the name Subaru, he believed that a storyline about pursuing Blue Eyes relics would be extremely attractive to viewers. Hearing that sentence, the fury in Subaru's eyes nearly exploded. This guy actually wanted to use Toshino's relics as promotional material. Even a dull person like the chairman could see that something was wrong. Did something affect you? Your emotions don't seem quite right now. Subaru suppressed his emotions immediately. Then we'll do as you said and make this storyline. The chairman's smile deepened. That's great, it'll definitely attract a huge wave of fans. Subaru stood up and said that he had something else to do and would leave first. As for Hawkeyes, we'll meet next time. I'll look forward to the collaboration. The chairman said behind him, I'll be in front of the screen every day cheering for you. But in Subaru's heart, towering rage had already surged. No one was taking those shoes away, absolutely no one. After Subaru returned home, he began turning the tournament over in his mind again and again. What he most wanted to know was what format the championship would use. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. If it was an individual match, he was confident he could definitely win. But on second thought, he was in no position to pick conditions. As long as he could enter the tournament, that was enough. At that moment, there was suddenly a knock at the door, and the person who came was Wika. He slowly got up, not expecting that she would actually come to his home. He could not show her his real face now, so his gaze fell on the mask on the table. He sighed softly to himself. Living behind a mask was truly exhausting. As soon as the door opened, his eyes lit up. Was this still the Wika from his memory? She had clearly dressed up carefully today, so beautiful it was almost too much. The moment she saw him, Wika's little face immediately turned red. She had never expected that her sudden visit would be met by a masked Subaru again. He told her not to stand at the door and to come inside first. Wika panicked a little. You want me to come into your home? He pretended he was about to close the door. If you prefer standing in the hallway to talk, I don't mind. So she walked into the room. Then excuse me. She said excuse me, but she really was not disturbing anything at all. He did not even have any tea, so she could only sit properly on the chair. After looking around the room, Wika was completely stunned. Because the place was absurdly empty, with almost no furniture. She looked back at Subaru and truly could not understand how he usually lived. And Subaru's gaze was unusually serious. Wika's magic power was indeed unfathomable. In his eyes, a faint red glow shimmered around her. At that intensity, she should not have been merely a branch supervisor. Being stared at by him like that, Wika grew awkward. Is there something on my face? He waved his hand. It's clean, there's nothing there. It's just that you haven't said anything, and I was waiting for you to explain the tournament information. That line made Wika pause. She had almost forgotten the main business. Sorry, I'll explain the tournament information clearly right now. First, the tournament used a battle royale format. That is, a chaotic melee with many people on the same stage. The grand prize was a pair of shoes. The rules were simple. Everyone fought over the prize, and the last person standing won. So in other words, it's a solo free-for-all? Wouldn't that be very favorable for me? Also, the venue was a virtual trial arena. The entry requirement was to be a third-floor player. The entry fee was 1,000 points, and there was no limit on participants. Wika would send him the materials from past Battle Royale tournaments to his equipment, and he only needed to look through them once to get the general idea. When he opened his mailbox, he found that it was almost entirely filled with material related to Subaru. I'll use it as reference. Thanks for the hard work. Wika told him not to be polite. This was her job. At that moment, Wika suddenly became hesitant. Did the chairman mention something to you? Actually, we received a message from Blue Zone. The moment he heard Blue Zone, his heart sank violently. Blue Zone was the power created by Itsuki. The moment he thought of his enemy being over there, the fire in his heart flared up at once. Wika continued, people from Blue Zone want to meet you, but they can't contact you, so the message was sent to us instead. He had not expected that they had already begun making contact proactively and had their eyes on him. Wika guessed that they wanted to negotiate terms in person. If they offer higher pay, better benefits, more resources. As she spoke, her voice became softer and softer. To reassure her, he only said one sentence, ignore them directly. Wika first looked troubled. I understand. Then she froze. Wait, you want to ignore Blue Zone? Subaru nodded. I have no intention of joining Blue Zone. The same goes for other guilds. I'll stay here all along. Wika got so excited that she stood up immediately. That's great. I was really afraid just now that you'd join them. After relaxing, Wika returned to her usual state, and the sense of restraint disappeared. She had struggled for a long time over whether to say it, but now she was glad she had. Then Wika got up to leave. Before the collaboration event starts, enjoy your time well. With that, she gently closed the door and left. The happiness she radiated made Subaru feel as if she herself had won something. For an ordinary employee to be this devoted to her work, how could the company possibly be weak? Wika was definitely not ordinary. After stepping outside, Wika was so excited she could not calm down, and she realized that she liked Subaru more and more. One day later, the chairman and Hawkeye stood below the grand arena. The two of them had arrived very early, simply waiting for Subaru to appear. The chairman asked Hawkeyes, so this is today's plan? A talent comparison test between the original Subaru and the new Subaru? Hawkeye smiled. Doesn't that sound exciting enough? But the chairman was worried. If he lost, the blow would be too great. Hawkeyes did not care. No matter the result, he has to bear it if he wants to earn the audience's trust. And looking back at the path he's taken, when has he ever fought a battle that was doomed to be lost? The chairman laughed at his arrogance. You say that, but in the end you're still relying on Subaru. That made Hawkeyes laugh awkwardly. Probably. Soon, Wika brought Subaru behind the two of them. Wika was clearly in a very good mood, greeting everyone as soon as she arrived. Both of them were startled by her outfit. She rarely dressed up, much less wore a red dress. But Hawkeye's gaze remained locked on Subaru the entire time, and he said to himself, the star that will rise into the sky in the future, I finally met you. Subaru remarked that the venue was enormous. Had they rented it specifically for this? Hawkeye stepped forward. I'm Hawkeyes. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Subaru responded politely as well. Hawkeyes looked at him and felt as if he were seeing Subaru himself, to the point that he could barely suppress his emotions. The chairman interrupted them. You can get familiar after the stream starts. This is how streamers get to know each other. Go continue the conversation on stream. Soon, the live stream began. The instant it started, 1,300 people flooded in. Then the number kept skyrocketing, jumping from 2,800 to 4,700, and then continuing to rise at an outrageous speed, quickly breaking past 10,000. Hawkeyes was a little surprised. I knew the collaboration announcement was hot in the community, but I didn't expect more than 10,000 people to come in the moment we started. Hawkeye said to the fans, the moment you've been waiting for has arrived. I've brought that person here. Subaru also entered the live stream. Hello everyone, I'm Subaru. The comments instantly flooded the screen. Fake Subaru. Hawkeyes picked it up to live in the atmosphere. You may not believe this, but I've never seen his face. I guess my boss hasn't either. Under your mask, is there some secret? The comment section instantly exploded. He must be too ugly. That's why he won't show his face. Subaru looked a little uncomfortable. It's not like that, and I'm actually very handsome. Hawkeyes was shaken inside. This was even louder than his own streams, and the influence really had exceeded expectations, and Subaru was still greeting fans and continuously interacting. Hawkeyes noticed that Subaru's manner of speaking was steadier than he had expected. Beside them, Wika started acting love-struck again. My Subaru really is so gentlemanly. Soon the live stream count approached 20,000, and it was finally time to get to the main subject. A line of text appeared above Subaru's head. The trial begins now. A spotlight shone on the center of the broadcast stage. In front of Subaru sat rows of robots. Today, they were his opponents. Hawkeyes explained to the audience that there were two reasons for choosing this method. First, it was extremely suitable for measuring control. Second, Subaru could also use this moment to prove what he had said. There was a scoreboard on the stage, and first place belonged to Subaru from 20 years ago. Soon a fan donated. As long as you beat them, I'll give you 100 points. Subaru rolled his neck. I wouldn't take this if I weren't confident. I'll take your 100 points in advance. During this, some people also donated credits and demanded that he reveal his face, but he refused. Taking off the mask now was too dangerous. But as the donations kept increasing, he eventually accepted the condition. If he failed, he would reveal his face. Someone in the live stream mocked Hawkeyes. The newcomer's the one being punished, yet you still want a share of the rewards? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Hawkeyes thought that was fair, so he announced that all credit point rewards from this mission would go to Subaru. After receiving Subaru's signal that he was ready, Hawkeyes pressed the countdown. The game begins. 5-minute countdown. In an instant, a large number of robots charged at Subaru. The next moment, he stepped forward once, his presence exploding as lightning flashed in his hand. The instant they struck, he was already gone from where he stood. His target was aimed directly at several heavy robots in the rear. He grabbed one of them by the head with one hand. Then he slammed it hard into the ground. That robot was smashed to pieces on the spot. Hawkeyes could hardly believe it. He knew Subaru was strong, but this was too exaggerated. This level, it's not far from the real one. Then Subaru drew the longsword from his back. With one horizontal slash, 4 or 5 robots fell on the spot. Their defense, in front of him, was almost non-existent. But the farther it went, the harder the robots became. It was nowhere near as easy as imagined. In the blink of an eye, several more robots pounced on him. He knew he could not fight them head-on. So he leaped into the air and retreated directly. Someone in the comments cried out, "Aerial combat is Subaru's signature move. I can't believe someone else can do it now too." At this moment, Subaru locked onto the advanced robot below. He spun the short blade in his hand, without half a second of hesitation. Then he poured all the lightning in his body into the blade. He locked onto the robot at the center and thrust through it with one strike, forcibly driving the power through its body. That blow even smashed the bluestone ground into a depression, instantly killing 26 of them. He kept tearing these robots apart like scrap metal. The comments section was flooded with shock. This is too absurd. It's like the real one has descended. The former Dragon Rider scholar was also taken out by him in one slash. And Beggar Nit, one of the undead, could not withstand that sword either. He looked up and saw that the countdown had only a few seconds left. The next moment, he charged directly at the remaining robots. Hawkeyes' forehead began to sweat. Only a few seconds remained. Could he make it? In the final seconds, Subaru took down the leader-class robot, but the battle was not over yet. He looked at the densely packed enemies still ahead of him. If I burst out one more time, I can kill one more. He stopped hesitating and stepped forward directly. His target was the robot leader in front, and he pierced its throat with one sword. At the very last second of the countdown, time ran out. At the exact instant of the cutoff, the kill count jumped from 42 to 43. The guild chairman had already seen it long ago. As long as Subaru was standing there, he could not lose. The awkward part was that his record and the record of the real Subaru were now tied for first place. At this moment, the live stream count surged to 40,000, and Hawkeyes laughed loudly. Terrifying. He killed that many robots and still managed to tie Subaru's score. Hawkeyes smiled at the audience. This test is a draw. He came close to surpassing Subaru. Legend really is legend. It truly isn't easy to surpass. People in the live stream began sending points to Subaru, and some sent them to Hawkeyes too, though not many. At that moment, Hawkeyes received a private message, and this was one he simply could not refuse. The other side directly donated 10,000 points. After seeing the sender, his whole body froze. Because it was Reinhardt, the strongest swordsman of the one-blade style. In the face of a figure of that level, even Hawkeyes could not help feeling nervous. But unease rose in Subaru's heart. Why would someone like that watch his stream? Could it be that the one-blade swordsman had already discovered that his son died at my hands? It turned out he had overthought it. The donation was for the sake of collaboration. But Subaru did not dare collaborate. His current strength was still insufficient, and if the other party saw through his flaw, he was finished. He touched his head and looked back at Wika and the chairman. Both of them frantically signaled to him. Don't refuse, agree to it. But Subaru turned back anyway and directly refused. I have to focus on the trial, so I can only decline. Hawkeye's face instantly turned deathly pale, and none of his previous composure remained. Wika and the chairman wore the exact same expression. Just how bold was this guy? The live stream audience was stunned too, with question marks filling the screen. You may not understand what this means. This is like an ancient emperor offering to give you half his realm, and you rejecting him on the spot. That's the weight of a ninth-floor powerhouse. That was exactly why Hawkeye's was so shocked. If you formed a connection with the ninth floor, you could practically rise all the way afterward. Subaru walked over to Wika, and she asked him why he had refused the one-blade swordsman. This was a huge opportunity in his streaming career. Subaru instead looked puzzled. Was it really that important? The chairman explained, collaborations with high-ranked streamers, especially top-ranked ones, almost never happened. Subaru gave 2 light hums. I see. If ranked players are that important, then I'll just become a ranked player myself. Then you don't need to be so shocked. The moment those words fell, the air itself sank. Wika and the chairman stared at him as if he were an idiot. Just how arrogant are you? Hawkeye suddenly rushed over and broke the silence. Your performance was too outrageous. Once the earnings come in, I'll send your share over. Then he scratched his head and spoke carefully. Now that the stream is over, can I ask you a question? I felt like something was off about your condition during the fight just now. Were you not in your best state, or were you injured? Subaru had not expected Hawkeye to see that so accurately. He had thought he had hidden it well, but he had still been seen through. The name Hawkeye truly had not come from nowhere. Subaru said, whether I win or lose, I'll put myself in a difficult position. Hawkeye did not understand. What do you mean? What would put you in a difficult position? Isn't the highlight of the stream whether or not you can surpass Subaru? If I had won today, I really could have gained short-term hype, but the expectations surrounding this showdown would immediately drop, which would actually be bad for the future. But if I had lost, everyone would only say, of course he couldn't beat the real Subaru. That's normal. After hearing this analysis, sweat appeared at Hawkeye's temple. He had not thought that far at all in the beginning. And now he understood. What Subaru needed was a perfectly balanced result. That was why Subaru had controlled the kill count so precisely. A draw was the only solution. At that moment, none of the 3 of them could speak. Hawkeye's was the first to speak again. So in other words, as long as you wanted to, you could surpass Subaru? Subaru gave no answer. I don't know either. After all, I'm not him, and I don't know what his limit was. The answer depends on how the audience chooses to interpret it. For me, it's enough to just keep streaming. As for the rest, naturally someone will stir up the hype for me. After saying that, he turned and left, while the 3 of them still had not recovered from the shock. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, a fist was raised high. The next second, that man smashed the table in front of him to pieces. Subaru had angered him so much that he was trembling. A 9th floor powerhouse had reached that level of strength, yet was publicly rejected by a rude brat. No one could swallow that. He was Reinhardt, Guild Master of the Golden Lion Guild. His panel showed, Hawkeye's live stream has ended. At that moment, someone walked to the doorway. Hearing the noise, the man immediately pushed the door open. Lord Reinhardt, what happened? Reinhardt stared at him, his eyes full of killing intent. This is the Subaru you were talking about? The subordinate nodded tremblingly. He's the hottest rising star lately, with extremely high popularity. But he had not expected Subaru to actually dare reject a 9th floor powerhouse. It was sheer audacity. In truth, Reinhardt had not had good intentions to begin with. He had planned to crush Subaru in public while also suppressing those annoying rumors. But now the whole plan had gone up in smoke. He did not care about that bit of donation money. What truly enraged him was that a nobody dared trample on his pride. The subordinate bent down and picked up the search device from the floor. He handed the search device to the furious Reinhardt. Reinhardt crushed it in his hand on the spot. How is the matter I told you to investigate progressing? As for Reinhardt's son, he had searched desperately, but still had no clues at all. The subordinate felt the guild master was overreacting. With the young master's age, disappearing for a few days was not unusual. Maybe he would come back in a couple of days. But in the next second, the subordinate suddenly clutched his own throat. Reinhardt's magic had directly locked onto it. Immediately after, the subordinate's body lifted off the ground and was forcibly raised into the air. Reinhardt shouted angrily, "Are you mocking me too?" The subordinate was completely panicked, his breathing broken and ragged. "Boss, you misunderstood. I absolutely didn't mean to mock you." Reinhardt gave a light wave of his arm, and with a loud boom, the subordinate was slammed into the wall, shattering the entire section. But the subordinate was also a strong player, so this level of injury was not fatal. Reinhardt said coldly, "From now on, you dare brush me off too? I want you to find my son immediately." Lying on the ground, the subordinate begged repeatedly for mercy. "I'll resume the search right away and intensify it. I'll sweep through the first, second, and third floors completely. On the other side, Wika received a call from the chairman. Her expression instantly became one of utter despair. Every time this man called, nothing good came of it. She really wanted to smash her phone. But the moment she answered, Wika immediately put on a deliberately relaxed tone. "Boss, good evening." The chairman immediately sensed something was off. "What kind of tone is that? Is that how you talk to your superior?" Then the chairman launched into another long lecture, to the point that Wika was almost fed up. Wika was not polite to this superior either. "Didn't you call because of Reinhardt's collaboration proposal?" Sure enough, the chairman really had contacted Reinhardt's side. He felt that this kind of opportunity absolutely could not be missed. Wika looked a little downcast. "Even if you called, it's useless. We can't change anything." The chairman knew that too, but he felt Wika was Subaru's manager, so at the very least she should try persuading him one more time. But Wika knew all too well, Subaru simply did not care about these things. She had been paying attention to him for so many years. How could she not understand him? The chairman had no idea what Wika was thinking and kept talking nonstop. "He's too strange. Compared to collaboration streams, he cares more about climbing the tower. That's what a real player is like. But you'd still better try to persuade him. Collaboration helps his future." Wika did not want to listen anymore, and her finger was already resting on the hang-up button. Although she had spoken stubbornly just now, she also understood that, for the current Subaru, this really might be an excellent opportunity, so she still had to try one more time. So Wika knocked on Subaru's door. The moment she saw Subaru, the gloom on Wika's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a bright red blush. But she also felt a little disappointed. This surprise attack still had not let her see his real face. He was still wearing the mask. Subaru understood the look in her eyes and stepped forward. "Are you curious about my real face?" Wika was a little embarrassed. The mask really does have a mysterious charm. But one day you'll have to show your real face, right? Just like Subaru did. He showed his real face too. Subaru did not quite understand. Why was everyone so obsessed with Subaru? Wika thought seriously for a moment and could think of many reasons. For example, he had only been a lowly earthling, yet his stats had been absurdly poor. For example, his very existence alone had been harsh and cruel. But the most important reason was that Subaru had once been their hope. Subaru was even more confused. "Hope? What do you mean by that?" Wika said, "When we first entered the tower, there was really nothing here. All we saw was desolation, stretching beyond sight. Monsters were everywhere. There was no food, no way to make money, and so-called stability was just a fantasy. The only way to survive was to keep climbing upward. The higher you climbed, the more points you got. Only when you had enough points were you qualified to breathe for a moment. Slowly, people began to believe, maybe this world could truly belong to us. At that time, the great players left us hope. They had only one belief, this tower could be conquered, so we could win. And standing at the peak above everyone was Subaru. In our eyes, he was like a god. His achievements were not just about clearing floors. He was the first person to prove that conquering the giant tower was truly possible. After hearing her experience, Subaru did not agree. If he were really that strong, he would not have died on the 9th floor. He asked Wika, "Do you think so too?" But Wika held back her answer. "My thoughts are a secret too, just like the face under your mask. Maybe one day, you'll tell me." Then Subaru opened the door, wanting to let her come inside so they could talk in more detail. No matter what, if she had come here, she surely had something to discuss. But Wika was obviously flustered. "I don't really have anything. I'll go first. Get some rest early." Subaru watched her walk farther and farther away, and lightly praised her in his heart. Really beautiful. What he did not know was that Wika's heart was racing so fast it felt numb. After saying so much to him, she did not even want to persuade him anymore. And for some reason, facing his invitation only made her heartbeat even more uncontrollable. And Subaru had no idea what she was thinking. He only kept turning over those 2 words she had said, hope. After that, Subaru set off for the 3rd floor entrance. "I've dealt with most of the matters on the 2nd floor. It's time to train on the 3rd floor." The next moment, the system panel popped up with the 3rd floor training information. After arriving on the 3rd floor, he had to choose a faction, and he chose the Kingdom of Conrad. The next second, his figure suddenly vanished. Only 3% of players chose this faction. There was naturally a reason behind that. Soon he was teleported to the 3rd floor and landed in the Conrad Kingdom Mercenary Rest Area. The moment he stepped into the rest area, a man locked onto him with his gaze. The man grinned. "A newbie? Perfect timing, I was just bored." Pretending to be casual, he walked towards Subaru. With a thud, the man deliberately rammed his shoulder into Subaru's, a smug smile still on his lips. But Subaru was only walking normally, and he knocked the other man aside directly. Without even slowing his steps, he brushed past him and did not spare him an extra glance. The slick-haired man was startled and cursed aloud. "Are you blind? What the hell is wrong with you?" Subaru's gaze turned sharp. "You're the one with the problem. You deliberately bumped into me. You think I couldn't tell? The man flew into a rage and grabbed Subaru by the collar. You bastard! An E-rank hunter dares talk back to a B-rank? The newcomers in the tavern saw the commotion and immediately got excited. Subaru laughed softly. B-rank? Perfect. Let me test what you're worth. As soon as the words fell, lightning flashed beneath his feet and crackled around his legs. With a single high kick, he shattered the man's front teeth on the spot. Then the man shot backward like an arrow launched from a bowstring. No one could believe it. One strike had crippled a B-rank mercenary. In the crowd, an old man had been staring at Subaru the whole time. Not long after, a group of people stormed in aggressively. He dared bully our people, tear his mask off. More than 10 people instantly surrounded Subaru. Kid, this place is your grave. Subaru did not even change expression and merely swept them with a glance. A bunch of trash. Within seconds, he knocked all dozen of them to the ground. One of the fallen mercenaries trembled through clenched teeth. This guy is so strong he doesn't seem human. After finishing off that group, someone else came up to talk to him. But this person was not here to cause trouble. He wanted to make his acquaintance. My name is Raymond. I'm a rank examiner. Subaru shook his hand without hesitation. Raymond said he had never seen him before and asked what missions he had completed. The livestream fans felt they were wasting time. Stop chatting so much with the tower names. The goal of the third floor trial was to take missions and earn 10,000 credit points. An E-rank mercenary could earn at most 50 points per mission, so most players got stuck here for more than a year. Subaru had no time to waste. He had to take a shortcut and could not spare even a second, much less slowly rank up. Raymond thought for a moment and guessed that he came from Earth. There aren't many people from other worlds like you these days. But even so, I can't give you special treatment. Rules are rules. Subaru felt the rules could be shortened, but Raymond still refused. There was no point in opening a back door for an otherworlder destined to leave. There was only one path to clear the third floor in one go. So Subaru said to Raymond, I can help you fulfill your dream. Raymond did not understand. Subaru said it more plainly. He could make the Thunder Cavern belong to Conrad. Raymond was stunned on the spot. That's a mission only A-rank mercenaries can take, and the real problem is... Before he could finish, Subaru interrupted him. He knew, this was a war of pride over an unconquerable dungeon between Ottoman and Conrad. There was a special dungeon on the third floor called the Thunder Cavern. History had never recorded anyone successfully clearing it, whether player, mercenary, or knight. A massive mountain range lay between Conrad and Ottoman, and the two nations had fought over it for years. Conquering the Thunder Cavern would open a shortcut through the mountains. It was not only an ambition, but could also become a defensive line. As long as Raymond could provide proof of A-rank status, Subaru could clear it for him. Subaru's words made Raymond fall silent for a long time. Let me think about it. I'll write you a recommendation letter. How about joining the assault team? The assault team has always been short on people. The comments kept urging him to run quickly. This guy has no idea he's only one step away from death. The assault team would depart in 3 days, and when the time came Raymond would bring the recommendation letter and told Subaru to wait here first. The live stream audience completely exploded, constantly sending Subaru new mission suggestions. 5 days from now just happens to be when the third floor tournament ends. Did Blue Zone deliberately schedule it this way? Raymond stepped forward, his voice growing heavy. To clear the Thunder Cavern, honestly, I still can't believe it. When he was young, he had challenged it too, and nearly half his teammates had died that day. Subaru took the recommendation letter and only said one sentence, that won't happen this time. Raymond froze. Then why do you still want the recommendation letter? Subaru laughed. You may not understand me. I'm kind of arrogant. So I plan to go in alone and clear it alone. Everyone in the live stream could not believe it. He was really going to solo it? That was a place no one had ever dared enter. Raymond also thought he was crazy. The Thunder Cavern is a team instance, and you're saying you're going in alone? I heard Conrad has fewer people than Ottoman. They can't even assemble a full team, can they? Raymond looked a little embarrassed. That's true. We've always been short on manpower. I thought you had teammates, that's why I gave you the recommendation letter. Subaru said, I don't have teammates. I'm enough on my own. The next moment, Subaru turned off the live stream. Next I'll make some preparations, then set out. On the other side, a woman was climbing a wooden staircase step by step, unable to hide her confusion. He's really going alone? He's just like Subaru. But as she kept watching, she realized Subaru had already ended the stream, and she immediately felt it was a pity. Because from his previous streams, it seemed that every time he reached a key information point, he would cut the stream. That made Reina laugh in disbelief. This guy was way too good at leaving people hanging. She had originally hoped the stream would help pass the time until she reached the third floor. Rena laughed out loud. This weirdo is just like their leader. Even his style and way of speaking are exactly the same. He also walked his own path and never cared what others thought. In her eyes, it was as if the real leader were streaming, with no sense of mismatch at all. and she had also heard that he was going to enter that tournament. Maybe then she could find a chance to talk to him. The next second, Reina slowly crouched down. Since the stream is over, it's time to get moving. With a whoosh, her figure shot straight into the sky. Meanwhile, Subaru was dragged out shopping by Wika. It was obvious that every time Wika went shopping with him, she blushed, and her shyness was adorably obvious. Along the way, she kept praising his streams as interesting and engaging, unlike other streamers who were so monotonous. She also said there was a grilled meat place on the 3rd floor that was delicious, and wanted to invite him to eat there that evening. But Subaru refused. He was in a hurry to grow stronger and was in no mood for grilled meat. And besides, the tournament was about to begin. He would never hand Tashino's relic over to anyone. While Subaru was thinking over the tournament, Blue Zone players appeared elsewhere. One said in dissatisfaction, "When Blue Zone calls you, you should come wagging your tail. And this time you actually put on airs and made me come all the way out here to meet you." He truly could not understand what the boss was thinking, caring this much about a minor figure from the 2nd or 3rd floor. And the person meeting with the Blue Zone member was actually the chairman of Subaru's company. The scene shifted, and Subaru finally received the mission from the examiner. 3 days later, he arrived at the Heavenly Serpent Nest dungeon. He looked up and saw that ahead of him was a giant serpent resembling a flood dragon, its bloody maw wide open. But he felt not the slightest fear. With a wave of his hand, his weapon lit up. A single sword aura slashed the white serpent into a heavily wounded state. Then 4 or 5 follow-up strikes landed, deepening its injuries. A monster of this level could not stop his advance at all. He stared at the white serpent, his voice icy. "That's enough. Now it's time to end this." The next second, Subaru's figure vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already right in front of the white serpent. He leaped high and landed above the serpent. This final sword would finish it. With a sharp sound, lightning poured into the blade, erupting with terrifying power. System prompt: you have defeated the Sky Serpent Chief. After defeating the giant serpent, Subaru gained a large amount of experience, and both his strength and endurance increased. After dealing with the serpent, he found an item. Looking more closely, it turned out to be a Sky Serpent Fang. At the price from 20 years ago, it could already be sold for 10,000 credit points. As for how much it was worth now, that was hard to say. Subaru checked his attribute panel. In just 3 short days, he had gained 9 levels and had already reached level 35. He also understood that he could not be greedy anymore. He had to proceed steadily. Counting the days, the tournament should be starting soon too. "I have to take back my younger brother's relic." After dealing with all that, Wika asked him out to a restaurant again. Every time she saw him, she was all smiles, which always made him feel she had brought more good news. Admiration appeared in Wika's eyes again. "Did you see that news?" Subaru looked confused. "What news are you talking about?" After listening to her explanation, he learned it was the collaboration video. He had been so busy farming monsters that he had actually forgotten about it. Wika emphasized it again. "Subaru, even if you didn't do it on purpose, the way you perform really is a lot like Subaru." Wika handed him a bag and told him to take a careful look. There really was one difference between him and the original. Inside the bag was the income report from his recent collaboration stream with Hawkeyes, totaling 50,000 credit points, far more than he had expected. But if she were only delivering the report, there was no need for Wika to make a special trip, so she had another reason. She said she had a friend named Kayaharu, a fanatical gambler, and she had learned some inside information from him. There was a kind of betting where people wagered on who would win the championship and claim the prize. The higher the chance of winning, the lower the odds, meaning smaller but more stable returns. Right now, Subaru's odds were 6.1 to 1, but one player's odds were only 1.2 to 1. So that person was the universally acknowledged favorite to win. Subaru, being poorly informed, had no idea who she was talking about. That person was named Omar Schneider, a Blue Zone player who had stayed on the 3rd floor for a full 10 years, obsessed with clearing the Thunder Cavern. It was precisely that madness that had made him famous throughout the streaming world. What shocked Wika even more was that Schneider was trying every possible way to meet Subaru, because in his eyes, Subaru's actions were almost a declaration of war against them. The reason they were displeased was simple. Content Subaru could clear in a few days was something their boss had struggled with for 10 years just to reach that point. At that moment, Wika had somehow climbed onto the dining table without realizing it, curious about how Subaru ate without removing his mask. After waiting a moment, Wika seemed to finally realize what she was doing, and her face instantly turned bright red. She immediately turned around and did not dare look at his face again. "Between the Thunder Cavern challenge and the next trial, you're very likely to run into him. I want to remind you, be careful." The scene shifted to the 3rd floor, Ortonarl. A carriage sped down the street. 2 voices came from inside the carriage. "We're finally going to meet that arrogant bastard. He actually bragged that he'd solo the Thunder Cavern." They all turned their eyes toward the captain. This was Schneider's team. Someone advised, he just hasn't seen what kind of place the Thunder Cavern really is. Don't let him get to you, Captain Schneider. Schneider responded calmly, saying he was not affected, and that guy really does have the right to brag. He took a coin from his chest. His career is short, but he became the new Master of Thunder. That's exactly what we've wanted for a long time. The other two were still unconvinced. Even so, he's way too arrogant. Just because he knows lightning arts, he thinks he's the real Subaru? That's enough. This isn't the time for jealousy. Put your energy into improving yourselves. The bald man beside him looked a little surprised. So you want us to respect him? The captain's hand suddenly stopped. That coin in his palm was bent into a semicircle by brute force. That scene frightened his teammates. They knew the captain was strong, but they had never expected he could bend a coin. That action only showed one thing. His pride had been pierced through. Schneider's gaze was so deep it was as if he could see the future. He also wanted to know, how exactly was Subaru planning to clear the Thunder Cavern? The monster there was a true nightmare. At that moment, Subaru had also returned to his rented room. He stared at the intelligence in his hand, and his first reaction was, this guy has something wrong with his head. But he had to admit that the other party truly had ability. He had only begun to emerge 5 years ago, and had joined Blue Zone at around the same time. Schneider of Blue Zone was a late-blooming player who had stepped into the spotlight during the Thunder Cavern Challenge. Blue Zone challenger Schneider ventures deep into the Thunder Cavern, only one step away. Subaru had originally felt that the organizers were overly confident in holding this kind of tournament. But if they already had an internal favorite, then it made sense. Unfortunately, they might be miscalculating this time. As long as he entered, he had to take back his younger brother's relic. Let him see, then, whether the organizers were stronger, or he was stronger. When the time came, he would make their schemes fail and force them to pay the price. The next day, Subaru went to the largest trading market in town. This market bought anything. As long as an item was valuable enough, it could be sold for a good price. But the merchants here were all shrewd. They never made losing deals, and only squeezed several times the profit out of their customers. Before long, Subaru stopped in front of a shop and handed over the Sky Serpent Fong. He did not even spare a glance at the owner's shocked expression. He only cared how much the Fong could sell for. The owner could not even be bothered with him. All his attention was captured by the Fong as he held it and repeatedly examined its quality. The owner laughed wildly in his heart. This kid had come to the wrong place and picked the wrong opponent. Whether he knew the market or not, he was going to pay tuition here today. The owner cleared his throat and put on a troubled look. The quality is definitely top tier, somewhere between B rank and A rank. A hunter who can get something like this is no amateur. If not for these tiny scratches, I'd have rated it S rank directly. The owner added another stab. But you came at a bad time. Recently the supply of Sky Serpent Poison Fangs has suddenly increased, so demand dropped all at once. He tapped on a calculator. A total of 8,000 credit points. You're lucky today, kid. I'm giving you a good price. Subaru let out a light sigh. This number was far below what he had expected. Had this thing really depreciated that much over 20 years? But just as the thought rose in his mind, a man walked up behind him. Don't let him fool you. Sky Serpent Poison Fangs are inherently rare, so the seller is usually the one who sets the price. The next second, the owner's jaw nearly dropped. Because the person now standing before him, he might go his whole life without ever meeting, much less becoming a rival. A person of that level was staring into Subaru's eyes at that very moment. Those hero-like eyes were filled with killing intent. If an ordinary person met that gaze, their legs would probably go weak on the spot. So you're the legendary Subaru? This person was exactly the one Subaru had seen yesterday in the search device, Schneider. Without question a powerful enemy. After Subaru met Schneider, the two went to a nearby restaurant. Subaru told him to get straight to the point. They were not close enough to sit down and eat leisurely together. Even so, he was still a little surprised inside. Schneider had actually chosen a restaurant with this kind of style. At first, when Schneider heard that a newcomer wanted to conquer the Thunder Cavern, he had only thought the other man was an arrogant drifter. But now, he dared not draw a conclusion. He was split half and half. Half of him still thought Subaru arrogant. The other half was respect. You do have talent, so much that it could even be called excessive. But I still cannot accept that you're being compared to Subaru. Subaru kept his eyes fixed on him. He had assumed Schneider was just some eccentric, but he had not expected the man's gaze to be so serious it was nearly obsessive. But since Schneider had specially dragged him out to meet, it could not be just to say this much. Schneider said he had a proposal. Schneider's expression turned somewhat fierce. Put away your arrogance. A few days ago, you said you would solo the Thunder Cavern. That was ignorance-driven arrogance. You will start a live stream now and sincerely apologize to everyone. Subaru did not move. This did not sound like much of a proposal at all. Schneider did not mean that he had to apologize on stream immediately, but to stake it on the upcoming tournament. If he defeated Subaru, Subaru would have to go live and admit his immaturity. Subaru slowly let out a breath and thought to himself that this guy really did have quite the temper. But if I win, you'll tell me everything you know about the Spirit Cave. Since you were the one who proposed this first, that condition isn't excessive. Schneider chuckled and got up to leave. No problem. There's no way I can lose anyway, so set whatever conditions you want. But over these years, Schneider had learned one thing: never speak too absolutely. So he added, at least, I won't lose to you. With that, he left, while Subaru remained seated without moving. This guy really was not simple. Those 10 years had not been endured for nothing. The scene shifted to the livestream guild. Wika's partner was just about to place a bet. He felt Subaru's emotions were too unstable, making him high risk. Schneider, on the other hand, was different. He was a high-return investment target that had already been proven. And with this many participants already entering, the direction of the betting trend was basically obvious. Even if the odds were only 1.2, professional gamblers bet on trust, not probability. Just as he was about to place the bet, Wika's call suddenly came in. Her partner was so startled his soul nearly flew out of him, and he directly threw his phone away. He glared irritably at the surveillance camera on the wall. You're definitely spying on me, right? How can it be this much of a coincidence? I was just about to bet and you called. But this time Wika was truly innocent. She was not spying. She had just happened to call at that moment. Wika said she wanted to bet on Subaru to win. Her partner was shocked on the spot. Wake up. Do you know how expensive credit points are right now? Wika did not care. She was certain Subaru could not lose. Her partner kept trying to persuade her earnestly. You've been a manager this long, so listen to me. Schneider, who's been grinding for 10 years, is the safest choice. But at that very moment, Wika brushed past a woman in a cloak. Wika's eyes instantly sharpened. She immediately turned around to look at the cloaked woman. The magic power on her body was absurdly strong, oppressive enough to make people uncomfortable. On the other side, Schneider strode into the arena with confident, heavy steps. The moment he saw Subaru, he became even more certain. He was definitely going to win this match. What he did not know was that a woman high above was watching him. Looking at Schneider below, she slowly said, "So you're the top contender." She could feel the immense magic power coming from Schneider. So it really isn't for show. Looks like there won't be an upset this time. Schneider had already been marked by her. There was still 1 hour before the match. Subaru changed into his equipment and walked into the venue step by step. The instant he pushed open the door, the cheering inside was already so loud it made people's eardrums ache. Soon someone recognized him. I didn't expect that streamer to enter too. I remember his odds were ranked second. At that moment, a figure slowly walked towards Subaru from the front. That was the #1 favorite in the odds, Schneider. The moment he appeared, he swept his gaze toward the audience stands. Almost everyone there had come to cheer for him. Wherever his eyes went, there were fans shouting for him, and more than 90% of the entire venue was cheering his name. Fireworks shot into the sky, announcing the official start of the competition. As the fireworks faded, a host walked through the air and stopped mid-air. Her voice was clear and cold. I am today's tournament host. I am Rui of Blue Zone. It is a pleasure to meet you all. She clenched one hand, and a wave of pale red magical power spread outward. The next moment, a pair of shoes floated in midair. This is a symbol of Blue Zone's glory. It once belonged to a member of the Blue Eyes squad. Now, it is here. Take first place, and you can carry it away. That pair of shoes was Subaru's younger brother's keepsake, the only thing he had left behind. Subaru stared fixedly at the shoes, and only one thought remained in his mind. He had to take them back. What he did not know was that not far away in the audience stands, someone else was also staring at the shoes. Wika immediately felt that something was wrong. It was that cloaked woman she had seen on the street again. Her aura was too strange. Red magic power radiated from that woman's body, and her eyes held nothing but anger and killing intent. The moment the match began, Subaru started his live stream. His viewer count was absurdly high too, instantly surging to 3,000 or 4,000. The comments directly flooded the screen. Even Subaru found it hard to believe. Just keeping up with the pace of the comments was already difficult. Soon, he received a task. A fan was cheering him on and promised 30,000 points if he won the championship. He gave a brief thanks. The next moment, the host gave a broad wave of her hand, and a green light slowly spread out. She announced excitedly, "Enough nonsense, the match begins." A moment later, all the contestants were dropped into a forest at the same time. This was an unregulated melee and also the preliminary round. Death meant elimination. Aside from yourself, everyone was an enemy. There were more than 10,000 contestants in total, and in the end only 1,000 would remain for the next round. Before long, the livestream viewer count was still climbing, and donations were increasing too. Suddenly, Subaru heard a rustling movement behind him. He turned around immediately. Someone was already trying to ambush him in the preliminaries, but it was not actually an ambush. The other person was just unlucky and happened to run into him. Subaru's gaze locked onto that man. Since he had been spotted by him, there was no chance of escape. In just a few short minutes, the survivors dropped from over 10,000 to 8,000. Schneider strode through the forest, neither hiding nor attacking. Because in his eyes there was only one target, Subaru. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his figure flickered, dodging an incoming arrow. Schneider gave a low laugh. Is that all a small fry can do? Nothing but sneak attacks? The archer in front cursed inwardly. Damn it, missed. The moment that thought appeared in the man's mind, dozens more people emerged behind him. These people wanted to join forces to kill a favorite contestant. Everyone be careful. This guy has fought on battlefields for years. He's definitely no soft target. Schneider sighed. The plan isn't bad. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong person. The bald swordsman in front snorted coldly. You're still talking tough when death's at your door. That's about all you're capable of. The moment those words fell, his head was gone. The others did not even react in time. Their side had already lost a main fighter. Schneider's spear moved like the wind, its afterimages pressing down hard enough to make people unable to breathe. I've seen too many people like you. The ending is always the same, death. His gaze was cold and utterly without warmth. With a casual throw, an air current took shape in his palm and blasted forward in a straight line. With a bang, another person was shattered. Schneider advanced step by step, his voice like a sentence being passed. Listen carefully. In this tower, shortcuts won't save you. The only thing that can protect you is death. At that moment, Schneider was like a grim reaper returned from hell. What he held was not a scythe, yet it harvested lives just the same. Those people were trembling in terror. This was not an opponent they could possibly fight. The footage of Schneider's slaughter was simultaneously projected onto the arena's giant screens. The two people had just tried to run, but at the moment they turned around, their body split apart. But some people felt this was only a test and that they were not truly dying, so there was no need to be cowardly. They could just rush him together. Seeing this, Reina felt her heart tighten. Was this the monster who had spent 10 years grinding on the 3rd floor? If he reached the higher floors, he would absolutely be able to charge into the rankings. He was far too outstandingly strong. But the next second, she was annoyed by the noise beside her. Sitting next to her was Wika, who kept shouting, Subaru, beat the hell out of them. Reina took one look and realized it was Subaru's stream, and she too was drawn in. Then Wika and Reina met each other's eyes. Wika felt a burst of joy inside. Since you're wearing a mask too, you must be a Subaru fan. After confirming it, Wika said she was also a Subaru fan and had liked him for 20 years. So Wika invited Reina beside her. Why don't we watch Subaru's stream together? On the other side, the number of survivors had already fallen from over 10,000 to just over 1,300. At that moment, Subaru was walking through the forest without much strategy. If he met someone, he killed them. He looked up at the sky. The preliminary round should be ending soon. Each person was worth 200 points, and if he did not think of a way to keep finding opponents, his score would not look impressive enough. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with an idea, and he thought of a simple solution. He slowly drew his sword. Why not just announce that I'm here and lure everyone over? Something this simple, and I only just thought of it now. The livestream audience was dumbfounded. Everyone else is busy hiding, and you're actually going out looking for people to kill. The next moment, Subaru slashed out with his sword, lightning wrapping around the sword force and directly cutting the trees ahead in half. Wherever he went, he kept cutting. The trees in front of him had already been mostly cleared away. Just then, a man's figure appeared atop the wreckage of the fallen trees. That man was Schneider. He had also just finished clearing out everyone in this area. Schneider's eyes shone with excitement. I finally found you. Subaru did not back down at all. I think I found you first. Schneider's live stream also exploded completely. A major player has appeared. Schneider is worth 10,000 credit points. Because earlier, someone had given Subaru a mission. If he defeated Schneider, he would be rewarded with 10,000 credit points. Subaru had not expected to run into him this soon. Schneider was equally excited. From the moment he entered the arena, he had been looking for Subaru, and now his wish was finally granted. A battle that should have appeared in the finals had actually erupted ahead of schedule in the very first preliminary round. At this moment, only 1,200 people remained out of the original 10,000-person elimination round. And right then, Schneider made the first move. Subaru immediately sidestepped to dodge, and what shocked him was this: Schneider's attacks were nearly invisible, impossible to track. As the spear force fell, the trunk of the tree behind Subaru exploded into splinters. Schneider said calmly, "A few minutes left. Enough time for me to take you down." Subaru had not fully recovered from the shock. What had just happened was definitely not a skill, but pure technique. If he lost the spearhead's trajectory for even a single instant, he would die. Schneider's seemingly casual thrust could reach distances beyond common sense. At that moment, Schneider moved, flicking his arm and attacking again. If slowed down, one could see a stream of air. But at normal speed, it was nearly impossible to detect, so Subaru did not hesitate. He pushed all his attributes to the limit. He had to go all out. The moment his presence condensed, he raised his hand and blocked that spear aura. But the impact was so fierce that his entire arm went numb. Grinding his teeth, Subaru deflected the spear light away. But at that exact moment, his pupils shrank sharply. Schneider had somehow already closed the distance and was right in front of him. If that thrust landed, he would certainly die. Subaru twisted at the waist and barely dodged it. The moment the spear missed was his chance to counterattack. But what he had not expected was that Schneider's footwork spun with the momentum. Using the instant of the turn, Schneider's arm smashed down heavily once again. After that, Schneider kept cycling through the same sequence, forcing Subaru into pure passive defense. Until finally, at one moment, Subaru caught an opening and poured most of his strength into the cursed sword. With one slash, he forcibly drove Schneider back. Even Schneider did not dare take it head-on. Schneider retreated continuously, and at that instant, he felt as though Subaru's sword aura had doubled outright. The two widened the distance to 20 meters and stood facing each other. Schneider asked him why he was not using lightning. Wasn't that his strongest trump card? Subaru said he was not using it because it would be a waste. After all, this duel would be over very soon, wouldn't it? Schneider's expression darkened. You think using it on me would be a waste? He thought of one possibility. Had Subaru been stalling for time all along? Enraged, Schneider's speed surged as he charged at Subaru. With a harsh clang, spear and sword collided head-on, and Schneider's speed was twice what it had been before. He was genuinely furious. But Subaru still provoked him coldly. Was that everything you had just now? Then you've really disappointed me. At that moment, the preliminary round needed only 3 more eliminations to end, and Schneider was nearly driven mad with anger. 2 seconds later, the pressure filling the arena suddenly vanished. The first preliminary round was over. Before leaving, Schneider sneered, "Don't get careless. Next time, I won't let you go." Subaru naturally did not buy that. He stared at Schneider. "Sooner or later, you'll turn into my 10,000 points. You won't get away." After that, the system teleported Subaru to a studio and gave him 30 minutes of rest time. At that moment, his palm was still numb. At the final critical instant, he had almost been overwhelmed by Schneider. His livestream viewer count had already surged to 11,000. For those 11,000 people, he had practically forced this hot topic into existence with his own hands. Wika had once said, once a streamer's followers broke 10,000, that was the first real barrier. Cross it once, and you could establish yourself in the field. Now Subaru had firmly crossed that line. Under the identity of a streamer, he had drawn away enormous attention, and the next real duel with Schneider would only attract even more eyes. But if even someone on Schneider's level could not clear the Thunder Cavern, then that place was probably far harder than imagined. Next, Subaru claimed all of his donations. Then he poured all of them into upgrading the skill level of the Wedge of Greed. As long as he raised it to B rank, his combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the host stared at the pair of shoes with some suspicion. She had heard that thieves were eyeing those shoes, though she did not know whether it was true. The host felt that no normal person would be stupid enough to come here and steal something. If anyone really dared to come, then it would probably only be that group. Before long, she was met by someone who absolutely should not have appeared. Amon had actually come down from the 9th floor to the 3rd floor. The host froze on the spot, her face full of shock. "Why are you here?" Amon had appeared this time specifically because of the duel between Subaru and Schneider. Besides that, he had another matter, to prevent members of the Blue Eyes squad from making a move to steal. And below him, 2 women were already on the verge of clashing. Feeling the highly oppressive magic power coming from Wika, Reina slowly took off her mask. "Being called Big Sister by you. I'm really not used to it." Wika gave an awkward smile. "Because there's something absolutely extraordinary about your aura. I can tell you've trained for a very long time, and you use disguise magic too, right?" Reina let out a chuckle. Even that could be seen through, so she really was not simple. Wika believed Reina had a reason for doing this. The more powerful your identity, the more necessary it was to hide your real face. But halfway through speaking, her tone sank. "Let's make this clear first. You're not here to rule in the match, are you?" Reina did not take Wika seriously at all. "So what if I am? If I really came here to cause trouble, what could you do about it?" Wika could not hold back anymore, and her magic power erupted completely. "I don't care about anything else, but Subaru's stream absolutely cannot be interrupted. If you dare touch it, you die." While Subaru was resting, he suddenly received a prompt. "Rest period over. Please begin the 2nd round." There were many people standing in front of him, clearly all teleported over together from the resting rooms. This round's content was to seize other people's territory and make it your own. Each piece of territory could hold at most 2 people, so while grabbing land, you also had to defend your position. Defeat one player, and you could take their territory away. Each territory could hold no more than 2 people at a time. If you defeated your opponent, that territory would belong to your side. When time ended, the one controlling the most territory would win. Who would become the new owner of these shoes? The answer would be known in 2 hours. At that moment, the system stitched together the territories from every room. As the finals began, everyone tensed up and guarded their own land stubbornly. Just as Subaru had predicted, no one made the first move. Starting a fight now would gain you at most 1 territory, but later on, defeating one person would let you swallow up far more land. Watching first and acting later was the normal choice. The next second, Subaru moved, one slash came down and directly cut off the head of the person beside him, casually seizing that person's territory in the process. He had originally intended to follow the usual approach too, but there was no helping it. Every person he dealt with was worth 300 credit points, and not earning that would be stupid. Schneider also began attacking the others. Anyone who had made it into the second round had fought their way out from among 10,000 people. Not a single one of them was weak, yet in front of Schneider, they were still pierced through with 1 spear. Very quickly, Schneider expanded and carved out a huge stretch of territory. But his gaze remained locked in Subaru's direction the whole time. Likewise, Subaru saw him too. From Schneider's eyes, he read only one word: desire. Subaru simply turned and walked away. He still had people to kill and credit points to earn. Schneider exploded in anger on the spot. Where are you going? Are you running away? Subaru could not be bothered to answer him. The more credit points he could earn, the more he would earn. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and Subaru killed another person. The level of the 3rd floor is even lower than I thought. The strongest one here is probably Schneider. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Player Dongchao has entered your territory. There are currently 2 players in this territory. Subaru slowly turned around. He wanted to see who was so bold as to trespass on his ground. When he turned back, he found that it looked like one of Schneider's lackeys. The man shook his weapon and spoke arrogantly. So you're Subaru? Today, you're destined to lose to me. The live stream nearly died laughing. A minion wants to fight the boss? What is he thinking? The next second, the bald man charged forward. He raised his spear and kicked out, trying to suppress him with momentum, but Subaru ducked low, slashed backhanded, and directly cut his weapon in 2. That weapon was made of heavy metal, cost a fortune, and had extremely high toughness, yet Subaru broke it with a casual swing. The other man's pupils shrank. His weapon had been cleanly split in half? How was that possible? With a thud, the man fell to the ground. Subaru stood before him like an arbiter holding life and death in his hands. Before dying, the bald man muttered, "I take that back. Captain, this guy really is strong." With a soft sound, Subaru directly finished him off and sent him into elimination. Subaru was still wondering what that line about the captain meant, when the system prompt sounded again. Player Schneider has entered your territory. Subaru's heart sank. So you finally came? The moment he turned around, he saw Schneider charging straight at him in anger. Without hesitation, Subaru raised his sword and blocked Schneider's spear head-on. The weapons collided, sending sparks flying everywhere. Schneider pressed harder and harder, forcing him to use lightning immediately. Otherwise, on the next strike, Subaru would not even have the chance to use lightning. The livestream comments went wild. Choose now. Are you going to kill him, or spare him? That flurry of attacks just now had been too fast, and Subaru had not fully caught up with the rhythm, so he could only pull back first. Schneider really was absurdly strong. But unfortunately, he had picked the wrong opponent today. Subaru slowly lowered his sword, and Schneider thought he was about to run again. But then Subaru spoke, his voice cold as a blade. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Black lightning began wrapping around Subaru's fingertips. With multiple skills reinforcing it, the lightning was forcibly shaped into a spear. Schneider's expression changed, turning an element into a weapon? How is that possible? Subaru finished condensing it and was about to strike, but he caught that slight hesitation in Schneider's eyes. "Are you afraid?" Schneider shook his head. "How could I be afraid? Then I'll ask you again. Against this kind of attack, will you run?" Schneider fell silent. He gave no answer and only calculated how to tear through this attack. This lightning truly exceeded his expectations, but this time, he had to cross that line. Time returned to before the match began, when his teammates had asked him a question. They wanted to know why Schneider was so obsessed with the Thunder Cavern. With the captain's strength, he could clearly have advanced easily to the 5th or even 6th floor. Schneider had laughed loudly. People like me, who become obsessed with one thing to the extreme, often forget the original reason long ago. Put nicely, it's called conviction. Put bluntly, it's called obsession. But there's one thing I know for certain. If I get past this obstacle, my life will be completely rewritten. That's why I absolutely cannot give up. So at this moment, he made his decision, and the spear in his hand spun with a howl. He absolutely could not run, otherwise he would be burdened with a second obsession. A moment later, his power had already been compressed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, Schneider charged at Subaru, so fast he was nearly impossible to see. Subaru only stepped forward, as if sending off Schneider's 10 years of persistence. I won't hold back. Subaru's figure vanished from the spot as well. In Subaru's mind, Schneider was the kind of person who would walk to the end even knowing it meant death, and he respected that. The next second, their weapons collided head-on. They both unleashed all of their power at once. This was a collision of convictions, and neither would retreat. It was the karma built up over more than 10 years. The impact blasted chunks of stone from the arena and swept them up like a storm. Immediately after, a massive explosion took shape in the clash of their attacks. Meanwhile, over in the audience, Wika was still guarding against Reina beside her. Reina's eyes were cold. Your magic is strong, but you can't stop me from causing trouble. Wika refused to yield an inch. You can try. I'm Subaru's fan. I will never let you ruin his duel. Just then, a huge burst of fire lit up both of their faces. The two of them stopped at the same time. The result was about to be decided. The arena was too chaotic, so Wika simply watched Subaru's live stream directly. But the live stream image made Wika's expression change instantly. That explosion just now had been too terrifying. The competition stage was completely swallowed by smoke and dust. Only after a long while did two figures slowly emerge on the big screen. After the intense battle, blood was spilling from the corner of Schneider's mouth. The camera moved downward. There was a huge hole blasted through Schneider's torso. He dropped heavily to his knees. Without a doubt, Subaru had won this battle. Although Schneider had been killed, he had not truly died. They would meet again before long. The system showed, Subaru has occupied 283 territories. Out of everyone in the arena, he controlled the most territory. So there was no suspense in this victory. At once, fireworks filled the sky and human voices erupted. At this moment, the entire venue completely boiled over, the noise surging toward the heavens. It had been many years. No one had seen such a vicious duel in a long time. Seeing Subaru take the championship, Wika could not be bothered to keep arguing with Reina. But when she looked at Reina, she found something off about her expression. That face was too cold, as if this victory should never have belonged to Subaru. Reina was just as shaken inside. She had not expected the winner to be a newcomer. Since that was the case, then she could not be blamed. The importance of those shoes was something she understood better than anyone. The host leaped into the sky, her voice carrying across the whole venue. The winner of this tournament, a new streamer, Subaru. Subaru stood at the center of the stage, letting the crowd cheer all around him. But there was only one thing in his heart: take back those shoes. The host snapped her fingers. The pair of shoes immediately floated in midair, the very shoes Subaru's younger brother had worn, and his only keepsake. According to the rules, the victor will receive this pair of shoes. The moment the shoes appeared, Reina slowly stood up. Wika noticed as well, but she did not know that Reina's expression at that moment had grown frighteningly dark. The shoes slowly fell into Subaru's hands. 20 years had passed. To Subaru, it felt like an instant, but to these shoes, the passage of time had been real. Subaru's eyes were involuntarily dragged back in memory to that day. A hot-tempered guy shouted at everyone, "Who the hell wore my shoes?" He had warned everyone not to touch his shoes, but someone had refused to take him seriously. He forced everyone suspicious to confess. If he found out who had worn them, he would absolutely not let it go. At that moment, a man stepped out. "Toshino, why are you losing control again?" That man looked at Toshino with disdain. "You're still like a child. If you want to be a man, rein in your temper and stop exploding all the time." And on his feet were Toshino's shoes. "I didn't want to go barefoot to the toilet, so I just grabbed a pair and wore them." Toshino's face instantly flushed red. "You dare ruin my favorite shoes like that?" He stopped wasting words and charged directly forward. He kicked the man in the stomach. "How many times have I warned you people not to wear my shoes? Your feet are bigger than mine. You'll stretch them out of shape." That period had been one of the few hobby times they had. Watching them quarrel, Subaru had found it amusing too. He had even thought, if only it could stay like this forever. Sadly, as far as he knew, he was the only one left alive. If he had to count strictly, Shu counted too, but they still had not met. The live stream began clamoring, "Shoes this good have to be sold. That's 1,000,000 credit points." Subaru immediately said to the live stream, "No matter how much they're worth, I will never sell them." The host froze. "That's worth millions of credit points. Are you really not going to reconsider?" Subaru said, "I'm not selling them. It doesn't matter what they're worth." The fans below completely went wild. They had waited all this time just to buy those shoes, and someone shouted out an offer of 3 million credit points on the spot. Subaru turned and shouted at them, "I will never sell them. You don't understand what these shoes mean at all." But his voice was instantly drowned out by the sea of people. No one could hear clearly, and he could only suppress his anger and let out a sigh. Thunderclouds rolled across the sky, and black lightning bolts descended one after another. With a boom, lightning blasted a huge crater into the arena. Only then did the crowd finally quiet down. "Let me make this clear. I will absolutely never sell them. Not even for 100 million credit points. If you can't understand that, then I'll use lightning to make you understand." The host's hair had even been blasted into curls. "Ladies and gentlemen, please stop forcing him to sell them." Then Subaru turned and left the venue. His objective had been achieved, and there was no need to stay. He had no intention of participating in the later parts either. He strode away, carrying that hard-won pair of shoes in his hand, the only relic left by his younger brother, and he had to protect it. At that moment the streets were empty, because everyone had gone to watch the competition. But there were always exceptions. 2 people were standing here. That man had just been watching Subaru's livestream, and he too had not expected Subaru to really win. It had completely exceeded expectations. The woman beside him did not know much about Subaru, and asked him on whether he was really that strong, and whether he might become a second Subaru. The one speaking was Hanamaki of Blue Zone. Even Amon could not say for sure. It was just that recently a certain idea had become popular. If the old Subaru could do it, then the new Subaru should be able to do it too. Only then did Amon realize Subaru had already been placed alongside the Subaru of the old era. It seemed he was the one failing to keep up. After hearing Hanamaki's explanation, Amon only found it absurd. And isn't the order reversed? It should be. If the new Subaru can do it, then the original Subaru definitely could too. Hanamaki did not hear the distinction and thought they were basically the same. But Amon knew they were very far apart. Hanamaki found it troublesome, and that was also why she disliked Blue Eyes fanatics. Amon became furious on the spot. "How dare you say something like that in front of me?" Seeing this, Hanamaki immediately changed her attitude. Amon's expression darkened too. "No matter what happens, today's mission must be completed." That mission was to catch the shoe thief. Hanamaki quickly followed after him. "I was just joking, senior, don't take it seriously." After they turned away, several cloaked figures silently followed after them. After Subaru got the shoes, the live stream was still on. He had not closed it. People in the live stream were betting that Subaru would definitely sell the shoes at an astronomical price. Subaru ignored them. He stared at the shoes, deep in thought. Though they had reunited in this way, he almost felt as if his younger brother were by his side again. Being able to touch this relic once more already left him satisfied. Only then did he raise his head and say to the live stream, "Thank you for posting that mission. Thanks to you, his heart doesn't hurt as much." The fans were surprised. With such incredible shoes in hand, he was not excited at all. Subaru checked the shoes traits. 2 uses per day, jump power plus 15, speed plus 25. He displayed the panel to the live stream. Quite a few people were stunned. Only 2 uses per day. And what was the point of the jump bonus? Someone immediately came out to explain, "You don't understand. Movement speed equipment is extremely rare, and many people would do anything to fight over it." At that moment, a message popped up on Subaru's phone. It was from Wika. She said that she had seen a very suspicious person at the venue and had a very bad feeling about it. Wika added one last line. "I think that woman came for the shoes." The person Wika was talking about was Reina. At that moment, she was walking down the street in a cloak. Reina felt some regret. She had already stood right in front of the shoes, yet she had not acted. But at this point, she had no other choice. No matter what, those shoes could not fall into anyone else's hands. Reina's figure slowly blended into the crowd. She was about to make her move. 10 minutes later, Subaru walked into a tavern. As soon as he entered, he saw Wika smiling brightly and waving to greet him. Wika deliberately brushed back her hair, as if showing off. Congratulations on winning the championship. She had even specially ordered him a drink. Guessing he was tired, she had ordered a non-alcoholic one. But Subaru cut straight to the point. "That message you told me about. What exactly is going on?" Wika recalled what she had seen today. "I met a very strange woman in the stands. And she was strong, at least, that was the kind of pressure she gave me." Subaru immediately pressed further. "What did this strange person you mentioned look like?" Wika said it was a woman wearing a Narukami mask over her face. "At first I thought she was very suspicious, and later I even argued with her. But as we talked, she said she was also your fan. Still, that conversation wasn't pleasant. At the moment you decided the outcome, she showed a very complicated expression. It looked like she'd just been dumped by her boyfriend. If she was really your fan, why would she make that kind of face when you won? Then she disappeared. I wasn't at ease, so I tried to follow her, but her ability to hide her movements was absurdly excessive. So I concluded, she is definitely not an ordinary person." After hearing all that, Subaru fell silent in thought. Someone who could evade Wika's tracking and also claim to be his fan. Who could it be? He felt it was unlikely, but still said Shu's characteristics aloud. Could that person be from Blue Eyes? But the Shu he remembered was male, and Wika would not mistake someone's gender. Wika recalled carefully. That person was not Blue Eyes, but that kind of reaction was hard to explain. Not a definite yes, but not a no either. Still, she had indeed not denied it. If she absolutely had to describe it, Wika could think of only one word. That complicated expression looked like nostalgia. Yes, nostalgia. The moment he heard nostalgia, Subaru's heart sank violently. The next second, he had already rushed out of the tavern and onto the street. He had to find that woman and ask everything clearly. Seeing him so flustered, Wika was stunned. Could it be another woman here? In the end, Subaru left without taking a single sip of the drink Wika had ordered for him. And at that moment, Reina was standing high above, looking down over the street. In truth, Reina had already been waiting here for a long time. She had simply been hesitating over whether to act. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Subaru ran through the streets for a long time, but still did not see the figure Wika had described. He realized that he had been careless. Itsuki was likely using the shoes as bait to force members of the Blue Eyes squad to show themselves. Since Reina excelled at infiltration, then she would definitely come back for his younger brother's shoes. And she had deliberately suppressed her presence, so thoroughly that no one could sense it, not even Subaru. It could only be said that her concealment was terrifying. From Ice Blossoms, Subaru caught Shu's magic power, and afterward a figure very much like Reina appeared. Could it be that the 4 people I saved back then are all still alive? That was not impossible, but he had to stay calm now. It was still too early to draw conclusions. With Reina's personality, with his younger brother's keepsake right before her eyes, there was no way she would just sit back and do nothing. Just then, Subaru heard Wika calling to him from behind. Unexpectedly, Wika had chased after him too, and asked, "Are you okay? Why are you so panicked?" Wika's expression was complicated, as if she could not grasp something. In her heart she was thinking, could that woman be Subaru's lover? Subaru could tell what she was thinking and immediately explained, "The person you're talking about, I might know her, but maybe not." That sentence made Wika's heart ache. Anyone could see that the kind of panic he was showing could only be because that person mattered a great deal to him. Thinking that, Wika knew she could not delay any longer. If she delayed any further, Subaru would become someone else's. So Wika raised her head, gathered her courage, and threw the words out, "Subaru, I like you. Is that woman you talked about my love rival?" Wika's eyes were full of tension and expectation. She wanted an answer. But Subaru could not accept her now. He did not want to drag her into danger. Moonlight passed over the eaves. After a long silence, he only said to her, "Let's go back first." After saying that, Subaru walked away without even turning his head. Meanwhile, Reina was still sitting high above, seeing everything below with perfect clarity. Every detail that happened below fell into Reina's eyes. This outcome was exactly what she had expected. Several figures appeared in her field of vision. They had all come to capture her. 2 figures stood by the corner of the wall, leading the effort to capture Reina. But with only 2 rookies, they could not even touch her. What Reina truly cared about was that Subaru had really entered the tournament and even won the championship. And she had also seen the way he had run wildly through the streets. She did not understand why he had been in such a hurry. Was it because victory had gone to his head, or because he was too excited? She simulated the battle to snatch the shoes back in her mind. At most 5 seconds, and she could reclaim the prize. Before coming to the 3rd floor, she had even patted her chest and promised Shu that she would definitely bring the shoes back. Reina was irritated beyond measure. She had talked so tough, yet now she could not make a move. She grabbed her hair and kept forcing herself. She had spoken so confidently and come all this way, and now she did not dare act? At this moment, Reina was in extreme conflict, because she could not bring herself to do it. There was only one reason. He looked too much like Subaru from many years ago. Even his movements and way of speaking were alike. That was the reason Reina could not make her move. The next second, Reina suddenly stood up. She did not want to hesitate anymore. If Subaru dared join Blue Zone, she would never let him go. After saying that, she turned and left. If that day really came, she would break his neck instead of just crippling his limbs. But her steps paused for a moment again. She truly hoped that one day she could sit down with Subaru and talk everything through clearly. A thought rose in her heart. If she could see his face, maybe it would feel like seeing the old Subaru again. As soon as Reina's words fell, her entire figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the people tasked with capturing Reina were still guarding this place, completely unaware that she had already left long ago. Hanamaki was so bored she was getting irritated. "How much longer are we going to stay here?" Amon stared at his phone, his voice cold. "No need to stay anymore." Hanamaki saw the content on the phone and was startled too. The phone displayed, "Retreat." Hanamaki could not understand it at all. "We spent the whole night on this and got nothing, and now we're retreating? Are you joking?" Amon's tone held not a trace of humor. If the Blue Eyes Squad members from back then had really come here, there's no way they would have just stood by and watched the prize be taken away. Since no theft happened, there's only one possibility. Everyone in the Blue Eyes Squad is already dead. Hanamaki stammered, trying to argue, but Amon cut her off. Looks like they were overthinking it. Only today did Amon finally reach a firm conclusion. The Blue Eyes Squad of those years must all be dead. Because if they were still alive, they would definitely have come, even knowing it was a trap, they would still have appeared. Unable to find Reina, Subaru climbed to the top of a tall building. He had already removed the mask from his face. He took out his phone and glanced at today's hot news. The news said, Blue Eyes disbanded because Subaru died for his companions. Therefore they guessed the Blue Eyes Squad did not appear today either because of that, or because they had already been wiped out. More than 20 years had passed since then, and Itsuki was probably somewhere far beyond his reach. For a beginner player like Subaru, catching up to Itsuki was unrealistic. Most importantly, he needed something more special. Like the spear he had materialized during a match. He had successfully recreated the one-time legendary item that had once appeared on the second floor, the lightning spear. He had once thought he understood everything about lightning, but now he understood that he still had a long way to go before truly controlling it. But this time, he would not let any opportunity slip away. That was a power feared even by gods and giants. It was also a power humanity had seized in order to resist them. A guess surfaced in Subaru's heart. Perhaps he had never truly used lightning the right way. So his next step was to grasp the secret of lightning. Only then could he touch its core, and the true path to becoming stronger. Meanwhile, inside a dessert shop, Vika sat there absent-mindedly, on a call with her partner, but she was not listening to a word he was saying. Her mind was full of Subaru's attitude. He had neither rejected her nor accepted her. She looked at her partner in the video call. I didn't hear anything you just said. Her partner moved so dramatically it was absurd, dropping straight to his knees and striking a pose of repentance. I'm truly sorry. I'm ashamed of my own arrogance. Wika laughed out loud. Sorry, I didn't hear that just now. Say it again. A penniless loser who lost all his bets can't get his voice into my ears. Her partner looked utterly hopeless. He had already paid Wika back, and had even put all his savings on Schneider winning, only to lose everything. Now he was so broke he could not afford food or electricity, and could only beg Wika to save him. To show sincerity, he even knelt and barked like a dog, but Wika found it too disgusting and told him to stop immediately. After a long silence, Wika suddenly thought of a perfect solution. She stared at her partner with a serious expression. Help me with a small favor, and I can solve your current problem. The scene shifted, and Subaru and Schneider had arranged to meet in a tavern. His purpose in coming this time was to ask clearly about all the information on the Thunder Cavern. Subaru was a little surprised to see Schneider drinking cheap beer. A famous guild leader, yet this frugal? Schneider did not care. Back when he had many members, he was always the one paying, and his wallet had long since been emptied. It turned out Schneider had always been the one taking the financial hit, but he did it willingly. Otherwise, how could he face those people? Then Subaru listened as Schneider spoke of the Thunder Cavern's past. Back then they were all poor, and Schneider was no exception. He could not even imagine receiving guild support the way he did now. With the skill level they had then, hunting itself had already been difficult. The two clinked glasses, letting old grievances settle. They needed points to take the exams, and if they failed midway, they would lose the points they had already earned, which was clearly not worth it. For a player like Schneider, hunting was the last possible road. That day, they had gone out hunting as usual, just to scrape together exam points, or even gain a little bit of level. But they ran into a scurry giant python. 7 inexperienced players had no chance whatsoever against it. Everyone had been stunned by the python's massive size. In the end, only Schneider survived. Everyone else died. At the time, Schneider simply could not bear that blow, because he had been the one who led the team together, and everything had started because of him. Every time he thought of that, he hated himself to the point of madness. Subaru let out a low sigh. They were two alike, both having lost teammates. He asked one question. Did they hate you because of that? Schneider's state was obviously wrong. You're right. Of course they hated me down to the bone. I heard those words so often my ears nearly bled. Subaru was startled inside. Just how much pressure and self-blame had Schneider been carrying? Schneider was almost falling into madness, his mouth constantly repeating those words of hatred. What meaning did the Thunder Cavern ever have? It was all because of you. If not for your stubbornness, they wouldn't have died. Watching Schneider collapse like this, Subaru felt that he was being bitten by his inner demon. That hatred was like invisible monsters, wrapping around Schneider tightly and leaving him unable to breathe. Subaru knew he could not let him go on any further. He had to make him stop. He interrupted Schneider on the spot. Stop talking. But Schneider laughed loudly. Even you pity me? Anyone else would have given up long ago, but Schneider had not. If he gave up, then what were those companions who died there supposed to mean? Their sacrifice would become utterly meaningless. That was the reason Schneider clung so fiercely to the Thunder Cavern. He did not expect Subaru to understand. But because of Subaru, he had seen a little bit of hope for the first time, the hope of clearing the Thunder Cavern. That only made Subaru more puzzled. You think that highly of me? Then Schneider also spoke some words straight from the heart. What kind of place the Thunder Cavern really was. He would tell Subaru everything he knew. Meanwhile, in a thatched hut deep in the forest, Shu paced back and forth inside the hut. His mind was deeply unsettled, wondering whether he was overthinking things, or whether he was simply being too naive. If Itsuki was really that strong, perhaps he had long since seen through Reina's disguise and had even prepared for it already. Shu glanced at his phone again. After all this time, he still had not received a message from Reina. The longer he waited, the more agitated he became. He had known he should have acted together with Reina. He swore in his heart, if anything happened to Reina, he would turn Itsuki's entire power structure upside down, no matter the cost. His anger forced his power out, and ice silently spread through the entire room. The next moment, his aura exploded violently. Itsuki, don't think you'll die easily. I'll make you repay every blood debt in blood. After waiting for what felt like forever, Shu finally received a message from Reina. Reina sent only 2 words, sorry. Shu's heart sank sharply. Then another line came, I didn't bring the shoes back. That shouldn't count as a big deal, right? When Shu saw that message, he almost exploded. What the hell is Reina doing? Is this something to joke about? Shu's roar echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, Subaru prepared to go live and head to the Thunder Cavern. After greeting the live stream, he immediately received a pile of donation tasks. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Excuse me. He turned around. It was a refined-looking young man, and the other party recognized him at a glance as the new streamer who had recently exploded in popularity. The young man said that his luck was remarkably coincidental. He had also accepted a commission for the Thunder Cavern. There were 7 team members behind him. This young man wanted to team up with Subaru and conquer the Thunder Cavern together. The moment he finished speaking, a message popped up on Subaru's phone. The sender was Wika. She had seen the scene in the live stream. Wika could tell at a glance that the other party wanted to ride Subaru's popularity. Subaru only hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing to let them come along. But he made one thing clear first. The Thunder Cavern was extremely dangerous, and if things really went bad, they should retreat rather than force it. They quickly reached an agreement and formed a team to head for the Thunder Cavern. There was one more thing. They were only fellow travelers, not allies. That point absolutely could not be confused. Soon, they arrived at the gathering point. When they got there, they found that quite a few people had already gathered. A scar-faced man glanced at the party information and discovered that there was actually an E-rank player mixed in. He sneered disdainfully. So you're one of those tower outsiders. People like you always treat your lives like something you can throw away casually. Subaru rolled his shoulders and casually chatted with the live stream. People like this, shouldn't we call them vultures? At that moment, Subaru's eyes suddenly turned cold. He smelled a stench of blood so strong it was nauseating. It seemed these people killed year-round, and the blood aura on them was so heavy they could not hide it at all. Meanwhile, 2 other groups were also gathering, also here for the Thunder Cavern. Schneider was leading the group on the left, and facing him was his sworn enemy. The long-haired man mocked him to his face. You're here for the Thunder Cavern again? Haven't enough teammates died yet? The bald man behind Schneider wanted to charge up and fight, but Schneider raised a hand to stop him. Schneider did not want to waste time here. The result would be decided inside the cavern. And Subaru, following this group of mercenaries, set foot on the road to the Thunder Cavern. The scar-faced man grew more and more uneasy as they walked. This place looked far too much like a trap designed by human hands. The fact that the door opened at fixed times was unnatural no matter how one looked at it. Ahead was the entrance to the Thunder Cavern, with a single door standing there. Powerful lightning almost continuously bombarded the entrance. Its structure determined that it could only be entered at specific times, and at all other times no one could get in. This was the scar-faced man's 3rd time challenging the Thunder Cavern. Fewer than 100 mercenaries had dared challenge it and return alive, and he was one of them. The person behind Subaru kept asking the scar-faced man, "Why are you coming with us?" The scar-faced man said he had been looking for one thing. That thing was called the Trace of Thunder. As long as he got it, he could say goodbye to this job forever. He was sick of being a mercenary, living every day with a blade at his throat and brushing past death. Subaru listened from behind for a long time and realized they were talking about nothing but nonsense, without a shred of useful information. The scar-faced man shot Subaru an annoyed glance. "You little E-rank, don't move around recklessly. If you want to die, go die by yourself, don't drag us down with you." Soon, they arrived right in front of the great door. Some people even pulled out their phones and started recording. The sight before them was too shocking. The scar-faced man slowly said, "The lightning has stopped. The entrance should open in about an hour." He casually pulled out a rat. Then with a sudden motion of his hand, he threw it. He did not care at all about the life of a rat. A bolt of lightning fell, and the rat was instantly blasted into a mass of flesh. The scar-faced man told them to rest where they were. Anyone who dared step forward would end up just like that rat. But Subaru did not take the scar-faced man's warning seriously at all. Step by step, he kept moving forward. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Subaru walked to the very front. No one could understand. What was he trying to do? Subaru felt that this strongly resembled the trial mechanism of Chenchi Mountain on the second floor. Everyone was even more confused, completely unable to guess what Subaru was trying to do. Was he really going up there to die? Subaru remained calm and merely pressed his hand against the entrance. The next moment, immense lightning surged out from his palm. That lightning was like heavenly thunder descending, so heavy with power that it made people feel suffocated. System prompt: the heart of thunder is reacting with the door of thunder. The lightning in his palm slowly faded away. The door of thunder disappeared, and the trace of thunder appeared. The instant the prompt appeared, something fell from above. Subaru was slightly stunned. This small? What exactly is this? It looked like a gemstone, but no gemstone could possibly be more precious than it. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. It was actually the trace of thunder. Almost at the same time, the scar-faced man suddenly pulled the long blade from his back, his voice hoarse with shock. What the hell was going on? Had this door been waiting all this time for someone qualified? Was that why the trace of thunder had never appeared? The next second, Subaru heard a whistling explosive sound from behind him. An axe was flying toward him at high speed. Subaru's expression instantly darkened. Fighting among themselves before they had even entered the cavern? These people were truly filthy. He immediately bent down to dodge the great axe, though his shoulder was still grazed and lightly wounded. Since the other side had attacked first, Subaru's counterattack would not trigger any additional system penalty. The scar-faced man's expression twisted hideously. Hand over that thing, or don't expect to leave here alive. There was no way Subaru would agree to a demand like that, but they did not care whether he agreed or not. If you're an outsider to the tower, then you obey the tower's rules. The bearded man directly raised his axe. If you don't hand it over, I won't be polite. Subaru sneered inwardly. With just the likes of you, you dare rob me? You think too highly of yourselves. Dying once in the tower was not the same as truly dying, but the extreme fear after waking up was enough to mentally break a person and even leave severe trauma. The bearded man licked the blade of his axe sickeningly. When death is right in your face, everyone gets scared. We're used to it already. We specialize in killing tower outsiders. This scene made the nearby players turn pale. So it's true that Conrad mercenaries kill players. We never should have come. Seeing this, the long-haired man immediately told Subaru to retreat. They had too many people, and if they really fought, they could all be wiped out. But before he could finish, he was frozen on the spot by a splash of blood. With a casual slash, Subaru directly beheaded one of the mercenaries. This suited Subaru perfectly. They had struck first, giving him reason to kill in return without system punishment. With a backhanded slash, Subaru killed another one. The man died without even realizing how he had been killed. Cold sweat instantly broke out down the bearded man's back. Wasn't he supposed to be only E rank? How could this be happening? Before the bearded man could even react, Subaru was already right in front of him. He did not waste a single word and simply raised his sword. He mocked him coldly. Not letting me kill you in one blow. Is that your S-rank pride? The bearded man roared in fury. You dared trick me. You bastard, who the hell are you? His voice cut off abruptly. Subaru severed his arm with one strike. The bearded man dropped heavily to his knees, clutching the stump desperately, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. In his eyes, the sword that had severed his arm felt wrong. Its aura was absolutely no ordinary thing. And Subaru, holding that sword, looked more like a god of slaughter who had walked out of hell. The next second, Subaru ended the bearded man with a single strike. The system interface prompted, Subaru has defeated the demon. The people who had teamed up with Subaru were all dumbstruck. In just a few seconds, total annihilation. Subaru swept an impatient gaze over everyone, still holding the trace of thunder in his hand. What, do you want it too? The long-haired man completely lost his nerve and quickly waved his hands. I don't want it. Just keep it yourself. The live stream audience was laughing itself to death. Subaru's intimidation even comes with mockery. After dealing with these people, the entrance gate opens to them as well. Subaru said to the group, the door's open. If you want to stay alive, get in now. Soon, their group ventured deep into the Thunder Cavern. A girl in the party trembled as she kept her voice low. Are they really going to keep following him? He looks not quite normal. The squad leader lowered his voice to comfort her. You just need to avoid acting like that group from before. The one person you absolutely must not provoke here is Subaru. The long-haired man secretly glanced at his phone and found that his live stream followers were skyrocketing. He was very satisfied. Traffic meant money, and with traffic, everything was negotiable. They walked farther into the depths, and pairs of eyes lit up in the darkness. The same glowing points appeared ahead as well. Looks like we're surrounded by beasts. Subaru had already been mentally prepared. Before coming, Schneider had warned him that after entering the Thunder Cavern, the first wave would be Thunder Wolves. Their bodies were a ghostly blue, their presence fierce, and lightning wrapped around their skin. Everyone was worrying about how to fight these Thunder Wolves. But Subaru was different. No obstacle could stop him from moving forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of the Thunder Wolves. There were too many wolves. Wearing them down one by one would drain all his stamina. But Subaru had a faster solution. His gaze locked onto the Wolf King in the center of the pack. Once the Wolf King was cut down, the pack would lose its leader and eventually collapse. The wolf with the scar across its face was their leader. With one slash, Subaru split apart several Thunder Wolves in front of him. Immediately after that, he activated Cloud Step to enhance his jumping. As he was now, he could walk in the air for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds were the key. The footing of Cloud Step felt strange, yet smooth. A thought flashed through his mind. When his younger brother wore these shoes back then, had it felt like this too? Ahead of Subaru, there were still 2 Guardian Thunderwolves beside the Wolf King. But at that moment, the Wolf King vanished from where it stood. When it appeared again, it had already circled behind Subaru, raising its claws as killing intent took form. With a loud boom, the Wolf King threw a heavy punch like a human and slammed it viciously into Subaru. That strike was absurdly fast, and Subaru failed to react for an instant. After being blasted away and landing on the ground, Subaru immediately flipped over and steadied himself. He had been careless just now, and he absolutely could not make the same mistake again. At that moment, blue arcs of electricity were jumping across the Wolf King's body, and Subaru too was wrapped in lightning. He released his lightning power to 70%. An eye for an eye, a bolt for a bolt. My lightning is faster than yours. With a sharp crackle, lightning pierced through the Wolf King, slicing it cleanly from head to tail and splitting it into 2 halves. A Wolf King of this level meant only one move in front of Subaru. Once he spoke, it was already over. System prompt. Thunder Wolf leader defeated. The Thunder Wolf Pack's berserk state has weakened. Strength +1, agility +1. The Wolf Pack saw their leader cut into 2 pieces with their own eyes, and in that instant, fear of Subaru took root in them. Meanwhile, the accompanying squad was still barely holding on, and some of them were already seriously injured. These Thunder Wolves just never end. Schneider had said before, once the Thunder Wolf leader was defeated, this stage was considered cleared. Subaru's gaze was as cold as a king's. From this moment on, he was effectively the new Wolf King. Quite a few Thunder Wolves lowered their heads and quietly sat down before him. System prompt. You have subdued the Thunder Wolves and may command all Thunder Wolves within the Thunder Cavern. Right after that, the team members noticed something. The Thunder Wolves that had been tearing at them desperately just now were no longer attacking them. The long-haired man looked at Subaru in shock and suspicion. What just happened? Subaru did not explain. He only spat out 2 words, move out. The moment he said move out, the Thunder Wolves behind him formed ranks around him and advanced with him. After taming the Thunder Wolves, Subaru's sense of control over his own power also rose noticeably. Then the entire group continued deeper into the Thunder Cavern with an imposing momentum. By the time they reached this point, they saw the cave ceiling covered in dense, countless strands of lightning. For Subaru, this was instead a perfect place. Subaru gave an order to the wolves behind him, howl. After receiving the command, the Thunder Wolves threw back their heads and let out long howls. The others in the squad did not understand why he was doing this, but his purpose was very clear, to lure all the monsters over. Because these monsters could not only level him up, but also earn him a huge amount of points. But the other team members were unwilling. They were too weak and simply could not withstand this level of intensity. Subaru flicked the long blade in his hand. Forget about them. I'll kill the monsters myself. Surrounding the monsters and fighting them has always been my style. The short-haired one jumped in fright. You can kill them, but what about us? Subaru let out a cold laugh. I said from the start that you were only fellow travelers. If you want to live, figure it out yourselves. The monsters immediately lunged at them. At that moment, Subaru drew his sword and charged forward. Not a single one of them was getting away. They were all his credit points. At this moment, the guild president was watching Subaru's live stream. Beside him, the pink-haired one felt uneasy with fear. Are we really going to let him keep doing whatever he wants like this? The president still insisted on not intervening, but the pink-haired one felt this was too extreme. At this moment, Subaru was slaughtering his way through everything on the live stream. The president handed the phone to the pink-haired one. Usually he gets cursed at pretty badly, but this time it's different. Because of Subaru, more people had signed up for the Thunder Cavern. The reason was simple. They all wanted a free ride. People whose strength was insufficient simply had no way of clearing the Thunder Cavern alone. Who would not want to hitch a free ride? The pink-haired one worried this would cause troublesome public backlash, but the president felt that doing it just this once would not be a big problem. The president's thinking was straightforward. Once free rides became the norm, people would cling like ants and never be shaken off. And Subaru's current method was to establish the rules in the cruelest possible way. Do not come trying to latch onto him. Meanwhile, after using the power of thunder, the monsters inside the cavern could not stop Subaru at all. By the end of this battle, his level had risen quite a bit, and his focus had also increased. Subaru glanced toward the corpses on the ground, and saw that he alone had already cleared out all the monsters. After this solo live stream run, probably no one would ever dare say again that the Thunder Cavern cannot be solo cleared. The viewers in the live stream were all dumbfounded. He really had cleared all the monsters by himself. Quite a few of the people who had followed Subaru here had also died. If they wanted to leech off him for free, they had to pay the price. Meanwhile, Wika received a call from the president. Wika told the president to get to the point because she was busy right now. The president suppressed his anger. "You're talking to me in that tone? What I want to talk about is Subaru. But before that, answer me one question first. Did you tell Subaru about that post recruiting followers?" Soon, the president got his answer. It was indeed Wika who had told him. With that, the president understood everything. This had been Wika's plan from the very beginning. Before the president could finish speaking, Wika directly hung up. She really did have something more urgent to deal with now. The president did not dwell on it and instead turned to ask the pink-haired one, was the forum post backup saved? After everything was confirmed, the president was finally going to make them understand one thing. Behind Subaru stood a force so absurdly powerful that it was backing him up. Meanwhile, the people who had rushed into the Thunder Cavern together with Schneider were still locked in a bitter struggle with the Thunder Wolves. They did indeed have some strength, but they were absolutely no match for the Thunder Wolves. The guild president roared at Schneider, "You bastard, are you just going to stand back there and watch the show? Get over here and help already." At this moment, Schneider stood there with his arms crossed, showing no intention of making a move. He had already been watching for a long time. With no other choice, the long-haired man could only swing his sword again. As one strike fell, he cut down another Thunder Wolf. "You're definitely doing this on purpose. Are you mad that I joined the assault squad? Then do something already." Schneider sneered inwardly. Of course he was doing it on purpose, but he was also looking for a wolf. The next second, he suddenly drew the short sword from his waist. "So I finally found you." Schneider's arm whipped forward in a violent throw. The short blade carried a biting cold gleam, fast as a streak of frigid light. Even the battle-hardened guild president felt his heart tighten at the sight. The dagger shot past the long-haired man and went straight for a Thunder Wolf ahead. With a soft thud, that Thunder Wolf did not even have time to react before the dagger was buried in its skull. The Thunder Wolf collapsed on the spot. The long-haired man immediately mocked him. "I thought you were about to wrap this up, but in the end you only killed a little cub." What he did not know was that the Thunder Wolf leader was often the smaller one. Schneider could not be bothered to respond, directly treating him as if he did not exist, and only tossed one indifferent sentence in his direction. "Sit." The long-haired man instantly exploded. "You really dare push your luck." His face darkened completely. "You've been targeting me this whole time. Let's settle this today and see who the true strongest on the third floor is." But what he never could have expected was this. The moment the words left his mouth, all the Thunder Wolves stopped attacking at the same time and obediently sat down. The surrounding players were all stunned. What exactly had just happened? The long-haired man was dumbfounded too, staring fixedly at Schneider. "What did you do? Why are they listening to you?" Schneider burst out laughing. "You know nothing about the Thunder Cavern. Not just you, even the upper ranks of Blue Zone are the same." Schneider casually reminded him, "Turn back now, unless you want to embarrass yourself in front of your subordinates." After saying that, Schneider walked straight past the long-haired man without even bothering to look at him. In his eyes, that man was not worthy of being an opponent. And on Subaru's side, they had also run into a new monster. It was a crawling creature, its giant mouth densely packed with teeth, like an enormous worm. The outer area lord of the Thunder Cavern. Subaru suddenly crouched low and began gathering the power of thunder. With a whoosh, he vanished from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already right in front of the lord. He was so absurdly fast that before the monster could react, he shoved his hand straight into its mouth while releasing the power of thunder. Lightning exploded, and the giant worm's body burst apart on the spot. Subaru brushed the drops of blood off his body. A monster like this was far too easy for him. But the real point was only beginning now. Schneider had said before that it had taken him 3 years to reach this place. The journey here had gone suspiciously smoothly, but at this step, Subaru suddenly realized something was wrong. The key Schneider had mentioned was a door that would only appear after killing this giant worm. This place felt like the first true gate to the real entrance of the Thunder Cavern. The true entrance to the Thunder Cavern was right behind it. From here on, Subaru's trial of thunder would officially begin. Up to this point, the Thunder Cavern had not been fundamentally different from an ordinary dungeon. But according to Schneider, the real change was about to happen. And the Thunder Trio would also begin from here. At this moment, Subaru had already stepped through the door. He looked at the dragon-patterned lines on the wall, and at first glance, there seemed to be nothing special about them. But Schneider had said before that the first gate was called the Thunder Gate, and that it had taken him more than 5 years to pass it. Since even Schneider had been stuck for so long, this pattern was absolutely not ordinary. The live stream viewers suddenly flooded the chat. That dragon claw seemed to move just now. System prompt: evaluating your qualification for Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike is the roaring blast that rends the earth when lightning falls. That roar is also part of thunder. At the root of it all, it is the same power. But what exactly did the rewards of the Thunder Cavern have to do with thunder? Subaru had absolutely no confidence right now. Even with the same element, the effects could be completely different. At this moment, the Claw of Thunder, Ragnarl, began judging Subaru. It clenched its fist until it cracked, its joints exploding with sharp snaps. This kind of powerhouse made one's blood boil. Schneider had warned him before, you may be able to defeat the Wolf Warrior, but you'd better not even entertain the idea of defeating Ragnarok. Subaru knew very clearly that Schneider had overestimated him. He was not stupid. With something of this level, one look was enough to know that it was not something he could beat. He had fought the Wolf Warrior because that had been the task. Schneider had also said before, Ragnarok's trial was different every time. It might force you to endure millions of lightning strikes. It might also seal your 5 senses and throw you into endless darkness. It could even summon gigantic monsters and force you to fight until you collapsed. Ragnarl slowly spoke. Are you willing to challenge the trial of thunder? Subaru answered directly. I came here to challenge it. Ragnarl found that interesting after hearing it. You have already proven more than enough qualifications. It told Subaru to take out the thing inside. Subaru reached into his pocket. Inside was the trace of thunder, something Schneider had never mentioned. The dragon continued, so it was you who opened the Thunder Gate and came this far. No one besides you possesses this? For example, that bearded man with the spear. It said Schneider had not come in by opening the gate. He had merely happened to pick up a stone condensed from dungeon energy. That made sense. Subaru was the only one who truly possessed the power of lightning. Ragnarl then declared that it would impose a trial on Subaru. The trial it gave was, swallow the trace of thunder. Subaru checked the item's rank. It was all question marks. The description had only one sentence, a crystal left behind after thunder split the sky. His heart stirred. Something like this was probably worth an absurd amount of money. Swallowing it would be too extravagant. Subaru hesitated. Should he swallow it? Wouldn't it be more worth it to sell it instead? Many people in the livestream chat began spamming. Stop dreaming. The reward for passing the trial might not even be better than that thing. Thinking about it that way, Subaru also felt the pain, but from the very start, he had been saving up chips for the next judgment. If he withdrew now, it would bring him no benefit at all, and for a member of Blue Eyes, it would be an even greater humiliation. So Subaru stopped hesitating and directly swallowed the stone. System prompt: you have swallowed the trace of thunder. The gate trial will unfold within your body. Subaru's pupils suddenly contracted. The next second, he dropped straight to his knees as the surrounding lightning frantically converged toward the trace of thunder in his throat. When Wika saw this scene, she immediately cursed out loud. That damned bug actually tricked him into swallowing the stone. Subaru probably has no idea how much that thing is worth, and he happens to care a lot about money. I just hope he won't feel awful afterward. At that moment, her partner suddenly called. Vika answered at once. I've arrived at the place you mentioned. That fast? Though it is indeed close to you. Wika felt a little guilty inside. Asking her partner to do that kind of thing was too much. She pressed the phone tightly to her ear. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. But I hope you can help me this once. Her partner gave a cold snort. I don't want to argue with you over so much. You just need to keep your promise. If you come asking again later, I won't give it to you. I'm making this call so you understand clearly. I have no way back now. If you dare go back on your word, I absolutely won't let you off. After saying that, her partner hung up immediately. He did not want to affect her continuing to watch Subaru. Looking at her partner's profile picture, Wika was flooded with guilt again. I'm sorry, partner, this is the only way I can help Subaru. But at this moment, there was not a trace of ease on her partner's face. Before him stood a magnificent high-rise building. This was the 5th floor, the God-forging furnace. Her partner had never imagined that one day he would return here again. Meanwhile, Subaru had already fallen into a deep sleep. System prompt: the judgment of thunder will unfold within your body. A bolt of lightning instantly struck Subaru's body. A wave of agony hit him, and even his pupils trembled. The pain was like his soul was being torn apart. System prompt: the mark of thunder has fused into your body, and your mana has increased. Your accumulated fatigue has reached 67. Your mana has increased by 1 point, and your fatigue has reached 73. Immediately after, several more bolts of lightning descended, crazily tempering his body from within, even piercing the tiniest blood vessels. Subaru felt that this was the complete opposite of last time. It was as if something were obstructing the flow of his mana. System prompt: the trace of thunder is spreading through your entire body, and you can no longer move freely. The trace of thunder has begun to take control of your body. Subaru knew that if this continued, he would die. System prompt: the heart of thunder is resisting the trace of thunder. Subaru's heart shook. So the heart of thunder and the trace of thunder were actually reacting against each other. He was puzzled. Wasn't the heart of thunder an equipable item? His fatigue had already reached 81, and his mana had increased by 2 points. Though they looked similar, they followed completely different paths of lightning. When Ragnarok told him to swallow the stone, could there have been another meaning? Could what it was truly hinting at be, swallow the heart of thunder? System prompt: the heart of thunder cannot be traded. Rank: unique growth type. The next second, Subaru slowly brought the heart of thunder to his mouth. System prompt: the heart of thunder is resisting the trace of thunder. The moment Subaru swallowed the heart of thunder, his body began to change. He slowly stood up, and 2 different colors of lightning condensed around his legs. The lightning blazed as if it had been tamed by him, erupting continuously from within his body. The dragon's figure appeared before him. It looked down at Subaru in disbelief. This human made it both astonished and delighted. You finally understood my hint? Along with a high, ringing dragon roar, Subaru's trial finally came to an end. His whole body was discharging electricity. His heart completed its transformation, becoming a golden heart of thunder. The thunder dragon slowly said, "You didn't even know how to use it. What a waste. But the fact that you understood this on your own is very meaningful." Subaru's expression was ice cold. He had truly almost died here just now. The thunder dragon laughed loudly. Even the previous holder of thunder failed to master it. This time, I hope I can place my expectations on you. In the next moment, the power of thunder burst out from Subaru's heart. System prompt: your thunder strike has increased by 3 levels in succession. Subaru looked at the prompt, his heart sinking. The extent of the increase was too exaggerated. Immediately afterward, his skill rating rose directly to S rank. Meanwhile, Schneider's group also arrived at the true entrance of the Thunder Cavern. Schneider's eyes were full of shock. Why has the dragon pattern disappeared? He remembered it clearly. The pattern had been carved right here, but now the entire mural was gone. The bald man behind him thought the boss had remembered wrong and told him to look elsewhere, maybe on another similar wall. But Schneider insisted that it was here. He concluded that, besides himself, someone must have entered first. The bald man immediately thought of one person, Subaru? But how could he possibly make the dragon pattern disappear? The long-haired man did not care at all. If Subaru really is ahead of us, then we should move even faster, or the reward will be snatched away. The corner of Schneider's mouth lifted. You think he came here just for the reward? In fact, he was excited inside. This place had changed, which meant someone really had reached the end. Then Schneider's steps slowly approached the long-haired man. At this moment, Schneider was burning with excitement. Whoever dared ruin the mood would pay the price. After that, they continued deeper into the Thunder Cavern, wanting to witness the scene of the first conquest with their own eyes, provided they could survive to the end. The long-haired man grew more uneasy with every step. Something's wrong. This guy never planned to handle things himself. What exactly is waiting for us ahead? Soon, they arrived at the first door at the entrance. Schneider said, once you go through this door, you'll be at the end of the Thunder Cavern. Subaru should be inside right now. Schneider could hardly wait to go in and see what Subaru had done. Beyond the door was a cluster of ancient buildings. At the center of the building stood a throne that looked like a king's seat. Schneider swept his gaze around, but did not see Subaru. The shaggy-haired man was annoyed to death. Why is Subaru all you ever talk about? He was on the verge of breaking down. Can you calm down? Maybe he just sat on the throne for a while and then kept going forward. Schneider thought that was impossible. Because this place should not contain only an empty throne, there was supposed to be a guardian here. The moment his foot stepped forward, a bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down. Aside from Schneider, everyone else had their scalps numbed by the energy of that lightning. And the figure that appeared before them was the Thunder Knight, the being that existed solely to guard the empty throne. The shaggy-haired man could not believe it. Why would a human be the boss? Only then did Schneider slowly speak. If you do not defeat the Thunder Knight, don't even think about moving forward. It was the Thunder Knight, Peleus. Their opponent was a towering wall they could not cross. Back at the tavern, Schneider had already told Subaru this. This was the first time he had spoken the challenger's name out loud. It could not simply be a coincidence of the same name. Both were connected to the trial of Thunder, and the most reasonable guess was, they were the same person. Subaru had also been surprised. Why had this never been made public? Quite a few people knew about Peleus. But Schneider had said, he was the only one who knew the Thunder Knight's name. Only then had he truly understood who the Thunder Knight was. Schneider judged that there had to be a connection between Subaru's thunder skills and the Thunder Knight. And for that reason, Schneider had hoped that before he arrived, Subaru would already have gone deeper. The Thunder Knight's footsteps slowly approached. It said to Schneider, "You have come again." Schneider replied as well, "Has the person you were waiting for finally appeared? Have you seen the one you have always been waiting for?" The Thunder Knight answered, "No." Schneider's heart sank, and he immediately ordered his companions to surround the Thunder Knight. But the shaggy-haired man moved first and directly ordered his subordinates to charge, cutting off the Thunder Knight's retreat. Schneider wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. He cursed wildly in his heart, "Idiots, don't rush forward. What you're doing is suicide." The next moment, the Thunder Knight moved. In only an instant, it killed all three of the people who had rushed up. Schneider collapsed on the spot. These lowly tricks are completely useless against the Thunder Knight. Watching his companions get killed, the long-haired man's anger surged to the top. "Enough talk. Charge with me." After saying that, whether Schneider followed or not, he directly slashed his sword at the Thunder Knight. But in the very next second, his sword shattered on the spot, while the Thunder Knight's weapon did not even gain a nick. The long-haired man's heart turned cold in an instant. This was bad. At that moment, the Thunder Knight had already stepped in front of him, weapon raised, and the next strike would pierce his throat. Meanwhile, just after Subaru finished absorbing the thunder, he briefly lost consciousness. But during that unconscious state, all of his attributes had already recovered to a battle-ready condition. Next, he had to prepare to leave this place. At the same time, the shaggy-haired man was just about to be killed by the Thunder Knight in a single strike. At the critical moment, a blade forcefully blocked the Thunder Knight's fatal thrust. The one who acted was Schneider. After blocking the strike, he immediately unleashed 4 or 5 more moves, forcibly pushing the Thunder Knight back. Only at this moment did the shaggy-haired man finally understand. The gap between himself and Schneider was not even on the same level. Suddenly, someone behind him stabbed a quiet sentence into his ear. "You don't really think the guild sent you here because they don't trust the captain, do you? You're just a tool." A chill ran through the shaggy-haired man's heart. Had he only been used as bait to provoke the captain's pride? On the battlefield, the Thunder Knight's spear technique was terrifyingly tricky. The slightest mistake from Schneider and he would be skewed through with one thrust. The shaggy-haired man felt his mind shake at the sight. Schneider could actually fight the Thunder Knight to this degree. But Subaru had defeated Schneider head-on. So just how strong was Subaru? With a loud clang, Schneider collided head-on with the Thunder Knight once again. But he had already begun to fall faintly into a disadvantage. The two separated the instant they clashed, yet Schneider's arm was directly cut off by the Thunder Knight. Schneider's heart sank. How many more minutes could he hold on? Just as Schneider was being defeated, several others in the team also charged toward the Thunder Knight. But the Thunder Knight did not take them seriously at all, turning around and sweeping out a single thrust that cut several of them cleanly in half at the waist. At the same time, Schneider moved as well. Since he could not win through attrition, then he would wager everything on this one strike. Using the same movement technique, he circled behind the Thunder Knight. But when his blow came down, the Thunder Knight blocked it steadily. His offensive force rebounded, and his whole body was blasted away. Nothing but shock remained in Schneider's eyes. He knew that today, he might die here. Because no matter what, he could not evade the Thunder Knight's next fatal blow. The next moment, the Thunder Knight suddenly sensed a wave of danger rushing straight toward him. He instantly raised his shield and blocked the incoming attack. Immediately after, the Thunder Knight's figure retreated violently. In front of him, thunderlight surged like a flood, and lightning raged so wildly it had gone out of control. The Thunder Knight was shaken inside. This lightning was far too abnormal. Subaru's figure slowly appeared, standing opposite the Thunder Knight. Terrifying thunder power pressed down around him as he advanced toward the Thunder Knight step by step. Schneider wanted to pick up his sword and fight side by side with Subaru, but Subaru told him to stand down. In Schneider's current state, going up would only drag him down. What Schneider needed to do now was stand to the side and watch. The Thunder Knight moved. In almost an instant, it flashed right before Subaru's eyes. But at that very moment, the Thunder Knight suddenly spoke. "It has been a long time, my benefactor." As soon as the words fell, their weapons touched and separated. No one had expected it. The Thunder Knight actually knew Subaru. Everyone was stunned. Just what kind of origin did this Thunder Knight have? The Thunder Knight slowly removed his helmet. "I am not sure whether you still remember my face, but please allow me to formally greet you." He was Peleus, only now, his appearance had become so ugly that it was nearly horrifying. The livestream viewers were also flooding the chat. Why had he become like this? And how had he turned into the Thunder Knight? Peleus did not know where Subaru had gone afterward, but he had always believed that as long as he came here, one day they would meet again. Subaru himself also did not know how much time had passed after he left. Only then did Peleus confirm it. Subaru was a person from another world. As for the time, even he could not say for sure. After about 100 years, he had stopped counting. The Trial of Thunder is clearly a virtual test that can be repeated infinitely. So why can he still remember me? It turned out that after Peleus learned of the existence of people from another world, he began to suspect that Subaru perhaps did not belong to this world at all. Right now, Subaru cared about only two things: what happened to the villagers, and why had Peleus become like this. Peleus said that after Subaru left, the giants had continued invading, and in the end the village was destroyed, leaving him as the only survivor. He swore to become as strong as Subaru. So he went in search of the power that Subaru had once mastered. In the end, he really did find the road leading to the cavern. But for someone without the qualification yet foolish enough to try touching that kind of power, the price was far heavier than imagined. He ultimately lost both eyes and could never see the light again. After that, he was cursed and forever unable to take even half a step out of the cavern. His only obsession left was waiting for the day Subaru would return. Now he had finally waited for that day, and so he made one final request to Subaru. He asked Subaru to grant him rest. Although Subaru's attributes had recovered, his fatigue value was already approaching the limit. If he did not want to drag this out, he had to go all out. System prompt: Subaru's fatigue has reached 78. Since his former companion had spoken, Subaru would agree. At this moment, thunderous force surged around him like a rising tide. What came next was the final chapter of the Trial of Thunder, the peak showdown between Subaru and the Thunder Knight. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Trials, Reina was walking back to the base at an extremely slow pace, not even knowing how she was supposed to face Shu. The truth was, it was not that Reina could not take the shoes back. She had simply never tried to take them at all. When she returned home, her pupils suddenly widened, and her whole body froze in place. She knew Shu was truly furious. The entire base had actually been sealed in ice. Reina carefully pushed the door open. An icicle had long been hanging over the door, as if it had been specially waiting for her. A chill ran down Reina's back in fright. That guy Shu isn't seriously trying to kill me, is he? This is way too much. Ahead of her, a figure slowly emerged. A terrifying pressure weighed down from Shu's body. My queen, let's spar. How could Reina still dare to spar? She was so frightened her soul was nearly scattered. She immediately lowered her posture and apologized repeatedly. Shu actually already knew that Reina had deliberately let Subaru take the shoes away. Reina could not hide it, so she could only admit it on the spot. Reina said, I didn't see his face, but everything he did was like the captain. So I thought, maybe it would be okay to give the shoes to Subaru. He didn't look like someone who would do bad things. Reina cautiously asked whether Shu could forgive her. Shu gave a faint smile. Sure, but first, restore the house to how it was. Just as things on Reina's side had barely settled down, the battle inside the Tower of Thunder had also reached a white-hot stage. The Thunder Knight was absurdly strong. The oppressive force erupting from Subaru and Peleus's clash made the people behind them not even dare look directly. But Schneider knew that the Thunder Knight had a fatal weakness: it could not see. With one move, Subaru landed a kick on the Thunder Knight. But in the very next second, Subaru was sent flying directly by the recoil of that kick. The Thunder Knight's 100 years of accumulation truly were no legend. What was even more troublesome was that Subaru's fatigue was about to reach 99, and once it hit 100, he would die. At the critical moment, a short sword flew toward the Thunder Knight. Caught off guard, the Thunder Knight's arm was pierced by the short sword. Subaru turned his head to look, and the one who had thrown it was Schneider. He had not expected Schneider to interfere in this battle. The next moment, Subaru stamped his foot and burst forward with force. Nice timing. I have to say, your observation skills are still as sharp as ever. But when he looked up, he discovered that the Subaru who had been in front of the Thunder Knight was no longer there. At this moment, Subaru had already used Cloud Step to ascend into midair and was standing directly above the Thunder Knight's head. Immediately after, he compressed all of his thunder into his palm. The next strike would be the final outcome for both sides. At that very instant, Subaru suddenly accelerated, and the Thunder Knight did not even have time to counterattack. Subaru poured 90% of his thunder power into this slash, more than enough to end it directly. Peleus's final words before death were, I've caused you trouble, my benefactor. To see you again after crossing more than 100 years, he was truly happy. As his words fell, his figure burst apart with a boom. The Great Hall returned to dead silence. Subaru looked toward the empty throne ahead. Next came the ascent to the summit. Suddenly, a weapon flew toward Subaru's head, grazing his cheek and cutting a gash. And the one who struck was the shaggy-haired man. The bald man behind him cursed coldly, You coward, using such despicable tricks. The shaggy-haired man did not want to hear any nonsense and directly ordered his subordinates to kill Subaru with him. But what he never expected was that no one at the scene listened to him anymore. The shaggy-haired man grew anxious. "Are you all deaf? This is the person the captain is hunting. We should just kill him and settle the score." But no matter how he shouted, no one moved. The shaggy-haired man calculated inwardly. Subaru was no longer showing thunder, so he must already be at his limit. Then he stared at Schneider. "Your chance for revenge is right in front of you, and you're still not moving?" But what the shaggy-haired man did not know was that Schneider had already begun treating Subaru as a friend. So how could he possibly make a move against him? "What exactly are you expecting me to do with these hands? Don't drag me into this. If you want to kill Subaru, do it yourself. The reward obviously belongs to Subaru. I joined Blue Zone to conquer the Thunder Cavern. I have no interest at all in that guild nonsense." Hearing this, the shaggy-haired man froze on the spot. So from beginning to end, he had been the only one working himself to death for the guild. The shaggy-haired man gave 2 dry laughs and looked at Subaru. "Sorry, Subaru, my hand just slipped earlier. I'll compensate you now. How about joining Blue Zone? As long as you nod, every reward from the Thunder Cavern will be yours. On top of that, I guarantee you treatment at half the ranker level." That's not empty talk, it's a promise from an official guild. The shaggy-haired man thought, with terms like these, no one would refuse. Step by step, he approached Subaru. "With this, there's no reason for us to stay enemies anymore, right?" Subaru tilted his head and looked at him as if looking at a corpse. With one hand blade motion, he slit the shaggy-haired man's throat directly. "Trash keeps talking so much in front of me and still dares to sneak attack me. You didn't die unfairly." Afterward, Subaru asked Schneider whether he wanted to leave together with him. But Schneider refused and ordered all the members to retreat. "This is my final order as your captain, and also my last request to my comrades." The moment he heard that sentence, the bald man's tears crashed down instantly. This meant that Schneider would continue forward with Subaru, while the others had to retreat the way they came. After everything was confirmed, Subaru walked toward the throne. The Throne of Thunder had stood empty for hundreds of years, and now it was finally about to welcome its true master. In the next moment, Subaru sat upon the empty throne, with a bearing like a ruler over the world. Schneider stared in a daze. He could not tell whether the Subaru before his eyes and the one from 20 years ago were the same existence. But at that moment, a sudden change erupted. In the next second, an intense wave of dizziness struck, and his vision rapidly blurred. System prompt: "You have sat upon the Throne of Thunder." Subaru instinctively thought there was still another trial on the throne. But when he came back to his senses, the scene had already changed. The empty throne had become a golden throne. He had no idea what had happened. The layout before him seemed unchanged, but there were no traces of battle here, and Schneider had also disappeared. And at the end of the steps, a great gate stood upright. Soon, Subaru heard footsteps. Then, a figure slowly walked out. That person took one step, yet it felt as though he had crossed 100 meters. His build was tall and imposing, carrying an innate noble aura. Even more terrifying were his eyes, so cold that they seemed to look down upon all living beings. He said that his current self could not withstand the power of lightning. That was why he could not sit upon the throne. But one day, he would return as a vessel worthy of that power. He had come here only to tell his father that. After saying this, he turned and left. The next second, Subaru's consciousness returned to his body. In everyone else's eyes, Subaru had simply sat on the empty throne and then collapsed directly. What Schneider saw was the exact same scene. The live stream viewers began joking. "Looks like he's heavier than me. He sat on it and it collapsed." Only then did Subaru understand. They had not seen that illusion at all. Right after that, a blue bead appeared in front of Subaru. As the bead slowly fell, Subaru grabbed it in one hand. System prompt: "You have cleared the Thunder Cavern and obtained the Hollow Heart of Thunder." Subaru's level increased by 3 levels in succession. Strength, agility, endurance, and focus all increased by 3 points. You may now collect AP from the Central Guild. Hollow Heart of Thunder, non-tradable, level unknown, category unknown. For the time being, Subaru could not understand what this blue bead was actually used for. Such a difficult trial, yet the reward was like a mystery. Could it be the same kind of growth-type item as the Heart of Thunder? Schneider walked over. "What exactly just happened?" Subaru said, "I'm not sure either. This bead flew out from the dust." Schneider was stunned to hear that. Then the corner of his mouth lifted. "Who would have thought? Even you don't know." Schneider still could not believe it. "I wanted to see the result of my 10 years of effort, and in the end I had to watch your live stream to do it." Subaru gave no particular reaction. "We've only just begun, so what result is there to speak of?" "Schneider, you're about to leave this floor too, aren't you?" At that point, Subaru almost forgot. He still had not claimed his quest rewards. Schneider found that absurd. The first thing after clearing it was actually to collect the quest rewards first. Then Subaru opened the quest interface, claimed all the rewards in one go, and thanked the viewers in the live stream. Finally, he announced that today's stream would end here and he would see everyone next time. At this moment, Shu and Reina were also watching Subaru's live stream. Shu asked Reina what it had felt like to see Subaru in person. Reina said he did resemble him, but she still did not think in the direction of the real person. But every time Subaru put on that mask, she felt as if the captain had truly returned. At first she had also indulged in that fantasy, but thinking about it carefully, it was far too impossible. First, Subaru was now the center of attention, and it was almost impossible for him to do live streams that were practically self-promotion, let alone while wearing his signature mask. Second, according to the tower system's mechanism, unless it was truly something like reincarnation in a comic, it would be impossible to restart the trial from the first floor. So if Subaru really were the captain, he would have to satisfy both of those impossible conditions at once. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, this was a legendary force in the martial world, immense in scale and second only to the Martial Alliance. It was both a domain symbolic of martial power, and the place where Wika's partner had grown up. The person beside him reminded the partner, once you get there, don't talk carelessly, otherwise even the gods won't be able to save you. That warning made the partner more and more nervous. If Wika, the kind of person who never asked anyone for help, had not unprecedentedly spoken up, he would never have stepped into this place. Soon, he arrived before a great hall. His heart had long since been pounding wildly, and he even wondered whether he would be able to keep his legs steady when standing before that person. The moment the great doors opened, the partner suppressed his unease and forced himself to walk in. At the center of the hall stood a man, Lord of Divine Refinement. He was one of the top high rankers in the tower, and also on Tenkyoku, ranked second in the martial world. The partner respectfully saluted. It has been a long time. Have you been well recently? The middle-aged man slowly spoke. There's no need to be so nervous. Just call me the way you used to, call me uncle. The partner felt a little intimidated, but still nodded. Understood, uncle. How have you been lately? I've been well. I heard you joined a very impressive company, and that recently a young warrior named Subaru suddenly became famous. The partner's heart tightened. How did uncle know these things? Uncle only said, it doesn't matter. But the partner knew clearly that it might not matter to uncle, yet it mattered desperately to Wika. He knew far too well how terrifying the man before him was. At this moment, Tenkyoku's gaze remained calm. Let's change the subject. If you came back alone, then you must have your reason. Was it my precious daughter who told you to bring me a message? In truth, the partner did not understand the exact matter either, but he had only brought one sentence. She refused. Tenkyoku narrowed his eyes slightly and only gave a faint "oh." In the next second, an overwhelming pressure rose from his body. Interesting, she refused? You don't even know what the question was. So whose answer is it that you brought? Are you speaking for her, or did she say it herself? The partner indeed did not know what the question was. He was only responsible for passing on the message. Tenkyoku suddenly let out a laugh. You don't even know the question, and you still dared to come? The partner said, Wika is my best friend. No one can replace her. This is the first time in all these years that she has asked me for help, and there's no way I could refuse. And she only asked me to pass on one thing, she refuses. Tenkyoku did not withdraw his pressure in the slightest. So, you are her messenger? I'm not a messenger. I just lost a bet. But the moment those words left his mouth, an even more terrifying pressure came crashing down on him. The Tenkyoku before him seemed like a different person. At this moment he was the Lord of Divine Refinement, the existence ranked second on the martial list. Listen carefully and carry my words back without changing a single one. If she continues being willful, she will definitely pay the price. That pressure bent the partner so hard he could not straighten his back, pressing him directly to the floor face down. Just as he had thought, the seriousness of the matter far exceeded his imagination. Tenkyoku's eyes shifted from calm to cold. I will say this only once. Tell her to come back for the arranged marriage meeting. If she does not return, then the place where she is, and every single person connected to her, I will kill them all. Especially that one called Subaru. I will kill him first. The scene shifted, and half a month passed. On this day, Wika was downstairs talking with the president. Regarding Subaru, enormous public controversy had erupted online. Some people said Subaru had stolen everyone's rewards, others continued supporting him. Wika let out a sigh of relief. At least public opinion had not completely tilted to one side. She knew the guild president had been operating behind the scenes, but she did not know what method he had used. In fact, the president had spent a long time investigating the backgrounds of those troublemaking players, and it turned out they were all scummy players. Then he organized all of their past misdeeds and exposed them directly. Wika thanked him. If you had not stepped in, Subaru probably would already have been torn apart by public opinion. The president smiled faintly. If you really want to thank me, then keep up that spirit forever and continue being Subaru's manager properly. Subaru's appearance really had dragged Wika out of the mud. Back then, she had been a lifeless drunken wreck. The president rubbed Wika's hair and smilingly asked when she planned to strongly pursue Subaru. You two seem pretty compatible. Wika's face grew a little warm from hearing that. Afterward, Wika went to Subaru's residence in the pouring rain. At this moment, Subaru was staring blankly at that blue bead. Even now, he still could not figure out what exactly it was for. Ever since seeing that giant's figure in the trial ground, he had dreamed of that guy almost every night. If he met him again, would he be able to piece together the truth? Just then, Wika arrived at Subaru's door. The moment she entered, embarrassment immediately colored her face. We haven't seen each other for a month. Have you been doing well lately? Seeing her like that, Subaru let out a low laugh. You shouldn't have come over in the rain. You could have called me, and I would have had someone pick you up. At that moment, Wika glanced at Subaru's bedsheet. Her mind suddenly became a mess, and in her eyes Subaru instantly turned into that kind of mature and dangerous handsome man. Just imagining it made her nervous, and her face flushed even redder. She quickly shook her head. Now's not the time to think about that. I finally got my tower ranking this time. Then Wika explained the ranking system to Subaru. But in this area, Subaru understood it in even greater detail than Wika. He had researched it back at the guild. Once a player reached the 5th floor, the system would begin calculating a ranking for each person. The exact algorithm had never been made public, but there were generally accepted criteria. First, the power displayed during judgment was the most important. Second was the player's influence on the world they belonged to. There were also evaluations from other players, as well as battle results involving other rankers. In short, it was a comprehensive conclusion woven from multiple factors. Wika really wanted to know what rank Subaru would place, especially with how wildly his popularity had surged recently. Audience feedback was also one of the scoring criteria. No streamer had ever grown explosively the way he had. In her agency, only Subaru had reached this level. So Wika probed, about that collaboration with viewers you previously promised, could you consider it one more time? In fact, Subaru had another name, and that title was King of Destruction. But Subaru's intuition told him that person did not seem like someone who could carry a title of that level. It turned out that in other respects, that person was absurdly strong as well. Up to now, he had already collaborated with more than 20 streamers. And every single streamer who had collaborated with him eventually vanished without a trace. All of those collaborations had been very successful, so in theory there should have been no reason for them to disappear so suddenly. No one knew where the problem lay, but this matter had already spread like a curse. It was said that any streamer who collaborated with him would fall straight into hell. Subaru, however, felt that it was more likely that there was something wrong with that person himself. He did not continue the topic. Let's keep working together for now. After that, they arrived at the Central Guild on the 3rd floor. The moment they got there, Subaru started his live stream. He walked into the hall and came to the counter. I'm here to settle my reward. The staff member asked Subaru to present his mercenary tag and proof of mission completion. Subaru handed them over as requested. The moment the person saw Subaru's information, his expression froze instantly. He kept looking up and down, comparing Subaru with the file. Why, you conquered the Thunder Cavern? The live stream instantly exploded, and the viewers laughed uncontrollably. The guy's reaction was too real. The man said, everything is confirmed. I truly never thought I'd live to see someone conquer the Thunder Cavern with my own eyes. Then he stamped it. System prompt. The Thunder Cavern conquest mission has been completed. You have obtained 300,000 achievement points. Someone in the live stream protested. Clearing one Thunder Cavern gives 300,000? That's more than 30 times a normal mission. The system prompted again. Conditions have been met. Do you wish to end the trial? Subaru smiled. End it? Impossible. Otherwise I wouldn't have started a live stream. After that, he headed to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was a world where dreams stagnated. The vast majority of players would eventually be trapped here until death, so it was also called the Paradise World. It was as beautiful as a fairy tale, said to be so beautiful that people became obsessed and eventually forgot their original dreams. That's it for today's stream. See you next time. But the place where Subaru was standing at this moment was the entrance of a towering building. Wika walked up from behind him. You've come this far, so why are you still not going in? Subaru said, I just feel like something is wrong here. Then Wika brought Subaru into a room and told him to rest first. From now on, this will be your residence. Wika would sort out the schedule soon and let him know, but for now she had to go out for something. After that, she walked into a back alley. By the time she arrived, her partner had already been waiting there for a long time. Her partner spoke. Do you still remember that little stream in the forest behind Divine Refinement Mountain? Standing here makes me think of when we were kids. We used to play until we forgot the time. and when it got close to dark, your guards would suddenly appear and urge us to go home immediately. I thought things would be different when we grew up, but reality hasn't changed at all. But the next sentence directly made Wika freeze on the spot. In fact, your dad knows everything we've done. He knows exactly which floor you're on and what you're doing. Maybe we should resign and go back. He even arranged a blind date for you. Meanwhile, at the Blue Zone Guild Hall on the 8th floor, a man stared at his phone, sneering continuously. Blue Zone's plan to recruit Subaru had failed. His anger surged, and he directly picked up his phone and made a call. Make your move. The rules of this trial were tower defense and tower pushing. Whoever destroyed the other side's crystal first would win. Then you climbed rank after rank, all the way up to the highest tier, Challenger. But right at the start of the second round, their camp had already been infiltrated by an actor with painfully bad acting. At this moment, Subaru had already arrived on the 4th floor. Next, he was about to begin the 4th floor trial. Then he was teleported to the Forest of War. Here, 8 players were divided into 2 4-person teams and fought a small-scale war. The map had 3 lanes, top, middle, and bottom, along with a jungle running between them. Each player had to hold their own route and block the enemy advance. Players improved their attributes by killing enemy heroes or minions, and whichever side destroyed the enemy base would win. System prompt: Subaru has been assigned a rank. All attributes have been adjusted to 50% to match the current rank. In this vast forest, Subaru's figure appeared especially small. If you wanted to climb all the way up through points alone, it would take at least 6 months. The ranks went from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, all the way to challenger. For many people, the 4th floor trial was a wall they could never cross in their entire lives. As long as enough points were accumulated and one reached challenger, the trial would end. And if you wanted to win, the only condition was this: destroy the enemy base. Soon, Subaru's teammates also appeared one after another. Their rank was different from Subaru's. They were platinum. The woman on the team recognized at a glance that this was the recently explosive Subaru. But the burly man did not care who he was at all. Being matched with a bronze meant they were basically doomed to lose. Subaru stepped right in front of him. If all you can do is complain, then leave now and stop wasting time. Subaru was not going to indulge someone like that. If the woman had not kept trying to smooth things over, they would already have come to blows. After discussing it, Subaru was assigned to the jungle role, responsible for clearing the monsters on both sides. Obviously, the whole team saw him as dead weight. The live stream laughed itself crazy. They really had no idea what they were looking at. System prompt: soldiers will depart in 30 seconds. The other 3 each went to guard their lane. The burly man still looked full of displeasure, a mere bronze, yet so arrogant. At that moment, he saw an enemy appear ahead. The opponent was an archer, and there was no support beside him yet. In his eyes, that was basically a free kill. But the archer was not flustered at all, because his teammates were already lying in ambush, just waiting for the burly man to take the bait. A chill ran through the burly man's heart. You bastards, you actually dared to bait me. In the next second, the enemy assassin's blade was already at his throat. Right then, a bolt of lightning came racing in from the right. With a crash of lightning, the dagger in the assassin's hand was sent flying on the spot. The enemy marksman immediately panicked. What the hell is going on? Before he could even react, his arm was blown apart by the lightning. The burly man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was one person on the team who knew how to fight. But when he turned his head, the one who had acted was actually Subaru. He was stunned on the spot, while the enemy had already fled under the defense tower. The man had only just taken a step when a ring of electricity spread beneath his feet. He instantly realized it was a trap, but it was already too late, and the thunder struck directly down on him. System prompt: you have defeated Rod. All of this was even easier than Subaru had imagined. Subaru turned to look at the burly man, and the burly man stared at him blankly. How are you this strong? This was exactly the scene the live stream wanted to see most. That's what he gets for looking down on us from the start. Subaru told him to stop spacing out and hurry up and clear the lane and push the tower. Why are you slower than me? A bronze. The live stream also started placing bets and guessing. How long would it take Subaru to clear it? Some said 2 months, others said 3 months. But everyone was certain of one thing: Subaru would definitely clear it this time. Fans kept throwing out quests, and Subaru's pace of action became more and more ruthless. As long as the credit points were enough, he could level up at the fastest speed possible, which was also why he could keep the audience hooked. Soon, someone declared, if Subaru cleared it within half a month, they would directly give him 50,000 credit points. At this moment, they had already destroyed the enemy base. Subaru obtained 147 points and rose to bronze 2. Everyone was shocked. No one had ever seen such an outrageous score. Usually it was only 20 or 30 points. At that moment, someone called Safe Assets sent him 10 points. The person asked Subaru whether he wanted to take a side quest. The rule was this: if Subaru lost even one match, he would have to return all the credit points the other party had donated. But if he could remain undefeated all the way to Challenger, the other party would give him 50,000 credit points. Subaru was silent for a few seconds after reading it. Interesting. Just what I wanted. I'll take this quest. I'm not turning down free credit points. After that, they confirmed the wager. 2 hours later, a woman stood in front of her own crystal. Her name was Didal, and her streamer name was Ms. Omega. She had a strange condition. When she wanted to smile, she could not. When she wanted to cry, she could not either. Because she was one of those so-called dead channel streamers, her audience could never break 50. But she still streamed desperately, declaring that she would reach Diamond very soon. In truth, Didal was very strong. If not for streaming, she would have reached Challenger long ago. She interacted with viewers because she had no other way to make money. Every time she went live, she waited for some patron to throw her a little something. Just then, several figures teleported behind her. Subaru and the others had teleported over and become her teammates. She quickly recognized him. This was the currently hottest Subaru. While she was still secretly observing Subaru, a notification suddenly popped up before her eyes. It was from Safe Assets. As long as she lost the match, she would receive 30,000 credit points. She had no reason to refuse. Now, she began thinking about how to lose reasonably. After the battle began, Subaru first took down a dragon, and it was also about time to deal with the enemy marksman and mage. Looking at the positioning of the two opponents, Subaru was a little speechless. That girl was obviously sabotaging things on purpose. Soon, her head was chopped off by an axe. But she was actually smiling. She was clearly feeding on purpose. Did she think I wouldn't notice? Subaru did not think just anyone would dare throw a match this blatantly, so he began wondering who she really was. Soon, the fans explained the reason to him. Safe Assets had given her a must-lose quest. Subaru chuckled softly. So that's how it is, but it won't help. As for the point Safe Assets had staked on the other side, he would make sure, not a single point less, came back into his own pocket.